Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Godlike Luffy Got Harem and Time Travel with Insane Powers. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The smell of death covered the air. Blood, gore, carnage. This was not how it was supposed to be. Everything was on fire. His crew was scattered, possibly dead. His armada was demolished with the combined force of the two Yonko of the sea. All your effort, and yet you still find yourself here. You have been defeated. Mugiwara. Kaido, Emperor of the New World, strongest beast in the planet, and basically the hand behind Wano Kingdom, stood before Straw Hat Luffy, smirking at his victory. Not yet. Monkey D. Luffy, who was dubbed the fourth Emperor of the Sea, lay flat on his face, unable to move from the devastating Kanabo blow delivered by Kaido. My Nakama will. Though in his effort to feel the presence of his friends, there was none. As if they were. No, they can't do anything for your Mugiwara. Kaido began. Realization encompassed Luffy at the weight of Kaido's words. They are all dead. The beast's words echoed through his mind. Monkey D. Luffy has never tasted true defeat before. This was it. This feels like shit. He spat out blood as he attempted to push himself up. No luck. Every inch of his body was ridden with pain. Then there was also the horrible realization that his friends were no longer of this world. Doubt filled his mind, his observation Haki confirming his worst fear. Was the beast lying? No, he confirmed it himself. Did he have a choice in the matter? Not even the slightest. Will he die fighting? Till death. There was no other way. Flashes of his life engulfed him. Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, Brook, Jinbei, Yamato. All of his adventures led him to this, dying at the hands of Kaido. Some luck. If only he could have an opportunity to do everything all over again. Kaido's Kanabo was mere inches from connecting with his skull. He was seconds from dying, and yet all he could think about is regret. His fist connected with the beast as a last-ditch effort, but the funny thing was, the mace did not connect with him. A cloud of smoke enveloped Luffy as his body suddenly transported to another location, several hundred yards away from his battle with Kaido. In his place, a rock was substituted, receiving what would have been a fatal blow to the skull of Luffy. The rock shattered into a million pieces as the beast was flabbergasted at the event before him. Mugiwara, this is no place to die for you. One of his fierce rival, ally, and most importantly, a friend, stated. He did not look like the calm, calculating man who Luffy was used to teasing. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw was bloody, beaten and gasping for air. Someone wants to talk to you. Before he could speak, ask a question, or even think about what was happening. Once again, Luffy had been teleported away from the battlefield and into a secluded room. In his wake, the former warlord had to manage, even for just a second, to hold the dragon before following the Straw Hat Pirate. But that was it. For 2 seconds he managed, and then Trafalgar D. Law disappeared from the world, at an undisclosed location in Wano. His ears rang as the immediate transportation by Law was nauseating. He felt his body tense as he could tell that a powerful person was with him in the tiny room. Hello Monkey D. Luffy. Do not be alarmed, for I am an ally. A woman in her mid-40s sat before him, wearing a kimono embroidered with golden flowers. Her hair was long, streaked with white color signifying her age. She had a gentle smile on her face, almost calming. Who are you? The first words that Luffy managed to muster as the crazy sequence of events was still being processed through his mind. My name is Kazuki Toki, and I possess the time fruit. She took a moment for the Straw Hat to situate himself. I'm sure you have many questions, but I only have so much time. Luffy, you are a very important figure in this world and we can't lose you today. In the event that you die, we lose the end war. She noticed the confused look on the man's face but held her hand up to stop him. Begin time is in essence Luffy. I have sent my son and Odin's scabbard 20 years into the future ... and now I sent myself forward where the flame burns at its lowest. To assist you is my last will. Monkey D. Luffy, I, Kazuki Toki, will send you to the past where you deem your love for the open sea began. Suddenly the earth trembled and the roof of the little room was ripped right off by a giant dragon. Kaido floated in the air in his dragon form, circling the room in which the duo resided. Goodbye Luffy, make good of your chance, was the last word from Lady Toki as Luffy found himself engulfed in white smoke. He could not even ask any questions. He could not even comprehend what just happened. As dragon fire rained down on the room, only one person suffered the ultimate price at the hands of Kaido that day, and it was not Luffy. The young man traveled through a tunnel, rewinding his life. Throughout the literal drive through memory lane, Lady Toki's voice echoed. Where you deem your love for the open sea began. What the hell does that mean? He continued to go through his memories, then suddenly everything stopped. Where did his love for the open sea begin? He had so many questions in his mind it felt as if it could explode. Where are his friends? Why did she help him? What is this flame she is referring to? When did he fall in love with the sea? Then a flash of light swallowed him when he fell in love with the sea. Negumi held a young boy in his hands, prepared to launch him into the open sea. The young man had recently eaten a devil fruit, rendering him incapable of swimming in the sea. "This is for embarrassing me, you little shit." Right before the young man was going to be launched at the sea, a strong gust of wind engulfed the young boy, and in his place, a 19-year-old man took his place. This man wore a red vest with khaki brown shorts. His chest had a noticeable cross-shaped scar embedded in his skin. "I still don't understand what the fuck is going on, but who the hell do you think you are?" The 19-year-old man punched the poor mountain bandit into the horizon, launching him far, far away. "What have you done with Luffy?" A menacing glaze pierced the very fabric of the new arrival, and yet he was not fazed. Not even one bit. For his immense training and experience throughout his young life prepared him for even the best of the best. This man was a figure who he looked up to all of his life. His signature red hair gleamed with the sunlight. A sea king jump on the ocean when the young man was going to be tossed. This was when the red-haired man was supposed to give up his arm in order to inspire the young man. "I haven't done anything to him." It was that moment that the man understood what Lady Toki was telling him. He was given a second chance to save the world. He was sent back in time in order to correct his mistakes, though this time with the body and experience of his future self. "I am Luffy. Like hell I'd believe you." The red-haired man disappeared into a red streak, flashing before the time traveler. He brought his sword down on him, intending to sever his right arm from his body, though his sword met an ever-so-familiar black armor-like skin, covering the young man's body. "Haki." The Luffy stretched his legs to create some distance with the future Yonko. "Interesting, I kept my rubber fruit." "Hi Shanks, I barely understand it myself. But I am Luffy, and I am from the future." Luffy was so calm and collected. It was so unlike him. A complete contrast, the loud-mouthed little man from not too long ago. "Interesting." Shanks lowered his weapon and began to caress his chin, thinking, "Care to tell me where you came from exactly?" "Well, I'm from 12 years into the future, and I was fighting Kaido. I was losing, and a Lady Toki sent me into the past to correct my mistakes." Luffy began to retell his story, but Shanks could not pick up the rest, as only the beginning of his story was good enough for him. Shanks knew of Kaido, the beast. He knew of Lady Toki, who he sailed with during his time at Captain Roger's ship. He also knew of her ability to traverse time with her devil fruit. Okay, I understand. So what's your plan then?" "I need to gather a strong crew, and then an armada. During my time, the one I gathered was not strong enough to defeat Big Mom and Kaido's entire force." Shanks decided to entertain the notion suggested by the young man. Say he was a time traveler, and he was from 12 years into the future where Kaido wins. Then he would have his work cut out for him. "Where will you go then?" "I need to go to Whole Cake Island. My strongest opponent will be my strongest ally." In his mind, he already mapped out his crew and allies and even a plan for his original crew. Now it's a manner of swaying them into his cause. If only it will be that easy. In time, still surreal to me, Luffy. 1 second you were a little squirt and now you are a full-on adult. At a distance, Higumi the bear screamed in agony as the Sea King took one big bite off of the mountain bandit. Then it was silence. "It's my second chance, Shanks. I have to save everyone." The look of determination was something Shanks could not deny. Only Luffy would give off a look like that. Add to the fact that the young man had brought in his experience and knowledge from the future. Lady Toki must have seen no other way to survive. "Odin, Toki, if this is the only way, I have to make sure this boy wins." Shanks looked onto the young man, lost in his own thoughts. They stood, Shanks and a 19-year-old Luffy, at the edge of the island known as Dawn Island in the Goa Kingdom. One man envisioning his plan for the future, while the other skeptic yet determined. At first he was very calm, collected, and his body knew what to do. But now that he began to get acclimated within the timeline, his eyes began to well up. All of his friends were alive, but more importantly, Ace did not have a massive hole through his chest. His brother wasn't dead. "Are you okay, Luffy?" Shanks touched him on his shoulder, attempting to calm the young man. Luffy shook off the thoughts from his mind. He had things he needed to handle. He needed a ride to Whole Cake Island. "Yeah, don't worry about me. Anyway, Shanks, by chance is red force-coated in sea stone?" Shanks still had his overwhelming aura despite being 12 years younger. He was still a physical specimen, though obviously now he would have both arms. His face did have the claw marks from Blackbeard. Unfortunately, that still happened. How does he know all these information? Shanks never told him this. Was he granted some sort of all-seeing knowledge? It is partly coated. Sea stone is hard to come by, not to mention expensive. Why, what do you have in mind? The red-haired pirate asked. Earlier he was more hesitant to even listen to the young man, but now he was intrigued at where this will go. The time-traveling pirate. In his travels with the Roger Pirates, he met Lady Toki and he learned of her time fruit, although at the time, she could not really control her ability really well. She probably gained a better grasp of her ability in the future, thus sending Luffy in the past. If what the young pirate says is true, then Luffy really is an important person for the end war. whenever that would be. So instinctively, he was more inclined to help the young man. He just has a good feeling about it. I need to get to Totto Land. I have to get someone. You can just drop me off and I'll find a way out. The last time he entered Totto Land, he could barely make his way out. Though this time, he had a little bit more experience, and he was better prepared for Big Mom, especially her sweet commander. Can he do it himself? More than likely no, but his goal is quite simple. Go in, retrieve his strongest ally, get out. Will he join his cause? Again, maybe not. Will he still try? Hell yeah. That's Charlotte Linland's territory, Luffy. Do you know how dangerous this will be? Shanks knew of her monstrous strength as she was a notable member of the Rocks Pirates, a rival pirate crew that almost reached Laugh Tale before the Roger Pirates. Yeah, I know, but I need to get this person, and well, a handful of others, in order to make sure that I win this time around. The man he sought after in Totto Land was a strong individual who pushed him to his limits. A very powerful enemy, though more importantly, a very strong ally when the time comes. Fine, but we would need to pass through a couple of locations. We need to go through the Calm Belt first and foremost. Then I would need to restock in Sabaody, get coated, then we need to pass through Fishman Island. Then once we pass through the Red Line, we would then need to exit through the Calm Belt once more and enter the South Blue before finally reaching Totto Land through the Calm Belt. Why should I help you? This seems more like a headache than a benefit to me. In that moment, Luffy knew he would have to give the red-haired pirate a little bit of future knowledge in order to gain passage through his ship. Fine, that will work. Hopefully some people joins me along the way. Luffy pointed at his left arm, which remained intact. You would have lost your arm today as you wanted to inspire young me to become more than just a pirate, but a good man who is willing to sacrifice himself for others. And also you've met him already, but you will surely clash with him once more. He is the future wielder of the dark fruit. Be wary and do not underestimate him. He will. Before he could continue, Shanks held up both arms, signaling for him to stop. He had an idea of who Luffy was referring to, the man who never sleeps. All right enough, you freaky bastard. I get it, but I would not want to know what the future has in store for me. So I will bring you to Totto Land. But you're on your own after that. Shanks considered helping him escape as well. But if he really is the promised child as he believed him to be, then he won't die in Big Mom's land. If he dies, then he was not the man he believed him to be. Sounds like a plan. When do we sail? Luffy had his signature grin plastered across his face. This reminded Shanks of Gol D. Roger, bringing a smile on his face as well. He dipped his head ever so slightly and grabbed the straw hat from his head. 2 weeks, I have some business here, and also I was going to give you this hat before we set sail, but I have a feeling you already knew that. Shanks placed the hat on Luffy's head, causing tears to flow from Luffy. Thank you. In 2 weeks it is. With that, Luffy took off, wiping the tears off of his face. Being a lot older, the significance of receiving the straw hat from Shanks made him tremble in excitement. I have 2 weeks to handle my business here then. In this time period, Luffy hasn't met Ace and Sabo yet, so they will not know who he was. He had a plan on how they could meet, he just had to wait a little bit. He also wondered if his father and grandpa will show up sometime in the next 2 weeks. He knew that they are keeping a tab on him. They are bound to learn of his sudden growth. Day 1. A young man wore a blue overcoat along with a white scarf. He was missing a tooth and he smiled at the person beside him. He had a top hat with hexagon-shaped goggles, and his weapon of choice was a metal pipe. Beside him was a young man the same age as him. He wore a yellow tank top and shorts. He had jet black hair along with freckles on his cheeks. These two young men were Sabo and Ace, in the process of stealing some money from rich aristocrats. Luffy observed them in the distance as his heart was going to skip from his chest. His brother, Ace, was alive and kicking ass. A single tear escaped his right eye as the realization that his brother was still alive finally set in. This time, in the week that he has before going to Totto Land, he will train the two young men as much as he could. They need to be ready for the future, and he was going to give them a head start. An explosion rang in the air at the building in which the two young boys entered. Then a series of sirens echoed in the air as the boys began to run. Jewelry flew from their hands. They were being chased by 4 adult males, just a couple of hired muscle, no big deal. Luffy kept his distance. They were cornered at an alley, no way to escape. The 4 muscular men smirked to themselves at catching the duo. "You little rats, give everything back and we won't beat you up," said one of the thugs. Luffy had enhanced his hearing through observation haki and managed to hone in on the conversation from the distance. Ace and Sabo looked scared, and yet they did not waver in their resolve. "Eat ass." Ace tossed a handful of sand at the 4 men, managing to temporarily blind 3 of them. Sabo took this opportunity to slide under of the men who was not blinded and used his metal pipe to slam the living daylight out of his nether region. "GAH!" the thug yelled in a gut-wrenching pain. Even Luffy couldn't help but grasp his balls at the pain that the thug must be enduring. Ace and Sabo took this little window of opportunity to slip past the 4 thugs, though yet again they were stopped in their tracks. 16 other thugs surrounded the duo as the man they stole from was a very rich individual. Okay, time for me to step in then. Luffy disappeared from the spot he was standing on, leaving only a whirlwind of leaves. Within a blink of the eye, Luffy appeared before the 20 total thugs surrounding his brothers. Didn't your parents ever teach you not to pick on little kids? Punch first, ask questions later. Typical thugs, as the biggest one of the men attempted to punch him in the face. He decided to take the punch to prove a point. He soaked his forehead in armament haki just to take things a step further. The group of thugs laughed as the biggest of the group was able to land a clean hit, though their smile quickly disappeared as the giant thug now had a limp right hand. His hand connected with the solid black armor haki that covered the forehead of the Straw Hat Pirate. Shishi, big idiot. Ace and Sabo took a step back as the sudden arrival of the stranger marked the end of the 20 thugs chasing after them. The duo was frozen in place at the display of fighting prowess of the Straw Hat Man. Luffy decided to show off a little, not using any more haki or his devil fruit ability. That wouldn't be fair. The giant thug fell over, grasping his broken right hand, signaling for the rest of the thugs to gang up on him. The closest to him received a foot to the face, effectively knocking him out. Any more takers? The rest of the thugs took out knives, causing Luffy to chuckle. I guess no one is backing down. He already decided he was not going to use haki or his devil fruit, so all he had was the good old-fashioned natural fighting ability that he possessed. 2 out of the 20 remaining thugs were out of the equation. We outnumber you, punk kid, 18-1. Exclaimed one of the thugs. Luffy smirked, causing a chill to run down everyone's back. I like those odds. Then it began. What would go down as the demasculinization of the thug population went down that day. For all 20 of the thugs were manhandled by a teenager with a straw hat. Before any more trouble could arise, Luffy waved for the duo to follow him, in which they obliged, though with a questioning look on their face. Once they were deep in the mountain, Ace finally spoke up, pointing his wooden pole at the man who just defeated their captors. Are you some kind of pervert? Was his first question, causing Luffy to fall face first at such a ridiculous accusation. What the hell, you think I'm a pervert? Hell no, exclaimed Luffy. Yeah, getting all defensive, definitely a pervert, said Sabo as he joined Ace in pointing his metal pipe at the man with the straw hat. Young Sabo and young Ace were both trying to look menacing, but they were so little it made him chuckle. All right, you little shits, I am not a pervert. He then continued to punch the head of both young men, causing them to develop a giant lump on their head. He began to laugh as Ace used to do the same thing to him back in his timeline. Then why did you help us? Ace exclaimed as he rubbed the area where Luffy caused a giant lump to form. Well, you see, I am actually a very strong person and I took an interest in your fighting spirit, so I decided to train you to be stronger. Luffy half-assed his explanation. He really needed them to get stronger, so that they could survive the coming future, so that Ace won't die. Yeah, right, you damn pervert, Sabo exclaimed, causing Luffy to punch him on the head once more. All right, you twerps, if you don't want to learn from me then fine. I'll go and train some other people who want to get stronger. Luffy began to exclaim comically. We need to think about it first. For all we know, you could be a serial killer, replied Sabo. Yeah, a creepy perverted serial killer, added Ace, who crossed his arms. Fair point, said Luffy as he caressed his chin. Okay, then do what you want to, and remember I am here to help. He gave them a warm smile, and with that the duo made their way back to their sleeping quarters, away from the strange man with the straw hat. Well, at least they're not as dumb as I remember. Good on them for not trusting a stranger. With that, Luffy jumped on a tree branch and decided to rest for the day. He was going to wait for the duo's answer. He closed his eyes and began to drift into sleep, though something particular caught his ear. Several miles away at a local pub, the sound of mindless chatter filled the room. He could tell it was a pub due to the content of the room and the white noises around it. There he found the familiar voices of several of the thugs he beat up earlier that day. In the tavern. God, him monster. I swear we had him. Embarrassing if you ask me. There were 20 of the strongest people in this island. That man is no human, he was a monster. This particular statement caused a smile to form in the face of the time traveler, though his smile disappeared as he sensed a man approaching the group. A monster, you say? Where is he? The man carried a powerful presence about him. Despite the distance, Luffy could tell he was strong, very strong. The men began to tremble at the sight of the new arrival. Luffy could feel their fear. The name of the man, who is he? He went up the mountain the last time we saw him, said one of the thug, stuttering from fear. Luffy suddenly shot up as the powerful presence begun heading in his general direction. And a troubling news reached his ears as those thugs finally revealed who the man was. That was Dracula Mihawk, the closest to being the world's strongest swordsman. What is he doing in the East Blue? Just our luck meeting a bunch of monsters. Fuck, exclaimed Luffy in the air, for Dracula Mihawk was heading towards him. What should he do? This man was so strong that he would duel with Shanks to a standstill. This man was possibly the strongest warlord of all time. This was probably the business Shanks spoke of yesterday. though he was 12 years younger, which means less experienced. Wait a minute, maybe just maybe. Right. Though he would have his answer soon enough as before him, Mihawk held his arm up, pointing Yoru, his infamous giant black blade, at Monkey D. Luffy. Are you the monster they speak of? Said the swordsman, though his hawk-like gaze was observing every inch of his body. I've been here one day, and I caused this much trouble. Geez, Luffy began to think of a way to get out of this mess. Too bad he can't think of anything. No, I am not the guy you are looking for. He went that way. Luffy pointed behind Mihawk. Although this only caused a smirk to form from the man before him, Luffy had to suddenly bring his arm up to protect his face. His entire arm was covered in haki. Mihawk had charged him, closing the distance between the two. Yes, you are definitely the monster they speak of. With that, Mihawk jumped backwards, sizing up the straw hat man before him. That hat belongs to a rival of mine. Why do you possess it? This? Luffy pointed at his hat, smirking at the future world's greatest swordsman. Shanks gave this to me. Is that so? Another smirk escaped the swordsman. Then you are a worthy opponent. Mihawk once again charged at Luffy, though this time, he jumped up. Gamu Gamu no Jet Stamp. With Mihawk being below him, Luffy used his stamp to flatten the swordsman on the ground, surprising him. Blood escaped the mouth of the swordsman as he quickly got up. Luffy did a backflip to create some distance between them. Mihawk wiped the blood from his mouth and continued to smile. Mihawk sliced his blade horizontally, aiming at the man before him. Energy formed from the tip of his blade, traveling towards him. Luffy decided that men like these will not listen to diplomacy, so he would have to use his fist to drill some lessons toward the swordsman. All right, you asked for it. Luffy's body was covered in steam, turning a light shade of red. Then his movement began to escalate. In all his years of fighting, Mihawk has never seen this power before. Your name, warrior, Mihawk said as he began to swing his blade in Luffy's general direction. PSH, I am no warrior, exclaimed Luffy. His childhood dream was still a motivating factor for him. Listen well, my name is Monkey D. Luffy. I will be the Pirate King. Yeah, and he would have died in the future if it wasn't for outside interference. How strong is his resolve if he died? Right, and I will be the world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk joined in what he thought was a jab at ridiculous claims. Alright, I will be the Pirate King then because you can be. This caused Mihawk to stop slightly, giving Luffy just enough opening to throw in a left hook. This caught both fighters off guard as Luffy did not expect to connect while Mihawk did not expect to be hit. I apologize, Mugiwara. It's just nobody has believed in me before. Well, I chose the isolation life and it was just strange to hear a compliment. The fierce fighter was taken aback by something he was unfamiliar with his whole life. Shut your face, Mihawk. You being sentimental is kinda creepy, exclaimed Luffy, although he meant it more as a jest rather than to offend the man. This caused a smirk to form in the face of the swordsman. You are correct, therefore I must regain my dignity by ending your life today. Luffy shivered at the statement by the swordsman, although he had a slight smirk on his face. Mihawk was joking. Throughout the rest of the night, Luffy and Mihawk dueled, not one gaining an edge over the other. Luffy had yet to use anything other than Gear 2 and Mihawk was using the dull edge of Yoru. It was that evening that the two fighters gained mutual respect for one another. Day 2. The sun rose on the horizon and two young men arrived at the scene. Sabo and Ace had their mouth open as they arrived at the battle's finale. They were going to tell the Straw Hat Man no thanks, but that battle that they witnessed completely opened their eyes on the prospect of learning from the Straw Hat Man. How about we call it a day, Mihawk? It's dawn already and I got to train some squirts. Luffy was panting as he was pushed like never before in a spar. Note that this was just a spar, not life or death. If he counted those, then Kaido would be on the very top in all-time life or death battle, I suppose. Well, Mugiwara, this was a good battle. I will go on my business and battle Red Hair in this remote island. Farewell then. Mihawk placed Yoru on his back, while Luffy finally had time to breathe. The two men approached each other and shook hands. Mihawk, I am traveling to the New World in order to get a strong ally. Will you join me in my journey? Luffy had to throw a curveball. Maybe the man will accept. Interesting proposition, though for now, I will have to decline. I don't do well with a team. Mihawk began walking away, though stopped mid-stride. Although there may be a first for everything. With a wave of his hands, Mihawk disappeared in the distance. Suo-kual, teach us. Sabo and Ace had stars in their eyes as they were practically begging Luffy. Luffy decided to have some fun with it. "Aw, you kids took too long, I found another to train." "What? Nuo?" exclaimed Sabo. "Boss will train 10 times harder than your new apprentice," said Ace as he flexed his tiny arm. "Yeah, I will work 100 times more than Ace, boss," retorted Sabo, who tried to one-up Ace. "Oh yeah, well I will work 1,000 times more than you." Then a fist fight ensued between the two friends, causing Luffy to bawl out laughing. How he wished he could be a child again and join in on such childish squabbles. "I don't know ... You said some hurtful things about me." Luffy let out some fake tears. No boss, we were just joking. See, you are not a serial killer. exclaimed Ace. Yeah, boss, here. A token of our intentions. Sabo had pulled a golden beetle from his back pocket, the hardest bug to catch in all of the island. All right, fine, I will train you both, but there's a catch. I only have a week, and if you slack off, you will die. Got it? Yeah, boss, exclaimed the duo. All right then, first training exercise. Pick up that rock. Luffy pointed at a rock 2 times the size of the young me. Ace and Sabo did as he said, and their little legs began to tremble. Easy, now what? Said Ace in a shaky voice. Oh, that's not it. Run around this entire island until the sun sets. What the hell? That's not possible, complained Sabo, although Ace was already on his way. Ace, wait for me, exclaimed the young lord. Shishi, now I can take a nap. With that, Luffy closed his eyes, napping for only a second. The boys going on their way to do as Luffy says. Though despite his claims to take a nap, Luffy had been thinking of many things since his return. Sure, he wants to go after strong people and recruit them, but he also wants to make life better for others. He contemplated going after the king of the Goa Kingdom. By cutting off the head of the snake, will life be better for others? If he were to go after the king, who will fill the void? No sense of dwelling on that for now. While the kids were hauling the rocks all around the island, Luffy decided to visit his former mother figure. Mountain, freakin' children, clean up after yourself, damn it. Curly Dadan was a big woman, taller than most, but her heart was in the right place. She had been looking after Ace and Sabo in the time that they have been lost. She gave them a home when no one else would, and dare she say, care about them like her own children. Suddenly, Dadan felt a strong presence outside of her home. She quickly picked up her axe and slowly made her way to the door. Hello, is Dadan home? The voice called out from the other side, though she was still cautious at this new arrival. What's it to you? Asked Dadan, mere inches from the door, axe ready to strike. Just wanted to talk. All right, so talk. She did not open the door yet. Can I see the person I'm talking to? The voice called out from the other side. Dadan felt that the person could come in at any time, so decided to open the door. Who she saw was a young man, around his 20. He wore a familiar straw hat, one that belonged to the ruffian pirate named Shanks. So then, talk. Dadan flashed her axe threateningly. I wanted to meet the infamous mountain bandit. Since you know, Haguma the bear was messing with me earlier. Old coworker, haven't worked with him since he was ... well, a bad person. Who are you anyway? Monkey D. Luffy is the name. Pleasure to finally meet the person who raised both Ace and Sabo. They kinda became my apprentices. Luffy laughed at the irony, and Dadan became less tense at the stranger. Well, come on in then. You Garp's child or something? Of course Dadan knew the old fart. Grandson. To this Dadan smiled. Then you're pretty much family boy. She gave an embrace to the young man. Luffy did not know how much he missed a loving embrace, especially from his mother figure. He let out a single tear before wiping it quickly when she separated from him. Well then, I just wanted to drop in and introduce myself since the boys will be under my tutelage for some time. Just so you're not worried where they are. PSH, I could care less, Dadan proclaimed, but Luffy knew otherwise. Hey, quick question, in all of Goa Kingdom, who would you trust in running this country? Dadan had a morale compass of someone with a pure heart. No other person to ask than her. Good question, kid. If it were up to me. First got to get rid of that evil bastard of a father of Sabo running this place. And well, I simply don't have the answer on who can replace him. But if you ask enough people and enough of them say one name, then that's probably the person that will best represent the country. Don't you think? Dadan said, which gave him an idea. That's it. Thank you, Dadan. Voting for the person to rule the Goa Kingdom should be the way to go. Take care of yourself, Luffy. You too. Docks, Red Force. Shanks had been mapping out their possible escape routes, in case the CP0 try anything. Shanks and his crew had forcefully taken the gum fruit from a transport vessel before it could reach its destination. Just as he was in deep thoughts, he wondered if having Luffy here at this time would stop the prophecy from happening. If being behind in time would cause everything to change for the worse. He needed to come up with a failsafe. He couldn't let anything happen to Luffy, the supposed savior of the world. Crazy to think that he was just a squirt before the time travel shenanigans. Red hair. Dracula Mihawk has found Shanks. Care to spar? Seems like you had a spar already. Shanks noticed a bit of scuff mark all over the swordsman. Yes, I met an interesting young man who carried your precious hat. He is interesting. So then, ready to let off some steam. Shanks pulled out his blade, Griffon. Always, with Mihawk retrieving Yoru, the duo exchanged swords, smiling as they seemingly danced. An interesting thing happened while conversing with the boy. Mihawk stated simply mid-swing. Oh yeah, let me guess, he asked you to join him, didn't he? Shanks had an idea what Luffy wanted to do. Yes, what do you think of this? I've never worked well with others. I'd be offended since you never joined me when I invited you. Shanks joked, to which Mihawk returned with a powerful slice. But in all seriousness, he is a good kid with big plans. It's really up to you. It was then that Mihawk got a score by merely being inches from Shanks' neck. 1-0. You cheated. Goa Kingdom, Royal Palace. The king of Goa laid peacefully on his bed, a group of women surrounding him. They were there out of force, not because they wanted to be there. He sat up, feeling a chilling feeling course through his back. Around him, the women began to scatter, running out of the room. There was a monster on his window. It wore a demon face and covered in all black attire. It tilted its head, releasing a menacing aura about him. Guards, guards, yelled the king, and sure enough, a couple of well-armored guards rushed the demon. Though none of the 15 guards could get close to the man, falling flat on their face before reaching it. At this point, the king of Goa trembled in fear. All of his life, he lived comfortably in his lavish kingdom, tossing the troubles of commoners to the side to feed his insatiable thirst for power. What do you want? The king asked, to which the demon jumped from the window, walking past the unconscious guards until he stood over the mortified king. Step down from being a king. Have the people decide who will lead them. His voice was deep and deadly, to which the king nodded furiously. If you try anything, I'll kill you. And just as the demon spirit was there, it was gone. The king of Goa will not defy the spirit, choosing instead to step down from his power, sending out a formal retirement to the world government and holding an open election to represent the kingdom of Goa. The new king of Goa will hopefully be more progressive in helping the poor, the unlucky, and grow the country of Goa to more than just a backwater island of the East Blue. The news of the king retiring from the Goa kingdom spread like wildfire, and in Luffy's walk back to his spot, he found the mayor of town reading over the newspaper. You should run for king, Whoopslap. A passing young man commented towards the mayor of Fuchsia village. This caused Whoopslap to think about the implication. You know what, Luffy, I think I will. About time someone smart and sensible leads this country. Whoopslap mused, not even noticing the sudden growth of the Straw Hat Man. Luffy headed back to his hammock, laying back down to take a quick nap before the two kids arrived. It had been a long day indeed. Day 3, Makino's bar. Shanks, what is Buggy up to these days? Luffy visited Shanks at the local tavern, the look of shock covering Makino's face at Luffy's sudden growth. Growth spurt, sis. Luffy commented toward Makino, who went to the back to wash water over her face. She must be seeing things, or losing it. He's at some island out east, wallowing in self-pity. At least I think so, Shanks stated simply, keeping tabs on your old buddy. He is my first friend after all, Shanks responded. Then they just dropped it. Luffy bid farewell to the red-haired pirates as he had somewhere he needed to be. Mountain top. Luffy then headed to his spot, where the two kids were waiting patiently for their teacher. On the third day of training the two kids, Luffy trained their mind and body. He instructed them to sit under a waterfall and hold out their hands while carrying 2 heavy pots. For the next 2 days, I want you to train your bodies enough that you can take a punch from me. Don't slack off. Yes, boss, yelled Ace and Sabo. While they were busy doing that, he decided to pay a local fisherman to bring him over to a nearby island. He had a certain clown he's been meaning to visit. If the info he got from Shanks was correct, the pirate clown was hiding out at a small eastern island's tavern, drinking his life and potential away, somewhere east. So Luffy set sail along a fisherman's ship, arriving at a small, remote island home to only 100 people. He made his way to the local bar, only to find the bartender and a lone man sitting by himself in the bar. Out of all the bar stool, he chose to sit right next to him, but the man didn't even acknowledge him, continuing to mind his own. Are you Buggy the Clown? Luffy asked, ordering his signature milk from the bartender. The man gave him an odd look, but it did get a reaction from him. What's it to you? The clown spoke up, turning to look at Luffy. He must have been drinking his life away at this bar. Funny enough, this was not the Buggy he knows, for he wore no makeup, and he did not wear his signature red nose. He was just a broken man, with no purpose. Where was Kabaji and Moji? Probably not with him yet. Maybe this was before he was the joyous idiot that he met in his early days. Why was he so miserable? I heard you are a pretty reliable guy. Luffy pointed at his straw hat, causing Buggy to wince a little. Shanks, he said that, huh? Buggy then turned away once more. I'm not your guy, kid. All I'm good for is getting others killed. I don't see it that way. To this, Buggy slammed his glass on the table, shattering it in his hands. Blood began to flow from his hands while the bartender hid in the back room. You don't know jack shit, kid. The treasure of Captain Jack. It's all I ever wanted for a long time. My notoriety alone gathered me a crew of idiots who saw me as a god. I got a big head and thought I was invincible. And so I went after Captain John's treasure, only for my entire crew to be wiped out. All of them dead, all but me. Buggy expected Luffy to see him as a monster, but he didn't. He was indifferent. Your former crew would be very disappointed in you. Luffy removed a cloth from his pocket and gave it to Buggy to stop the bleeding. They knew what they were getting into, knowingly risked their life to sail with you. But why am I the only one who survived? Ever stop and wonder how lucky you are? It could be fate, destiny, or whatnot. Instead of asking, why not survive? It took a moment for Buggy to take in, but eventually Luffy could see him come to a conclusion. I never saw it that way, I guess. Buggy wrapped his hands in the cloth after pulling the shards of glass from it. I got to go. Buggy then got up and left. He needed time to process things. Luffy gave him his space. He had a feeling that Buggy will need some time to process things. Day 4. He found a nice place to rest for the night, under a massive tree that gave enough shelter. The ground was cold and lumpy, but who can complain? At least he didn't have to worry about dying just yet. Luffy hadn't had a good night's rest yet, and this would be the closest to one. The reason why he woke up in a jolt was due to a commotion at the same local tavern he found Buggy in. Though he was surrounded by some ruffian, Luffy immediately dashed to that direction, even going as far as activating Gear Second to rush at the scene. What he found was a bloodied and battered Buggy laying flat on his back. Above him, a familiar man, one that Luffy did not expect to show up just yet. "This your friend Clown? Another person in Roger's crew, is it? Bunch of losers you all are, I tell you." Around him, a group of 15 thugs laughed at their captain's joke. Even in his early days, it seems that the strongest of the East Blue surrounded himself with a bunch of people. "He's no friend." Buggy tried to cover for the stranger in the straw hat. He didn't want to involve him in his problems, but Luffy insisted. "Yeah, and you just made a mistake." Luffy began to step up, but this caused a laughter to erupt from the man. "Don't you know who I am?" He revealed his 2 golden pistols, pointing them at Luffy. "I'm Don Krieg." Then, the future Armada captain unleashed 2 bullets straight to the heart and brain of Luffy. Unfortunately for Krieg, Luffy was a rubber man. The bullets merely bounce off of him, hitting 2 of his men. Krieg became wide-eyed, immediately hiding behind his men, using them as a meat shield while he made his escape. "I don't give a fuck who you are, you've hurt my friend." Buggy was shocked, didn't really think anything of the boy as they only had one conversation. Buggy was about to protest, wanting to protect the young man's life before making a mistake on him, but as he was slow to get up, what he found was not what he expected. Luffy stood tall, his hand grabbing Krieg by the neck. Around them, the 15 thugs he brought with him were all passed out. Buggy was wide-eyed at what transpired. It seems that the boy was full of surprises. The only person that ever gave him this feeling of hope was his former captain and reluctantly that red-haired buffoon. "Oh hey Buggy." Luffy simply tossed Krieg to the side like he was nothing. "Cool, you wore your makeup." Sure enough, Buggy, despite being bloodied up, was wearing his clown makeup, complete with his red nose. "Yeah, I guess I am." He chuckled. "Some stupid kid reminded me that in the pirate world, our lives are always at risk." Luffy helped Buggy to his feet, assisting him over his shoulders so that he could get his wounds checked out. "How'd you get in a fight anyway?" Krieg bad-mouthed Captain Roger, "And I just snapped." "You dumbass, losing against some stupid thugs." Luffy chuckled and so did Buggy. "Yeah, I guess I lost a step in my prime. Never too late, you know. If you want it enough, I'm sure you can do it." All this positivity reminds me of freaking Shanks. Bleh. The rest of the trip to the local hospital was just random conversation. Luffy dropped him off and bid his farewell, hopefully inspiring him to jumpstart his pirate career. On his way out of the front door, Buggy chased after him. "Mujiwara." Luffy turned to face the clown. "Thanks, no problem. See you in the new world." And with that, Luffy left Buggy on his own accord, to rediscover himself, inspire him to reach his true potential. Luffy paid off another fisherman to drop him off at Goa Kingdom. It was easy from there as he returned back to his spot under the tree. Just as he was about to close his eyes, the 2 trainees woke him up, showering him with stories of their past 2 days of training. Day 5. It was on this day his grandfather paid him a visit. "So you mean to tell me that you are from the future and you came back in the past so that you could save the world?" "Yeah," Luffy replied, knowing full well that his story was ridiculous to others. "Okay, that explains your massive growth spurt. So tell me, how strong are you squirts?" Monkey D. Garp was the hero of the Marines, one of the most powerful figures in the entire faction. Despite his allegiance, he had a massive heart, and he especially loved his grandson, which happened to be Luffy. "Hell yeah, I'm strong." Though he could not continue his sentence, as Garp charged the pirate with a massive fist of love. "Bullshit. You must be some kind of fruit user. Where did you put my grandson, you little bastard?" There it was, the expected response to the news that he was from the future. "All right, Grandpa, I get it. But let me tell you something. I know who Ace's dad is." Garp had been pummeling him through this point, but suddenly he stopped mid-punch. "It's some random pirate who died in the past." "What about it?" "I know that's not true, Gramps." Luffy then regained his composure and created some distance between them. "His father is Gaul." "Shut your mouth, people might hear you. Don't you know this?" Garp covered the distance between them in a matter of seconds, covering the mouth of Luffy. "I guess it's true then." "How?" "Lady Toki of Wano Kingdom sent me back in time at the cost of her life," replied Luffy. He would only tell a few people about his time-traveling mission. Luckily, his grandpa was one of the people he was going to release the information to. "I see. Wano Kingdom is not a place we Marines can go to freely. I have so many questions for you." Garp began, though Luffy stopped him. Sorry, Gramps, but I can't tell you any more than that. All you can do is trust me on this one. I'm your grandson after all. All right, fine. Well, I actually came by to check up on you, but seeing how you have grown massively stronger. Thanks, Gramps. The only thing I ask from you is please look after Ace. Just, please look after him. The mood suddenly became grim, in which Garp cleared his throat. Yes, well, seeing as I don't have to worry about you as much, then I can do that. Anyway, you became a Marine in your future at least. Shishi, you will soon see enough, Gramps. Garp threw his hand in the air. This damn trip has been a headache, I tell you, boy. Checking up on the new king of Goa is a surprise to say the least. Oh, you mean newly elected King Whoopslap? Luffy had heard the news of Whoopslap victory. It was a landslide, unanimous as he was who the people wanted. Yeah, damn former king retired and elected to create a democracy off of a monarchy. That is something else. Garp scratched his head and picked his nose. Well, if it helps the people, why not, right? Wise words, young man. Well then, I guess I'm off to say hi to the new king. Whoopslap of the Goa Kingdom. Baby, grab a mojito on my 2-day break. Garp left Luffy to himself, waving goodbye to his grandson. Makino's bar. Garp did in fact find himself at a bar, grabbing a few drinks to pass his day. Though it was there he found red-haired Shanks, and another interesting guy by the name of Mihawk. You're lucky I'm on my day off, brat. Garp sat beside Shanks, with Mihawk giving him a sideway look. Oh, of course, like you can catch me, old man. Shanks teased. Thanks, by the way. Don't mention it. Garp did not want to expand on what Shanks was thankful for, but if he had to guess, it must have been the information of a certain Devil Fruit's location that he happened to slip by to the red-haired pirates. By the way, Hawkeye, have you responded to the invitation to the Warlord system yet? He changed the subject. You never know who could be listening. Haven't really looked at it. I am here to duel with red-haired, and that's what I shall do. Mihawk replied. He did not care for the formalities, who he was speaking with. He had the strength to back it up. I see. Count your lucky stars, pirates. I'm on vacation for the next 2 days. Garp looked around the bar, with Ben smirking at the Marine, and Lucky Roo putting up his hands as a mock surrender. He chuckled to himself as he got up to leave. And so did Shanks. We sure are. To that, Shanks raised his glass before taking a drink out of it. Mihawk paid no mind, drinking a bit more to contemplate his plans for the future. Well, if you excuse me, gentlemen, I have a bartender to meet with. Shanks' eyes followed Makino as she made her way to the back stop. He then exited out of the front door of the bar and met her at the back exit of the bar. Shanks, instead of being surprised, she immediately leapt into his arms and embraced him. I have 30 minutes to grab something to eat. Are you ready? Always, Makino. He responded with a smile. No one has ever made him feel this way. And to find this sort of feeling in the East Blue, well, he can thank his lucky stars that Cipher Pol was after him, or he wouldn't be staying in the islands for so long. So get this, with Whoopslap. Excuse me, King Whoopslap taking reins of the Goa Kingdom. They want me as mayor. Crazy. The rest of the way, the two were engaged in happy conversation, though Shanks had a feeling deep in his guts that he couldn't stay for much longer to enjoy these moments. Or can he? Day 6. On the 6th day he let them spar until they could not move anymore. It was on this day that his father paid him a visit. A fluctuation of the weather covered Dawn Island. It was weather that would make Nami glow in excitement. He smiled to himself as he sent the two boys to do something as he conversed with the coming storm. Father, Monkey D. Luffy greeted the man who he never truly met in his days. But he knew this man, the same man who saved his hide as he almost saw defeat at the hands of Smoker all the way back in Logtown. Luffy, you have grown. The disbelief in his voice was evident. For just a couple of days ago Luffy had been merely a child. And now he had grown exponentially. Yup, hit a bit of a growth spurt. Luffy wondered how he should react. Should he hate his father for being absent all his life? But then he never really looked for his father. Don't worry, Pops, I'm the real deal. Luffy picked up 2 rocks from the floor, tossing them at 2 different trees around him. One was caught by a tall man, who wore a crow beak over his face. The other, a smaller animal, one equipped with different gadgets all over him. Friends of yours? Oh yes, Luffy, these are my comrades, Lindbergh and Karasu. The duo nodded their heads at Luffy, to which he returned the gesture. Well, it seems that you are well on your own path, Luffy. Whatever it is, I will always be watching. Sure, do what you want. Luffy then started walking away. But he remembered something he needed to ask his own father. He did it before in his original timeline. He wondered if he would do it again. Dragon, are you stopping here for some time? About a week. Why, son? I have a favor to ask. Luffy then asked his father, only to get a unified agreement from the group. Thanks, and with that, he left them. Such a strong presence. Karasu was drawn to his strength. Yes, I wonder if he is a cyborg. Lindbergh pulled up an object shaped like a gun. Dragon immediately stopped on the contraption. What? Can't a cat make sure if your son is a cyborg? I can assure you, Lindbergh, he is human. With that, the trio left. Luffy was disappointed that Lindbergh didn't escalate the situation by firing his gun. Oh well, so Luffy found the trainees, and on the 6th day, he told them to meditate, and boy were they going to be in for a surprise soon. Day 7, so what's the news, old man? Luffy sat on the window of the very same castle that he invaded mere days ago. In fact, it was the same spot where he forced the king to step down from his office. Got to go to a big political meeting and whatnot, something called a reverie. Didn't want to do it. A lot of work to do here in the Goa Kingdom, but I have to if I want the world government to recognize my reign and leave me the hell alone. The old man never changed. King Whoopslap gracefully accepted his position and immediately went to work. Heavier taxation on the rich, more incentive for work and programs for the lower-class citizens. First order of his project was cleaning out the Grey Terminal, relocating the people that live there, and rebuilding community centers and housing where the Grey Terminal used to be. Second order of business was renaming the kingdom into something else, to rejuvenate the passion of the citizens and putting the darkness of the last family in the past. Right now, Windmill Kingdom and Dawn Kingdom were leading the polls. Everyone was passionate about the possible changes, and King Whoopslap was popular amongst the masses. If his time travel could affect people even in the smallest way, he was going to help his home country prosper rather than fall in the hands of Starry. I don't know who to trust yet to watch over me. Say, kid, you wouldn't happen to be busy this next week, would you? King Whoopslap was a cautious man, and a good judge of character. He knew Luffy was a good man, despite his sudden, unexplained growth spurt. How long have we been talking? Accounting for travel time, about 2 weeks. Luffy was going to have to talk with Shanks, but he can't pass up this chance. Sure, I'll be your bodyguard, old man. Easy and simple. Luffy couldn't believe he was going to see what happened in the reverie in the past. He hand in making it happen, of course, but it is still an instance to think about. Great, kid, we leave at dawn tomorrow. Dawn. I really like the name Dawn Kingdom, but Windmill Kingdom is also a good name. Whoopslap whispered under his breath, on his way to meet up with local builders to discuss projects for Grey Terminal. Despite Luffy hanging out in the king's chamber and running around the castle like he owned the place, Whoopslap never stopped him. Formalities and grandeur was never what Whoopslap wanted in his ascension. He wanted change and prosperity for his citizen. Makino's bar. Luffy knew exactly where to find Shanks, hanging out with Makino. Hey Shanks, Luffy began, as he was waiting behind the bar once more for Makino to get on her lunch break. Oh Luffy, just the person I was looking for. Shanks stood up. Listen, I know you have to leave by next week, but can we hold it just a bit more? Another week maybe. Sure, I know you want to get this destiny thing handled and ... Wait, did you just say okay? Shanks didn't hear him at first, but then it finally processed. Yeah, no problem, I'm hitching a ride with you anyway. Okay, then, see you then. Sure thing, Shanks. And Luffy headed up the mountain, where he would find his students. Mountain top. On the 7th day, Luffy pushed the 2 young men to their limit by sparing them. They were unable to lay a finger on him no matter what they tried. Listen here, you 2 eggheads. Tomorrow will be a new day, so you best behave no matter what happens. I'm going on a little trip, so. Then how are we going to get stronger, boss? Trust me, you have nothing to worry about. And if there was no one to train you, I thought you all enough that you can train yourself right. Yes, boss. Good. Day 8. So at dawn, Luffy met with the entourage of guards and marines that would be escorting newly appointed King Whoopslap to the reverie. Among the marines was his grandfather. Looks like his 2 days vacation was just to wait for the escort to the Holy Land. What are you doing here, kid? Garp pulled Luffy to the side, whispering to him, I need to know what I'm fighting, right? So going to the head of the snake would be the best. Luffy responded. He needed to know what he was facing. In his time in his original timeline, he only reached the pinnacle of the marines, never the world government in its entirety. Hey Gramps, care to show me what your prime looks like? Stupid kid, my prime is all the time. Garp slammed his fist on the palm of his hands and smiled menacingly towards Luffy. While before in his younger days he would be scared, this time he welcomed the challenge. Back in Fuchsia Village, where a new mayor had been elected, Ace and Sabo cheered for a moment before sneaking out to go to their training. Can you believe that Sis Makino became mayor? Sabo said as he walked side by side with Ace. I couldn't think of anyone else better than her for the job. So big bro Luffy has gone on his trip. What do you think he has in mind for us? Sabo and Ace finally arrive at their meeting place, where they found 3 intimidating figures waiting for them. Ah, so you are the little squirt Straw Hat wants us to watch over. The small, bipedal cybernetic cat had a massive smile over his face as he played with his gun. I didn't think our scouting mission was going to turn out to be entertaining. Karasu looked down on the boys, thinking of how strong they'll be after training with the strongest of the newly founded revolutionaries. Hello Ace and Sabo. We are asked by Luffy to help in your training. Dragon took a knee to be at eye level with them. The 2 brothers looked at one another and nodded their heads in unison. Suddenly, they built up what little momentum they had, and combined for a missile drop kick onto Dragon's face. Brother Luffy said, don't trust strangers. Ace yelled. Karasu and Lindbergh couldn't help but laugh. with the former hiding it and the other hysterically rolling on the floor. This was going to be harder than it looked. Day 9, Day 10, Day 11, Day 12. It took 3 days to travel from the Goa Kingdom to the Holy Land, Marijo. For lack of a better word, it was magnificent, grand in that everything was covered in gold and all sorts of rare metal. The streets were lined with pearly white marble, along with a line of people dressed in all white. Luffy could only assume that they were slaves. But he can't make a scene or there could be some dire consequences from his travel back in time. King Whoopslap had Luffy walk by him, his most trusted personnel from all the people that were guarding him. Again, he was a good judge of character, and there was something about the young man that drew people into him. Unfortunately, Luffy had to leave his straw hat on board the escort ship. He could not be seen in the Holy Land with the hat. It was Garp's orders. And no matter how much he protested, Garp would not budge, even using armament haki to shut him up. Speaking of Garp, he drilled some marine training onto Luffy as if to convince him to join the Marines. The 6 powers was a start, but Luffy was yet to master any of it. Luffy would come out battered and bruised by the end of the last 3 days, and yet he would always come back for more. Garp found his tenacity to be inspiring, pushing his own men to be more proactive in their training, citing his own grandson as a model example. Back at the Reverie, King Whoopslap was receiving deadly glare from the masses. For the former that ruled the Goa Kingdom was easy to manipulate and influence on the votes, Whoopslap was not up for shenanigans. He was a respectable, no-nonsense king who looked out for his people. That was why King Cobra of Alabasta was the first to greet him. Luffy remembered the Sage King. He did leave an impression on him. His escorts were Pell, Igaram, and Chaka, an impressive group to say the least. Don't mind them. King Cobra greeted King Whoopslap, extending his hands to the new king. Luffy found the exchange as a positive, but his ears perked up when an annoying voice was yelling at a distance. Something about the event being super boring and he wanted to go home. He looked at the general direction of the complaining and found Wapol as a young man, throwing a hissy fit at his father. Well then, shall we? King Cobra joined King Whoopslap in entering the meeting chamber. Everyone was allowed one person with them throughout the meeting. The conversations were mindless, but Luffy took note of the familiar people he saw in the room. King Cobra was loudly advocating for the desegregation of the fishman population, while King Riku of Dressrosa was supporting his claim. The King of the Drum Kingdom spoke in favor of the request as well, but Prince Wapol voiced his disdain at his father's request. King Elizabelo was indifferent to the entire case, which was a surprise for Luffy as that man was part of his armada. The rest couldn't be bothered. They cared more about financial support for their own pockets. Nothing got done during the first day of the reverie, primarily a bunch of wealthy individuals trying to get wealthier. And so Luffy escorted King Whoopslap out of the meeting hall, where social hour occurred afterwards. Noble efforts there, King Cobra. The king of Goa Kingdom approached his new ally, but it seems that these people do not want changes to happen. I agree. This time, it was King Riku of Dressrosa who approached the duo. Beside him was a menacing-looking gladiator named Kairos. Luffy kept close as to eavesdrops on their conversation. At the same time, he had been building a mental map of the place, just in case it would be useful for later. He didn't know if he just got smarter, but he paid attention to the little details now, which would make Law so proud of him if he knew. Anyway, Luffy was able to count about 200 guards on just the social hall. Then there were about 500 more surrounding a massive building, from the towers to the lower floor. But nobody was given access to it. He wondered what was there, but without getting closer, he wouldn't get a chance to take a peek. At least not yet. Day 13, Day 14, Day 15, Day 16, Day 17, Day 8. These past 6 days consist of primarily scouting missions, listening to mindless debates between the politicians, and nothing getting done in the end. He used his time wisely, memorizing the layout of what he had access to. Then he tested his luck on how close he could get within the important buildings before being forcefully turned away by the royal guards. He would feign a mistake before apologizing and going on his way. He wondered how strong the guards were. Maybe he could take them. But then there were so many that it might just not be possible at this point. One more day of political strife. Luffy was able to learn so much, yet not enough to justify the 1-week trip to the Holy Land. He made connections with different officers of different lands like Chaka, Pell, and Igaram of Alabasta. They were really cool people, proud of their historical heritage along with the beauty of their oasis. King Elizabelo dropped down his guards when he got to talking with Luffy, revealing the pressure and expectation of an entire country. He truly wanted to support the movement of banning segregation against the fishman population, but then he would lose financial backing from the other kings. Would you rather be a bad person, mixed with bad people ... or would you rather be a king who stands for what's right? This left an impression on the king, causing him to sway towards the side of Alabasta, Dressrosa, and Goa. Another surprise was the sudden support of King Ramen of Kano country. When the other kings began changing their stance, the king of Kano immediately switched sides. Luffy was surprised at this, seeing as this was the country where members of his armada, Sai and Old Man Chinzhou, were from. So now Alabasta, Dressrosa, Goa, Prudence, and Kano were now voting together. 5 out of 50 kings was still not enough to push the issue forward though. Drum Kingdom wouldn't even step up with the same original fear as Elizabeth. Now on the last day of socializing, the 5 kings were joined by their desire to find change in the world. While trading would be hard, they agreed to work together in spite of the other kings looking down on them. They were unable to make a change to the world this time. But in 4 years' time, they will come back with a stronger case. Luffy found inspiration in the political strife, despite thinking that it would be boring at first. This gave him the proper boost to enact his plan. He went into his room and dug into his bag. A red demon mask was in his hands. It was time to explore the Holy Land. He wasn't really the sneaky type, but he knew how to keep quiet. It was easy to move at the dead of night when the guards were relaxed. After all, the Holy Land had only ever been infiltrated one time, and that was by luck. Regardless, Luffy headed to the most heavily guarded place in the entire Holy Land. What was so special about that building, they kept it under heavy guards all the time. So Luffy snuck onto the roof of the building, sliding down to one of the high windows and opening it forcefully. It was locked, sure, but that never stopped him. He ensured that nobody heard him breaking in before sliding into the building. Curiously, he fell onto the marble floors, and before him, an empty throne surrounded by different kinds of weapons. That was it. That was the big fuss. An empty freaking throne. Couldn't have been all there was to it. But Luffy sensed approaching figures and immediately used Gear Second to get back to the upper window. It was too far to hear their conversation, and they seemed to be actively blocking out any attempt to be heard by others. Maybe some sort of hacky. So he decided to just retire for the night. He did not want to get caught in the Holy Land and risk being sent to Impel Down. A fucking empty throne. Go figures. Day 19, Day 20, Day 21. Then the entire event finally came to an end and people started heading to their ships. The Goa Kingdom lost many allies due to their new stance, but gained the respect of Alabasta, Kano, Prudence, and Dressrosa. So there he was, lying in his own bunker, relaxing from the long formality-ridden week. It frustrated him to no end that he wasn't able to get more information on the world government on his visit, especially the stupid empty throne, but at least he knew what it looked like, in case he had to travel here once more. It was time to go home, and it was time for more training with his grandfather. The journey back took another 3 days, mostly training and advising here and there for the new king. As soon as he got back, he made the slow walk to his sleeping place, just up above the mountain. And just as he was about to close his eyes, the sound of 2 frantic boys filled his ears. Ugh, boss, wake up. Ace shook Luffy into consciousness. He was very groggy from the lack of rest, as the sunlight pierced through his gaze. He took a moment to wake his body up, then he finally addressed the young man. What? Exclaimed Luffy, making a comical facial expression. We did it, look. Sabo was jumping up and down while Ace pointed at his pinky finger. They sure did it all right. Sabo's toe was covered in armament haki while Ace had his left pinky finger covered in the black coating. At least they managed to get a little bit of it despite being so young. And now his week was up and it was time to set sail with Shanks to the new world. And now it was the last day and the 2 boys managed to get a grasp of haki, even just a little bit. Good. Guess Dragon and his goons were some help then. Finally, now I can leave knowing that you both have the basics at least. Now hone your skills, push each other, and more importantly, do not die. He instinctively looked at Ace with this statement but quickly looked at Sabo as well. Well, we did kick their ass at first, but we let them train us. They left after a week though, so we had to teach ourselves the rest of the time. Nobody is killing me now that I have this new power, bro. Ace exclaimed. Yeah, I hope so. Wait, did you just call me bro? Luffy asked, in which Ace was perplexed. Sorry, I didn't. I meant boss. Ace began, but Luffy held out his hand to stop the young man. No, it's okay. Bro is good with me, but I am your big bro, got it? Same to you, Sabo. It felt so good to go back to how it used to be, even for only a moment. All right, big bro, exclaimed Sabo, though he had been sheepishly hiding something in his back the whole time. What is it? Hand it over. Luffy pointed at whatever Sabo had been hiding, in which the little boy revealed to be 3 cups and a sake bottle. Big bro, we heard of this tradition where if people share a drink together then they are eternally bonded as brothers ... We were thinking you will share a drink with us, said Sabo sheepishly, in which Ace nodded his head enthusiastically. They were expecting Luffy to flat out laugh at them or get angry for even suggesting such a thing, but instead, well, the big scary pirate man with a straw hat was bawling out, crying. Of course I would share a drink with you too, Luffy proclaimed, and he took a moment to compose himself. The Straw Hat teenager could not believe that he would still partake in the brotherly bonding between the youngsters. Before sailing off into the new world with the Red Force pirates, Luffy raised a glass of sake, along with young Ace and young Sabo. To Brotherhood, proclaimed Ace. To eternal bond. exclaimed Sabo. This was the happiest he has ever been, especially with the growing turmoil in his family. To ASL. Luffy merely whispered as he was extremely emotional from the events that will transpire. ASL, what does that mean, big bro? Ace asked the pirate. Ace, Sabo, Luffy, explained Luffy, to which the two children stupidly grinned. ASL, exclaimed the duo, to which they all decided that this was the opportune time to drink their sake. Luffy downed his drink, used to the burning sensation coursing through his entire being. Meanwhile, Sabo and Ace spat out their drink, not used to the strong spirit of sake. You boys train well. I will see you both in the new world, you hear? Luffy ruffled both of the youngsters' head before stretching his arm on a nearby tree, then catapulting himself to the sky. Bye, big bro. See you later, exclaimed Sabo, who had tears welling from his eyes. Ace did not say anything, though his eyes were filled with tears. Mayor House. Before heading to the port, on the front of the mayor house of Fuchsia Village, Luffy was met with the new king of Goa along with the new mayor of his hometown, King Whoopslap. Mayor Makino, what can I help you with? I just wanted to thank you, Luffy, for being my little brother. Take care of yourself, always. Mayor Makino embraced Luffy, not questioning how he grown so much. And for all the citizens of Dawn Kingdom, I also thank you, Luffy, for being, well, you never change, young man. Whoopslap placed a hand on his shoulder and gave him a nod. Despite ascending to kingship, Whoopslap never changed as a fundamentally good person. Luffy thanked the two people who were so present in his youth. He was glad he was able to make a positive change to the newly renamed Dawn Kingdom. Whoopslap will be an excellent ruler, along with Makino as a mayor of Fuchsia, port of Dawn Island. Luffy landed on both feet as Shanks had his back turned on him. The Straw Hat Pirate decided to surprise the red-haired man by smacking him on the back of his head. Shanks spat out his drink to the man in front of him, causing panic to both Luffy and Shanks. So we meet again, Mugiwara. The deadly glare could kill a common man, causing Luffy to tremble ever so slightly. For you see, Shanks was not talking to a random person. Shanks had been conversing with Dracula Mihawk. Hey Mihawk, been a while, hasn't it? Well, we're going to be going now. It was nice seeing you again. Luffy began to drag Shanks towards the Red Force to avoid an unnecessary battle with Mihawk. Mugiwara. His voice was chilling, deadly, and authoritative. This caused Luffy to stop once more, and Shanks sped walk to the Red Force, leaving the two men to settle their animosity. I have a proposition. Go on. This perked Luffy's interest. This seems like it was headed to where he thinks it will be going. It has come to my attention, in my times of crossing swords with red-haired, that you are a fascinating individual. You proclaim to be the next Pirate King ... Such a bold proclamation. Though I have to admit, you are quite strong for your age. Mihawk retrieved his black blade, Yoru, from his back and pointed it at Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy, if you are to become Pirate King, then I will aid you in your quest for my mission of becoming the world's greatest swordsman, aligned with your own aspirations. This caused many jaws to drop to the floor as Shanks and his crew were eavesdropping on their conversation. Even Luffy was too shocked to speak, causing Mihawk to clear his throat. Well, fuck yeah is my answer. Alright Mihawk, you can join me on my quest, but you better not be dead weight, you hear me? Luffy replied cockily, causing a smirk to form in the mouth of the swordsman. Wouldn't even dream of it, Captain, replied Mihawk, causing the red-forced pirates to drop on the floor. Mihawk returned his sword on his back while joining Luffy in entering the famed red-haired pirate's ship, the Red Force. For a serious guy, you sure are dramatic, Luffy states, causing a scoff from Mihawk. Dare he even say a laugh? I suppose, though Mugiwara, your desire will be the most dangerous of them all. For you see, I was there during the execution of Gall D. Roger. I was there when the golden age of piracy was kick-started by his announcement of One Piece. Stronger pirate crews are closer to the One Piece than we are at the moment. What is your plan? His concerns were true, though his goal of becoming the Pirate King was now secondary to saving the world. Of course, only Shanks knows about this, so that red-haired bastard better stay quiet. While traveling through time has changed my personality ever so slightly, I feel more competent and daring. Real simple, I gather strong allies. You are a lucky addition to my merry crew. The rest of the people I want in my crew are around, and we will get them all before we challenge for the final treasure, the One Piece. Real simple, all right, in his mind at least. You know, I'll take it back. I'm still as brain dead as usual. Then our passage to the New World will be in vain if we have no escape from the land of Charlotte Linlin. That is where we are going eventually, correct? Though Luffy was actually thinking ahead, even if just slightly. He already sent out a message to one of his recruits, to be exact. He was going to send the message eventually. Oi Luffy, you seriously are an interesting guy, huh? Shanks was waiting for the duo to join them. First mate Ben Beckham was the one giving out the orders for their departure while Shanks, Mihawk, and Luffy conversed with one another. Don't look at me. I didn't expect Mihawk to actually join me. In fact, I just threw a curveball. Luffy sat on a barrel located at the deck of the ship. Mihawk remained standing while Shanks took a hammock. Well, I thought he was really impressed with you and wanted to challenge you all the time in a way that he challenges me to duels. But for him to actually join you ... you must be stronger than what you let off," Shanks exclaimed. Red haki escaped him, slightly revealing his powerful aura. "I am right here, you know. I can hear both of you talking about me. To answer your question, red hair Mugiwara has shown the king's potential. The same feeling Gul D. Roger gave me on the day of his death. If Mugiwara is not as strong as I believe him to be, then he will die. If he is the man he is meant to be, then I will be his blade." "Well, thanks for believing in me, Mihawk. And don't worry, I don't plan on dying anytime soon. Better be ready to fight till you're almost dead," exclaimed Luffy, causing a chuckle from Shanks. "So how's dear old Buggy?" Shanks knew Luffy wanted to check up on the clown. "Hopefully, better than the last time I saw him." With this, Luffy gave him a smile. "And the rest of your week?" Shanks followed up. When he had to reschedule their departure, he didn't think Luffy would be for it. Boring. He still couldn't get over the fact that the big secret was an empty throne. "Yours?" To this, Shanks gave out an obvious blush, though only for a moment. "It was whatever you know." Luffy was going. Then silences covered the trio after the fit of laugh as they let themselves fall into their own deep thoughts. Shanks was thinking about Luffy's advice from the future. "Be wary of a dark user ... What could that mean? He knew no one of that sorts, or did he?" Mihawk had been thinking about the world government. He had a letter from them to join the Shichibukai as an agent of the Marines. He was invited to basically become a government dog. Garp reminded me of the proposition, but he knew how to respond to the request. He had his answer because his loyalty was placed at the hands of a stranger he barely met 3 weeks ago. How times have changed. Luffy had pulled out a piece of paper and was scribbling a letter. The letter consists of his request, his way out of Whole Cake Island, which in turn would be a strong addition to his crew, although he was not sure if the person who was receiving it would take him seriously. Maybe they would think it was a prank. Whatever, if push comes to shove, then he would just have to push his way through Big Mom and her many children, hopefully with the assistance of his initial choice for a first recruit. A second letter was written by Luffy, one of which was going somewhere in the North Blue. Hopefully the letter gets there on time. Mihawk had called for a messenger bird along with Luffy. Each one of them handed the bird a letter, one for different locations. Mihawk sent out a letter for his answer to the government's invitation, while Luffy sent out a letter to his hopefully future ally. "Get some rest, guys. We have a long journey ahead of us. Our first stop after the calm belt is going to be Sabaody Archipelago." Shanks waved goodbye to the duo while going to his sleeping quarters. Luffy was trembling from his chair. An interesting idea went through his head. "Hey, Mihawk." "Yes, Captain. Ready to raise some hell." "Where at?" "Sabaody Archipelago." Luffy had a plan on the island where world nobles frequently visit, where people are treated as nothing but property, where the slave auction house resides. "I see," was Mihawk's response. He did not really know the man completely, but he knew that he was not going to be bored in his adventures. Fishman Island, Fishman District. A saw shark fishman was speaking with a young aspiring sun pirate recruit. "Humans are mere garbage creatures created to destroy all of which we hold dear. Believe me, kid, in the future when you are part of the Sun Pirates, you will see what I mean," the saw shark fishman proclaimed, crossing his arms as he looked over the distance of the ocean. "Yes, boss Arlong, sir. Of course, humans will always be scum. There is no way about it." Suddenly an explosion could be heard all over Fishman District. In the distance, a massive submersible with the indentation of a dragon hoof was as clear as day. These were the Tenryubido, coming for some more slaves for their entertainment. "They are not brave enough to thread our seas. These are those damned slavers. Hurry, kid. Save yourself. I will hold them off." Although this sawshark fishman was ruthless in his hatred of humans, he will do anything for his own people. "Hatchin, Karubai, hurry and clear the area." "Yes, boss," exclaimed the duo, both of which were strong officers in the Sun Pirates. The octopus fishman and ray fishman followed the orders of their captain. "Commune bastards. You want a fishman, you have to go through me." The sawshark fishman released his saw blade while facing down his impending doom, for before him, a giant submersible was closing in. "Boss," Hatchin screamed as he pointed behind him. There the kid stood, with a small coral blade ready to assist him. "Kid," I said, "get back." He picked up the little fishman and threw him to where Karubai stood, though his actions to assist the young warrior caused him to miss the harpoon that penetrated his upper arm. In the distance where his sister resides, a massive blood-curdling screech could be heard all over the district, for his sister could feel the pain he was experiencing. "Brother," she screamed as the giant mermaid collapsed on the ground. It was at that moment that a vision went through her head. King, savior, redemption, blood, new era, a straw hat. What does this all mean? Why this vision now when her brother was in dire trouble? "Show me what will happen to my brother, you damned power." Then she saw it. She saw what would happen to her brother, and an air of relief encompassed her, knowing now what the future holds for him. "Fuck you." He brought his sword over his head and cut the harpoon that penetrated his arm. Though he got up to his feet, a series of electric nets were launched at his people. Like hello, let that happen. The lone fishman that day became a legend to his people, as with deadly injuries, he launched himself forward, cutting as many nets as he could. A slice to the left, then to the right, and finally through the middle. His efforts were rewarded with the safety of his people, though he now collapsed on one knee in the middle of a valley, facing the giant mechanical slaver's submersible. He had no more energy to fight, and the slavers did not want to leave empty-handed. With one final net, the slavers aimed it at the fishman hero over the valley. He smirked as the net came his way. He raised his hands in front of him, showing it to his captor. Then he lifted his middle finger and flipped off his captors as the net encompassed his weakened body. Electricity coursed through his body, and yet he gritted his teeth. He did not give them the satisfaction of his scream from pain. Instead, he passed out without a sound escaping from his mouth. As his eyes closed, he was being pulled away from his home. And in the slavers' wake, as well as frustration, they launched hundreds of missiles, barraging the poor district of the fishman population. His last thoughts were, where are the royal family, the king who was supposed to protect his people? He was a hero to his people, though now on his own. Stories traveled quickly of the hero of Fishman District, the hero by the name of Arlong the Saw. The life of Dracula Mihawk was really simple. At first it was only a journey to become the strongest. Then it became a conquest, an endless travel to find a worthy challenger. His quest brought him to red-haired Shanks, a man with prominent swordsmanship. He frequently challenged the pirate to a draw, and the two would usually share a drink before Mihawk would head out to challenge another. His boredom grew as he became stronger, and only Shanks became a challenge for him. Marines took notice of his immense strength as they extended an invitation for him to join the Warlord program, an alliance of sorts giving him unlimited freedom in exchange for his services to the Marines. He tossed the paper to the side as he headed to Dawn Island, the last known location of Shanks. As fate would have it, he overheard a monster amongst the residents of Dawn Island. It was there he met Luffy, his new captain. It was strange to submit himself after another man's leadership, but this was the man who he would help raise to the ranks of the Pirate King. Presently, he trains on the deck of the ship known as Red Force. It was there where he performed his daily training regimen. He brought his massive black blade, Yoru, over his head, counting each swing. 998.999.1000. Sweat dropped furiously on his face as he completed one part of his training. He then switched his grip to his right hand and began again. 1.2.3. His life was simple. His goal was only to become the best. If he wasn't the best, then he failed. It only took an hour to complete his daily regimen. And this day was special, for it was the day that they arrived in Sabaody Archipelago. The calm belt was fun, as usual. He managed to bathe his blade in Sea King's blood, though he only attacked those that attacked their ship. Mihawk demanded everyone to stand down as he performed the ship's security by himself. Luffy gave him the approval to do so, while Shanks was happy to let him get loose. Mihawk fended off as many Sea Kings as he could, but to those that broke his perimeter, he had to end their existence. Hopefully the King of the Seas does not seek him for vengeance. Not even he would want to challenge the power of King Neptune. The King of the Sea could rival the strongest of the surface world, and hopefully he did not awaken his wrath. As they near Sabaody Archipelago, Mihawk took the opportunity to take a quick shower, resting his mind and body for his captain's plan. He knew full well what the ending was for what they were about to do. Luffy could not contain himself as the Red Force docked on the island. Remembering his last two experiences on the island wasn't the most pleasant of times. The first of which caused the separation of his crew, the second, a reunion. But with Sabaody came the human trafficking, slavery, and celestial douchebags running around the archipelago. I'm going to meet an old friend. Behave yourself, Luffy. And no matter what, do not engage the celestial dragons. Shanks disembarked from his ship joined by Lucky Roo and Ben Beckham. They eventually disappeared in the crowd. It was then that Mihawk joined him. Ready, Captain? Mihawk asked. He wore his usual attire, although he did not bring his coat for this encounter. He was shirtless with white wrapping on his waist. He wore his usual black pants and shoes. His beard was perfectly trimmed with his cross necklace hanging from his neck. Finally, the most notable of his features was Yoru, the black blade along his back. Luffy finally stood up. His face was fuming with anger. He could feel their despair. People were crying as their spirits withered away for a lifetime of unwilling servitude. Slaves. Several different species have been pushed to the lowest in order to further the pride of Celestial Dragon. Slaves. They were forced to do as the slavers pleased, unimaginable things that dehumanized them. It was wrong, and Luffy knew that today will be the day that legal slave trading will end in Sabaody. Luffy led the way as he followed the area with the most restless aura in the entire island. He held his head high as his eyes flared in anger. Every step he could feel his emotions swelling. In front of them a celestial dragon rode another human, laughing along as he made his slave eat the grass on the ground. I want another one. This one is old and useless, mused the piece of shit. I ought to just kill you here and now, but I'm kind. I'll let my new slaves kill you. Please, sir. I have a family. The man cried as he chewed on the grass off the ground, forced by the celestial dragon to consume. Did I say you can talk trash? A jolt of painful electricity coursed through the body of the poor man as the celestial dragon wanted to punish him. Your name is now Trash and you do not speak ever, Trash. Despite the inhumane treatment, many people chose to ignore what was happening. What could they do? The celestial dragons have a firm grasp on the world. They are worshipped as godlike beings. So what could they really do? Nothing is the answer. But the man who could care less was there that day. Monkey D. Luffy walked towards the celestial dragon, each step causing a crater to form under his feet. His fist was curled in his rage. The celestial dragon took notice of the man approaching him. Hey, stop where you are. Do you know who I am? His guards blocked Luffy's path, but they were quickly forced out of the way as Mihawk took the defiance as a sign to cut them down. He took Yoro and slashed the guards across their chest, effectively eliminating them from Luffy's path. Their blood floated in the air as time seemingly slowed down for the celestial dragon. No words were said that day as Monkey D. Luffy took every ounce of his strength to bring his fist back. Every pent-up emotions he built up throughout this time travel debacle. His anger to not being able to save his friends in his timeline, finally being released to the skull of the celestial dragon. His fist connected, sending the celestial flying throughout several hundred yards, crashing through buildings. If it wasn't for his protective suit, he would be dead. Mihawk cut the cuff that bound the slave, and before it exploded, Mihawk had swiftly tossed the exploding collar to the sky. I'm free, exclaimed the former slave as tears flowed from his eyes. My family ... oh my family. He then began to run towards the port, unsure where to go, but as far away from the celestial dragon as the way to go. The celestial dragon finally stopped at the footstep of the auction house, where an auction was currently taking place. The announcer had just presented a powerful fishman for sale. Sold for 1 million biri, where the highest bidder happens to be the father of the celestial dragon that Luffy sent flying. As he was given his prize, he danced gleefully at obtaining a fishman for a slave. Those were rarities in their market. Listen here, you filthy maggot. Bend on your knees and be my footrest, exclaimed the slaver. The fishman did not comply, giving him a deadly glare. Oh, you need to learn quickly. It was then that the slaver shocked the collar which held the fishman. This caused him to scream out in pain, finally collapsing to his knees. That's a good boy. It was then that the slaver placed his feet on the back of the fishman and laughed to himself as he successfully submitted the fishman to his will, albeit it was despicable. Learn your place, scum ... You fishmen are merely objects meant to be possessed by humans. People have this delusion that you can ever be above what you truly are, but you can't. You are nothing but bottom dweller, mere footrest for us. Listen well as I. Though shock quickly filled the room as a commotion occurred in the entrance of the auction hall. The celestial dragon's son passed out in the entranceway, visibly twitching uncontrollably. His suite was filled with blood. Royalty blood that means so much to them. What is the meaning of this? Exclaimed the elder celestial dragon, though his throat suddenly found itself at the mercy of a giant black blade sitting diagonally across his body. Beside him a man with a straw hat sat comfortably, though he had been rubbing his hands together, seemingly containing himself from a violent outburst. The elder slowly took his foot off of the fishman, quietly putting his hands to the sky. The fishman stepped back a little, giving a scornful look at his slaver and an equally disdainful look at the bladed human and the straw hat wearing human. I'm going to tell you what happens now, he said in a low voice, then addressing the crowd who were too scared to move. You pieces of shit who participate in this need to clear out. Now, people began to flock out, leaving Luffy, Mihawk, the slaves on the stage for auction, and the fishman slave beside the elder celestial dragon. Listen to me, and listen to me real carefully. This auction will no longer take place ever again, or next time we meet, your neck will not be attached to its body. You think you will be able to get away from this? The elder celestial dragon exclaimed, as he did not even show an ounce of fear. What you fail to understand is that I do not care, Luffy said coldly. It was at this moment that he looked at the saw shark fish man. His eyes remained ablaze. Then within a millisecond, the cuff that covered his neck exploded in the sky. Luffy had used a technique he learned from Elder Hayu back in Udon prison. This seemed like centuries ago, but in reality it was only a couple of weeks ago. How did you? The man asked. Doesn't matter, you will die soon enough. But he also found himself with his eyes behind the back of his head. The fish man had been freed, and he took this opportunity to chop the man's shoulder, effectively knocking him out. You, who are you? Mihawk took his blade and placed it over his shoulder. He was referring to the fish man who knocked out the celestial dragon. I am Arlong the Saw. Who the hell are you, humans? His voice was coated in venom as he openly hated them. Filthy creatures in his mind, only truly seeing their evil side and not their good side. I know exactly who you are. Though Luffy finally stood up, staring at the collapsed form of the celestial dragon. You're more than welcome to do anything at this point. Luffy took the time to hop on the stage and took the collar off of each and every single slave present in that auction. You can all go now, be safe. Trembling erupted outside the auction hall as the Celestial Dragon pressed their distress signal. Now an army of Marines enclosed the auction house along with the impending arrival of an admiral. Any minute now one of the powerhouses of the Marines will rain on their parade. This was not something Luffy thought of carefully, as dying or getting caught here could result in a game-over scenario. But he thought he had enough failsafe with Mihawk and Shanks on his side. Disco, the man who held the auction, had his hands up. He feared for his life at the arrival of Dracula, Mihawk, and the strange man with the straw hat. Despite the arrival of the Marines, Luffy remained calm now with his sights set on Disco. You need to tell whoever is in charge that I will be coming for his head. He then joined Mihawk and Arlong at the entranceway, where a group of Marines were surely waiting to ambush them. Are you stupid? You are openly challenging the Don Quixote family, Disco exclaimed, sure of himself that the strange man will tremble in fear at the name mentioned. I don't give a fuck who owns this place. I'm putting an end to it, Luffy answered, then punched Disco in the face, knocking him out. He then turned to the two people beside him. He considered them people, not human, not fishmen, people. Even though he had his qualm with Arlong, he could hopefully be redeemed in this timeline. Hopefully, outside these doors are an army or Marines, possibly a Marine admiral arriving soon. Our way out is Shanks' ship located at the northern port of Sabaody. He then kicked the door open without warning. I didn't agree to work with you, human. Although it was too late, as Luffy, Mihawk, and Arlong found themselves surrounded by hundreds of Marines, cannons and guns pointed in their direction. Before the Marines could mouth off their warning, Luffy activates Gear Second, dashing past the Marines' blockade. Arlong looked at Mihawk, who smirked and brought his blade forward, disappearing in the same manner. Fire! Exclaimed the Marine captain, although the Marines did not know which direction to fire. Arlong had a split second to contemplate his choices. He opted into following them for now, just to escape. If they say his name with hatred common with humans, he will kill them himself. Despite being on land, Arlong was able to keep pace with Luffy and Mihawk, although Luffy was much faster than the duo. 1 second Mihawk and Arlong were running, and the next they were met with a massive explosion as the force of a powerful haki-infused smash, hitting the ground before them. Mihawk and Arlong stop in their path as a certain purple-haired Marine admiral has two arms covered in the black resin-like armor known as armament haki. Luffy felt it. This man was none other than Zephyr ... He did not think about him. Out of all the Marine admirals that could come, he had to be the headache. That got him to thinking, who were the other admirals at this time? Was it Sengoku and Tsuru? He wondered. Luffy quickly stopped in his tracks and returned to aid Mihawk and Arlong. He couldn't let Mihawk die now. And Arlong, well, he can fuck off, but he felt sort of responsible for him for the time being. Arlong was the first to rush Zephyr, not knowing full well who this man was. He found out quickly that he was severely outmatched as he was flattened with a stomp in mere milliseconds. Even Mihawk, who charged the admiral, found that his blade was deflected easily and met a powerful punch squarely on his jaw. Within seconds, Marine Admiral Zephyr has defeated Arlong in his prime and Mihawk during his younger days. Dracula, Mihawk, you were supposed to be one of those dogs that the world government was going to bring in. Guess your answer is as clear as day. As he prepared the cuffs, they were knocked off of his hands by a man with the straw hat. A jet stamp on Monkey D. Luffy has returned. Who might you be and how did you bypass my observation? Zephyr stated, slightly intrigued by the new arrival. But Luffy did not have time to chat, so instead of wasting time, Luffy bombarded Zephyr with a rain of punches. Gamu Gamu no Gatling. Zephyr covered his face and body with both arms as the punches had some weight within them. Though as soon as the barrage ended, the dust cleared out. His two prisoners as well as the straw hat fellow were gone. He smirked to himself and closed his eyes, sensing the trio in the distance. Luffy had bought himself enough time to retrieve Arlong and Mihawk. He would run faster if he would drop Arlong ... and know that would be wrong. Maybe he should leave the giant blade ... and know Mihawk won't be Mihawk without his beloved blade. So now he was stuck carrying dead weight. In the horizon he can finally see the red force. Shanks, let's go, screamed Luffy at the top of his lungs. Despite the distance, he could see that the red force had been fully coated already. Luffy, you dumbass. I said be good. Shanks wasn't actually understanding why the Marines were demanding for him to anchor at port, but now he knew the reason. Luffy had done something real stupid. So Shanks had been conversing with a Marine who had been forcing him to anchor, and instead of continuing diplomacy, he socked him in the face. Luffy tossed Arlong and Mihawk on the ship, panting frantically as he ran at full speed. We got to go now. All hands on deck, men, commanded Shanks as he could see a purple streak coming swiftly their way. He was not going to let them go easily, and the red force just needed a little extra time before it could fully submerge. Shanks pulled out his blade, Griffon, and disappeared in a red streak of his own. As the Red Force was going down into the ocean, Zephyr had caught up, attempting to stop the pirates from escaping, although before he could make contact with the pirate ship, he was met midair by a red-haired pirate. The Marine Admiral suddenly found himself pushed slightly backwards, giving the pirate ship enough time to submerge. "Bye, Marine." With that simple exclamation, the red-haired pirate switched direction midair and dove after his ship. "Red hair, the hell!" Zephyr exclaimed out loud as he landed on the port of Sabaody. Two pirates actually slightly altered his trajectory. This could only mean one thing: he needs to get stronger. Maybe even take up Vegapunk in his offer for a powerful mechanical arm that could enhance his own strength. Just maybe. Aboard the Red Force, Shanks finally penetrated the bubble, joining the people on deck of the Red Force. Luffy smiled at the pirate captain where Shanks had been panting heavily from the clash with the Marine Admiral. "Thanks, Shanks," Luffy said as he sighed in relief. He would have been happy to take care of Zephyr in a similar manner. But Shanks was strong, really strong. He was going to be an emperor after all. "Well, it was all of our hide that was in danger, so I had to do what a captain needs to do," Shanks states, causing his crew to laugh at their captain. Despite his light-hearted nature, Shanks took his job seriously. "So now we'll be heading to Fishman Island." "Captain, we have a problem," Ben Beckham stated as he looked through a periscope. "What is it, Ben?" Shanks asked as he was handed the periscope. Ben pointed directly in front of them. Several hundred yards in the distance he could see a Jolly Roger of a very powerful personality. "Crap. What? Why? Who is it?" Luffy was handed the periscope and it took a minute to focus on the Jolly Roger in the distance. "By the way, how did your meeting go with Rayleigh?" Luffy focused on the Jolly Roger that waved on top of a bunch of ships. "Okay, it's a big pirate crew. What's the big deal?" Shanks slapped his forehead. "It went fine." "Wait, how did you know?" "Never mind, just look again. Carefully." At this point, Arlong and Mihawk finally came to their senses. But Arlong had found his hands were not bound. A strange feeling, especially at the presence of humans. It was like they thought of him as equal, almost as if he was not just a fishman filth. In the presence of humans, his people are treated as nothing but animals, objects to be possessed. But in the presence of the Straw Hat Man, he was not having this feeling. "Why?" Mihawk shook out of his daze, finally regaining his footing. He mentally beat himself up for not reacting properly to the situation. He ended up being manhandled by a Marine Admiral. He needs to be better. He has to be better. Luffy smiled at Arlong and Mihawk, who were finally getting back on their feet. He then finally looked again as instructed, and now he could see why Ben and even Shanks was so worried. For several hundred yards from them, the Jolly Roger that currently was in Fishman Island belonged to none other than Edward Newgate, or as the name he was best known as, Whitebeard. "Oh no, Fishman Island. Here's the plan. You all let me do the talking, and the situation should not escalate." Shanks tapped his foot on the ground nervously. Presently, the group had gathered in the mess hall, where they sat around a bench table. Luffy sat in front of Shanks with Mihawk standing behind him. Lucky Roo and Ben Beckham sat beside their captain. Arlong had left them at the first opportunity that he could. Not that anybody was stopping him or anything. "Okay, we won't stay for too long, right?" Luffy didn't have any major plans for Fishman Island yet. Well, maybe there's a certain annoying fishman he had to eliminate. That would be a job for Mihawk. "No, I hope we can just pass through, but I don't think Whitebeard will let us pass by his lands without knowing what we are doing here." "All right then," Luffy confirmed. He would not cause trouble if trouble doesn't find him. That's kind of hard. Shanks and his group made their way back to the deck, giving Luffy a slight smile. "I hope that the King of the Sea does not punish me for killing those beasts in the calm belt," Mihawk stated. "To challenge King Neptune, though, would be great." "I wouldn't worry about it," Luffy said as he chuckled a little. "Anyways, I need you to locate and take care of a certain fishman. He goes by the name of..." "Got it," Mihawk said as he also joined the red-haired pirates on the deck of the ship. Fishman Island was quickly approaching. "Captain, we'll be on Fishman Island in a few minutes," Mihawk stated as he returned to inform Luffy. "Thank you." Arriving at Fishman Island felt tense. Whitebeard's men glared at the incoming red-haired pirates. The most notable figures were his division commanders. Each and every one of them carried a deadly aura emitting something similar to what Mihawk could produce. They were stronger than they let off during the War of the Best. He has to watch out for them or else. They docked next to the Moby Dick. The massive ship was so masterfully crafted Luffy could only admire it, as this was the second time he saw it in person. The red-haired pirate followed the lead of Shanks, with Luffy and Mihawk bringing up the rear. Luffy couldn't help but admire the surroundings. This time he was not steamrolling through Fishman Island as he did in his previous life. This time he could actually breathe a little while slowly making their way to Ryugu Palace. "Queen Ottoheim, we are humbled by your presence." Suddenly the entire Red Force pirates fell on their knees, honoring the Queen of Fishman Kingdom. Mihawk also took a knee to honor the Queen, while Luffy had a stupid look on his face as he was happily digging his nose. "You idiot, get on your knees. This is the Queen of the entire Fishman Island." Shanks had a deadpan look on his face as he whispered loudly to the man in the back of the group. "Oh, sorry, Queen Sama." though he still did not fall on his knees. The group gasped collectively, though instead of being offended by it, the queen laughed at his cluelessness. "You are an interesting one, Mugiwara-san." She then swam towards him and joined him. She then took his hands and shook it. Suddenly Luffy could see some important part of her life history. A vision passed him, as if he was looking at Queen Ottoheim's life through a viewer's eye. A bullet from the crowd met the queen and her life faded. Luffy finally returned to the present time. This was freaky. It was as if he was granted selective knowledge on all beings, and it seemed to be triggered by some sort of contact, though it couldn't just be touched because he shook Shanks' hands and Mihawk's hand and he didn't see their life story. He even hit Ace and Sabo multiple times and he didn't see something he didn't already know about their life. Not only has he become more forward and confident, he could now see someone's life that took place in his original timeline. This is some weird god intervention that's happening here. Who are you puppeteers? It was as if this being wants me to really succeed. Well, thank you, I guess, whoever you are, Mr. Mugiwara. Queen Ottoheim had a concerned look on her face as Shanks was visibly punching his own face at Luffy's stupidity. He then quickly snapped back to his senses and saved himself. Thank you, Queen-sama. I am alright, just saw something interesting. He could see Shanks sighing in relief, though to his surprise, the queen took his hands and dragged him ahead of the group. Come now, Mugiwara-san. Let us get you to my husband. I have a good feeling about you. Her smile was warm. It brought great comfort to him. It felt almost like she was his mother. Her aura just really brought that about her. So this was Queen Ottoheim, and through his look through her life, he could feel how genuine she was as a person. What he saw was her final moments. As a bullet penetrated her skin, she had no ill will. She just wanted to unify the fishmen and humans, ending the lifetime of segregation between the two races. Her smile remained in her face despite the grief of her entire family. She wanted them to see her smiling before her passing. She wanted them to continue her mission despite her death. She wanted this unification more than anything in the world. And that, on its own, told a lot of her character and willpower. Luffy was dragged to the palace by Queen Ottoheim, bypassing the royal guards and normal formalities of meeting the King of the Sea. Shanks had told him previously that the usual procedure is they would arrive, walk to the palace, get patted down for weapons, then wait a couple hours to meet the king, pay him respect, then head out to the next island. But I guess he gets a pass on the boring procedure for piquing the queen's interest. King Neptune, I have brought with me an interesting man. Queen Ottoheim opened the palace throne room without knocking. Behind the door it revealed King Neptune, sitting mightily on his throne. His younger muscular frame was a surprise to see the king having a 10-pack and long flowing blonde hair. He was so used to seeing the king as a plump-up old man, a shadow of his glory days, that this was a sight to see. And in front of him was a giant being, a monster amongst men, 13 years younger. It was none other than Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. He wielded his world-shattering Bicento on right hand as he seemed to be discussing an important matter with the king. Queen Ottoheim, please join me in the back room swiftly. This intrusion is unforgivable, exclaimed King Neptune. Luffy was taken aback, but Queen Ottoheim happily followed her husband to the back room behind the throne. It was there where their conversation could be heard outside. Despite trying to whisper, Luffy could hear what they were talking about, and so could Newgate. My love, I told you that I can't have you intruding like this, especially when I have a guest. Oh, you big fish you, this one is important. I can feel it. Alright, fine. What is it with him that made you interrupt my meeting with Whitebeard, our protector? While I felt a certain way about him, it was as if the gods have blessed him with a powerful purpose. Do you get what I mean? Darling, you mean to tell me you interrupted my important meeting with a feeling? Why yes, of course. Do you question me? Queen Ottoheim raised her voice slightly, causing the king to back down a little. Of course not. Very well, let's hear what this man's purpose is. Edward Newgate was on a different level. His powerful haki naturally emitted from him. Weak beings would eventually pass out from being exposed to him for too long. Luffy was using a little more haki than he would in order to contradict the power that Whitebeard was emitting. He stared him dead in the eye, and the pirate emperor started right back at him. Luffy crossed his arms with a serious look on his face, while Whitebeard held his Bicento on his right hand, standing firmly in front of Luffy. The duo had been listening in on the king and queen's conversation, and they couldn't help but snicker a little. So, you must be something else to influence the queen as such, Whitebeard began. Luffy couldn't help but mentally slap himself. He was supposed to go into Fishman Island, pay respect to the king, and leave. Now he was morally obliged to assist the queen so that she does not die, take care of a certain annoying fishman, and now deal with Whitebeard's suspicious gaze. He quickly extended his observation haki, trying to locate Mihawk, just in case he would need backup. He found him at the entrance of the palace, waiting to be granted passage to the palace just like everyone else. Luffy wondered if a fight broke out between him and Whitebeard, if Shanks would intervene, or if the man would let him get beaten down. I suppose. I don't believe we've met. Monkey D. Luffy is my name. Luffy extended his hands. He wasn't only trying to be courteous as to defuse the tense situation, he was also trying to see if hand-to-hand contact would trigger his vision. Whitebeard stared him down a little bit longer but decided to take the handshake. Thorpe's Brade. I'm Edward Newgate. You can call me Whitebeard. He firmly grasped the hand of the scrawny teenager. What surprised the Emperor was that Luffy returned the firm grip. So what brings you to my territory? Grandson, and just passing through really, replied Luffy, though in his mind, he was very confused. Where was the vision he saw earlier from shaking the Queen's hands? Was it some sort of selective permeability? Whenever it's convenient. Damn you puppeteer. Whitebeard slammed his bicento on the ground, causing a small ripple to form around Luffy. Be on your way then, your presence annoys me. Luffy was about to respond, but the situation was abruptly interrupted by one of the most powerful members of the Sun Pirates, a large blue whale shark who was hailed as the strongest of the fish-man population, Knight of the Sea Jinbei. This disruption caused King Neptune and Queen Ottoheim to return from their meeting, both of which were very confused, then concerned, and lastly alarmed. Jinbei's hands were covered in fishman blood. King Neptune, Queen Ottoheim, Fisher Tiger ... he's dying. Suddenly everyone was in overdrive. Many things happened at once. King Neptune summoned his carriage, bringing Queen Ottoheim and Jinbei with him. Despite being quick swimmers, the carriage would still be a faster way to the Fishman District. Luffy and Whitebeard were left in the throne room and they both looked confused on what to do next. I'm going to follow them. Luffy began, and to his surprise, Whitebeard nodded his head. Then the Emperor sat on the stairs that led to the king's throne, caressing his beard as he fell deep in thoughts. After some time, he decided to go outside. Outside the palace, the red-haired pirates were just making their way inside the castle when a group of fishermen rushed past them. Amongst the people were the king and the queen. They did not stop for a conversation as they immediately boarded a carriage and rushed off somewhere. Luffy would casually pass them as well, saying something to Mihawk, in which case he nodded and disappeared towards the hardshell tower. Luffy then glowed a pink color and steam emitted from his body and he was gone, following after the carriage. Shanks looked at his men to find an answer, in which case they were as confused as he was. To make matters worse, here comes Whitebeard, who was as confused as he was. Old man, Shanks exclaimed. Despite being younger and possibly weaker than the strongest man alive, he still carried an aura of confidence in himself. Red-haired brat, who was that kid with you? Shanks was surprised by the old man ignoring his disrespect. Luffy must have really left an impression. Fishman District. Boss, what happened? Arlong had arrived only to hear screams from the Sun Pirate headquarters. He immediately rushed to the building only to find Fisher Tiger bleeding out. He laid on a table, barely able to breathe. Humans ... they sold me out. Fisher Tiger could barely speak, and Aladdin placed his hands on the man's shoulder, taking over the story. Arlong, I am glad you are okay. The last time we heard from you, we were told that you have been captured by humans. Aladdin began by greeting his fellow Sun Pirate commander. What happened to Boss Fisher Tiger was atrocious. A human was returned to her homeland, Full Shout Village, but the boss was sold out by the other villagers to the world government. We were ambushed by hundreds of Marines. He then brought his arms forward. I give my blood to you, Boss Fisher Tiger, but it will not be enough. We found a pack of human blood in the Marine battleship that we stole. This will be enough to save your life. No, Fisher Tiger mustered up enough energy to slap the human blood from Aladdin's hands. What would be life-saving blood ended up on the floor, staining the ground everyone stood on. Aladdin, you are very brave for doing that ... but I refuse to take the blood of which took so much from me. As he began relaying the information of his true origin, Jinbei returned with King Neptune and Queen Ottoheim. The Sun Pirates were about to kneel and Fisher Tiger attempted to get up to show his respect, but King Neptune held up his hand. No, please, just tell us how we can help. The king had a lot of respect for Fisher Tiger, the man who freed his people from the humans, creating a revolution like no other. Even he could attest to the man's amazing character and drive. King Neptune, Queen Ottoheim, this will be my resting place. I can't let go of my hatred against humans, and therefore I can't accept their blood. He then coughed up more blood, barely able to muster enough strength to speak. For you see, before he could continue, the moment was interrupted by one Straw Hat Luffy, who was standing in between Jinbei and Arlong. Why not? Why not take the blood that can save your life? Luffy probed. He extended his own forearm, indicating that they should take his blood. Take mine, my blood type is universal. Despite the shock of his sudden arrival, everyone looked at Fisher Tiger for his answer. King Neptune was about to say something as he looked to be fuming, but Queen Ottoheim held him back. Wait, she whispered to her beloved. This eased the king slightly, allowing the conversation to commence. Humans, you only see us as animals. There will never be a world where humans and fishmen can coexist. I have seen horrible things that humans do to my people. They kill us for sport, mocked our appearance for being blue, green, red. Worse is when ... when they flay our people for fucking wall decoration. Fisher Tiger began to go off. His life-threatening injuries were now dissipating in his mind as anger filled his thoughts. Blood began to quickly pour out of his wounds due to the outburst. Imagine this, Mugiwara. A world where humans rode us as if we did not have thoughts of our own. Our women were treated like exotic sex slaves for the pleasure of those monsters. Tell me how this wrong can be right. I get it, I get your pain. Luffy began. What you saw in your life is the lowest that our species can go. We are not all like that. Take Whitebeard for example. He could have left Fishman Island vulnerable, but instead he decided to take it under his wing as his territory. And he does not gain anything from claiming it. His actions are strictly to protect your people from those who have ill will. Plus, more recently I was involved in the Reverie, where 5 nations actively advocated against the segregation laws against the Fishman population. He was about to continue, but Arlong suddenly spoke up. Boss Fisher Tiger, this human is different. He saved me from a lifetime of servitude. I was going to be a slave as I was captured mere days ago, and he punished the human who attempted to own me ... and did not ask for anything in return, nor did he show any animosity towards me. Arlong then looked at Luffy and gave him a weak smile. My hands were never bound. He held out his wrist to show everyone that no rope was tied around him. Take his blood, boss, please. Luffy then awaited Fisher Tiger's answer. His first thought was how different Arlong was before becoming a human-hating scumbag who subdued Nami's village. Thus Arlong was sincere in his world, even being open to receiving the aid of a human. In his timeline, Arlong would massacre his own people before any of them could think about working with a human. Maybe this is someone else completely, not twisted by the death of Fisher Tiger. I'm not here to gain anything. Nothing that I do today will be done to further my own ambition. I am doing this from my heart, so please ... let me save your life. Fisher Tiger took a moment to gaze into the eyes of the human before him. He tried to read him, trying to understand why he is doing what he is doing. But nothing but clear thoughts could be seen behind his eyes, just a pure soul trying to help. So without wasting any more time, Fisher Tiger laid back on the table he was laying on and extended his arm. All right, was his answer. Queen Otoheim quickly took control. Clear the room except Mugiwara-san and Aladdin-san. Queen Otoheim commanded, causing everyone to go out of the room in a flurry. Arlong looked at Luffy one more time before heading outside. Despite the assistance of a human in this situation, there was still something that built up within him. The humans that betrayed Fisher Tiger. Arlong exited the room and gathered his belongings. He had somewhere to be. Several hours passed and everyone waited patiently outside of the Sun Pirate base. Jinbei had been conversing with King Neptune inside his carriage. The other members of the Sun Pirate were phasing around nervously. Finally, Queen Otoheim exited the building. Everyone suddenly became alert, looking at her bloody gloves. He's going to be okay, but he needs to rest for some time, Queen Otoheim proclaimed to the gleeful response of the entire Sun Pirates along with King Neptune. Can we see him, darling? King Neptune asked. Jinbei remained by him, trying to see the captain. All right, but 2 at a time, please. Before she could finish, Jinbei had entered the facility, leaving the group behind. King Neptune followed behind him and was also interested in finding out if the hero was okay. Inside the room, Aladdin could be seen slouched down on the floor taking a quick nap. The exhausting day finally caught up to him. Luffy was sitting beside Fisher Tiger, conversing with the man he just saved. Yeah, and I had a buddy who was a swordsman, and he ended up beating a stone man. Not just any stone man, but a giant stone man. Well, how did he get him to come out? Fisher Tiger had bandages all over his body, covering his fresh wounds. The blood transfusion from Luffy and Aladdin saved his life. He cut him until he revealed himself, mid-air. Luffy made a cutting gesture mid-air. Well, Fisher Tiger began to chuckle but quickly groaned in pain as his wounds began to hurt. Boss, be careful. Jinbei joins him quickly. Yeah, Jinbei, I am okay. Fisher Tiger once again tried to get up but could not. Sorry, King Neptune, I would kneel if I could. Nonsense, Fisher Tiger, you have done so much for this kingdom already, said the king. Thank you. He then surveyed his guest. Mugiwara, if it wasn't for Arlong, I would not even consider this. But you alone have opened my eyes to a new world, one where we can all coexist. By the way, where is Arlong? He left in a hurry earlier. I couldn't ask him where he was going. Jinbei began to, which Fisher Tiger grabbed his shirt, using what little energy he had, pulling Jinbei closer. Get him back ... He's going for revenge. I know him, exclaimed the Sun Pirate captain. Yes, boss, Jinbei said shakily, finally understanding the situation. He ran back outside, hounding orders to the Sun Pirates. They won't be quick enough. Where is he going? Luffy asked. Full Shout Island. But Mugiwara, you will need assistance. Jinbei was busy preparing the Sun Pirate to worry more about what Luffy was going to do. Instead of chasing after the man, he got his men together. Luffy had dashed through Fishman Island. Being underwater slowed him down slightly, but he managed to have at least 80% of his speed. Arlong was going to do something stupid, he just knows it. As fate would have it, Mihawk joined him in his pursuit. Where to? The swordsman had just finished his mission when he joined Luffy. Arlong's gonna get himself killed on Fool Shout Island, replied Luffy, determined to reach the fishmen before the worst could happen. Got it. Suddenly Mihawk sneezed. Fool Shout Island. Arlong currently drifted underneath a marine battleship. He did not care for his life, as all he cared about was obtaining revenge for his boss. What the Marines did was unforgivable. He stacked the Marine ship, waiting for an opportunity to jump them at their most vulnerable. He then found his moment, when the majority of the Marines were below deck and only petty officers were cleaning the deck. Arlong swam for some momentum, then jumped aboard the Marine ship. There he took care of the closest Marine to him by tossing them overboard. Another Marine tried to rush to the alarm system, to which he threw a sword at him, hitting his right leg. Arlong moved on to 2 more Marines by slamming their heads against each other. A Marine did manage to sound the alarm as Arlong made easy work of the small fodders. "It's Arlong the saucer," exclaimed one of the Marine captains on a messenger snail. "Shut up," exclaimed Arlong as he grabbed the man's head and slammed it across the deck. "You shouldn't have done that," said the man on the other line of the call. It only took a few seconds, but a flash of light emitted from behind Arlong. Then he found his face planted on the deck of the ship. "Told you," said the same voice as what was on the line. "Who the hell are you?" Arlong struggled under the power of the new arrival. Vice Admiral Lino is the name. The Vice Admiral held him down with one hand, speaking very slowly. "Arlong the Saw, you are under my command." 2 new figures joined them on the ship. The man with the straw hat was the one who spoke up, claiming the fish man as one of his own men. "Friends of yours?" Borsalino asked as he looked at his captive. "Tusk," was Arlong's only response. "You guys asking to go to prison too, huh? Wait a minute, is that Dracula Mihawk?" Borsalino looked at Mihawk, then the man with the straw hat. "And you must be ... who cares? Just put your hands in the air and wait your turn." Though it was clear what the answer of the 2 men were, as Borsalino found half of his face cleaned right off. It was definitely a punch coming from the straw hat person. If this was done by a blade, his head would be clean off. "Now why would you do that?" Borsalino removed his fedora, placing it on the ground. He let go of Arlong for a moment before dissipating into light particles. Luffy and Mihawk stood back to back as they anticipated the first move of the Vice Admiral. A light beam suddenly emitted from the sky and was aimed for Mihawk. But due to his quick reflexes, he was able to cut the energy with Yoru. Though his swing was too wide, Borsalino appeared below him with a powerful uppercut, then quickly disappearing once more. Mihawk fell back slightly but regained his position. It was Luffy's turn now as Borsalino decided to rain him with hundreds of light particles. Luffy matched the energy with a barrage of punches. Despite his quickness, he could not catch all the light beams. Those that were able to get through grazed him slightly, but he was able to put up armament haki to minimize the damage. Borsalino materialized beside him, mocking him. "Tell me, how come I never heard of you before, Mugiwara?" His notoriety will only continue to rise as more and more people call him by his signature look, his straw hat. Luffy took a wild swing to the light user, only to hit nothing but air. Borsalino appeared once more, this time standing above Luffy's extended arm. Too slow. Though the Vice Admiral found himself near the sharp end of a black blade, he attempted to dissipate once more into light particles, but his body would not follow. "Oh," Borsalino looked down on his feet as Mugiwara held it with armament-infused hands. He was still able to lean backwards so that the blade did not cut him. Luckily, he cleared enough space to only be cut slightly across his chest. Mihawk quickly retrieved his place, giving room for Luffy to pull the leg of Borsalino and slam him against the deck of the ship. But that wasn't the end of the group's combination, as Arlong joined them by performing a double leg drop kick on him. Borsalino coughed up blood for the first time in a long time. He lost that battle due to his cockiness. If only he ended the trio the first time he saw them. Now he found himself unable to move as the trio ran away from their victory. Why did they not finish him? He wouldn't find out that day, maybe another time. For now he will take a nap. On one side, more marine ships approached them, but luckily on another, allies arrived. Luffy patted Mihawk and Arlong's back as the arrival of the Sun Pirates provided a way for them to escape. "Hang on." Luffy wrapped his legs along Arlong and Mihawk's waist. He then grabbed the 2 highest points of the marine ship and finally catapulted them to the direction of the Sun Pirates. As they landed on deck, Jinbei quickly gave the orders to return home. "We're going home, boys," Jinbei stated as the Sun Pirates escaped the marine ambush. Luffy gave both Arlong and Mihawk a high five as the trio managed to incapacitate a marine vice admiral, even for just a moment. Jinbei couldn't help but smile, looking at the trio. Arlong, who had the most deep-rooted hate for humans, working alongside them, laughing, joking, and even having fun. "Arlong the Saw, will you join my Straw Hat Pirates?" Luffy finally said, causing the Sun Pirates to stop everything that they were doing. They awaited their comrade's answer. Arlong looked shocked, first looking at Jinbei, who had happy tears in his eyes. then at Mihawk, who gave him an approving nod, then finally at Luffy. Sure, he had his initial reservations against Arlong. The bastard was the man that caused so much pain to Nami. But this Arlong was still confused, never even crossing paths with Nami before. This Arlong was someone else completely, someone that can be influenced to do good instead of wasting away his talents. This is why Luffy came to a decision to add him on. The more the merrier after all. I will join you, Captain, was Arlong's response, causing a massive eruption of cheer amongst those who were present. But that the Straw Hat Pirates grew once more, with Captain Monkey D. Luffy, Dracula Mihawk, and the newest member, Arlong the Saw. Good, Luffy replied as he shook the Fishman's hands. In another life, they were mortal enemies. The Fishman was an oppressor, controlling a village through fear. This was not the Arlong he knew in his life. This is a new Arlong, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Ryugu Kingdom, Castle. Sorry, Whitebeard. It was quite lucky that we were able to save Fisher Tiger. King Neptune returned to his throne room, continuing their conversation from earlier. It's all right, King Neptune. So what's your answer? Whitebeard had asked something earlier to the king. Shanks had joined the meeting between the two figures, intrigued by Whitebeard's proposition. Of course, King Neptune took a moment, but his answer was quite clear. In a different timeline, events will not happen like this. King Neptune would have said no at the death of Fisher Tiger. Whitebeard would have gone on his way, understanding the events that transpired was bigger than his ambition. Not that I feel like I can influence your decision. Shanks began as the event that occurred in Fishman's district gave Whitebeard enough time to discuss his plans with Shanks. But I feel that he is the closest man to learning the true history. Not that I've seen it, but I feel that Whitebeard can be that man to change this world. Then King Neptune finally gave his answer, swayed by his gratitude for Whitebeard's assistance, as well as the words of encouragement provided by Shanks. Yes, Whitebeard. The entire Fishman Island will sponsor your conquest to be the next pirate king. Excellent. Edward Newgate had a massive smile on his face, as now is the time for him to make his move. With the backing of his powerful allies and divisions, the entire forces of Fishman Island along with his many allies, Whitebeard will find the One Piece. Back at Fishman Island, at an undisclosed location, a bullhead shark fishman by the name of Vander Decken IX cursed the man known as Mihawk. He stared at where his hands used to be, trembling as they were no longer attached to his body. Through his life of slave trading, bribery, and money laundering, he felt unstable, but this swordsman comes out of nowhere and swiftly chops off both of his hands. Why? He asked the swordsman, to which he replied with a shrug before disappearing in a single bound. Curse you until your death. Mihawk wiped his nose as he wondered what suddenly gave him the chill. Someone must be thinking ill of him. You okay there? Arlong asked. I suppose, responded the swordsman. The journey back to Fishman Island was a lively one. Arlong and Mihawk were getting to know each other better, and what better way to do so than to beat each other up? Luffy had been chatting along with Aladdin, who were both very grateful for what Luffy was able to do for them, and in such a short amount of time, he managed to earn the respect of all people in the Fishman Kingdom. If you ever need us to do anything for you, just let us know, Jinb stated, having a massive smile on his face. Thank you, Jinb, Aladdin. I'll keep that in mind. Thus their journey ended when they finally arrived in Ryugu Kingdom, where King Neptune, Queen Ottoheim, Shanks, Fisher Tiger, and Whitebeard were enjoying a meal. Luffy and Jin joined the meeting at the invitation of King Neptune, and the rest of the group waited outside. Nijiwara greeted Whitebeard, who was in a very good mood. In the dining room, King Neptune sat at the helm, with Queen Ottoheim on his right and Whitebeard on his left. Shanks sat beside Whitebeard and Fisher Tiger sat beside Queen Ottoheim. Whitebeard, replied Luffy, still confused at what Whitebeard was on about. So why is my presence requested? Asked Luffy. As soon as they arrived, a messenger intercepted them immediately. He was summoned by King Neptune for a very important request. Thank you for joining us, Mugiwara. I want to preface everything that will happen next by thanking you for everything you have done for my kingdom, my people, to our very own hero, Fisher Tiger. Luffy was then patted in the back by Fisher Tiger, who gave him a wide grin. The man lived because of him and he was very thankful for it. We asked for your presence because Whitebeard has a proposition, began King Neptune, where he then handed the conversation to Whitebeard, who stood up from his seat. Mugiwara, before your arrival, I had requested for the assistance of the Fishman Kingdom to assist me in my conquest of the New World, and eventually in learning true history. I am the closest man to One Piece, and yet I still don't have any of the road poneglyph. My former crewmates back in my days as a member of the Rocks Pirates have obtained one each, and yet I'm supposed to be the closest. Luffy did not like where this was going, and yet he let the man continue. I asked for your assistance, Mugiwara. You have shown me a great deal of your potential, and in time you could develop into one of my most powerful allies. So I ask for you to join me and be there when I discover the One Piece, and then crowned as the King of Pirates. No thanks. Everyone had a deadpan look, except for Queen Ottoheim, who was expecting his answer. You can't be the next king of pirates because I will," proclaimed Luffy, to everyone's surprise. Then everyone looked at Whitebeard, who had his head down. His expression was hard to read. Was he mad? Was he sad? Or was he just not feeling anything? Then he immediately released a wave of his world-renowned haki before swinging his Bicento at Luffy. The man with the straw hat put his arms up to cover his face and covered his forearm in armament haki. The shockwave of the powerful swing and Luffy's defense caused fishmen and merfolk alike to pass out, even miles outside of the palace. Then the world's strongest man burst out laughing, a hearty laugh that confused the room. It was just a test from an old man. "All right, brat, have it your way. I like your fire." "Very well then, you are quite bold for your age, yet I understand your desires. Just know that in the open sea, where you find yourself getting in my way, we won't be on such friendly terms." Whitebeard then took his seat once more, retiring his Bicento on his side. "Got it." Luffy shook his arm, recovering from the impact. His forearm throbbed as it was extremely painful to receive a direct hit from the most powerful man in the world. "So that was it?" asked Luffy, trying to remain cool despite internally freaking out. He was also a bit anxious to move on from Fishman Island. He was on a mission after all. "Ah yes, well if you wish to join us for the rest of the meeting, you are more than welcome to do so," King Neptune replied, although still a bit shocked. "I'm okay, King Neptune, thank you." He then looked at Shanks, who seemed to be in awe at his boldness. "When can we leave?" "Actually, that was another thing I wanted to talk to you about. Now that this is all out there, I can't take you to Whole Cake Island. I have some unfinished business I need to attend to, but Fisher Tiger has offered to take you there instead." "What does Shanks need to do that is so important?" "I owe you more than my life, Mugiwara, so let me and the Sun Pirates take you to Whole Cake Island. We will even wait for a way for you to escape with whatever it is you need from there," stated Fisher Tiger, to which Whitebeard perked up. "Linland's territory, huh? Starting early, I see, Mugiwara," Whitebeard commented, reminiscing on his experience with his fellow emperor. She was, of course, the strongest woman in the entire world, and Whitebeard, along with Kaido, would be the only people that could stand on even grounds with her. For now. "No, not yet. I won't go after the road Poneglyph yet. And don't worry about my escape, Fisher Tiger. I have a way to get out of Totto Land." He then decided that it was time to move on. "King Neptune, Queen Ottoheim, thank you for your hospitality. Shanks and Whitebeard, I'll see you in the open seas." He then left the room, with Fisher Tiger and Jin following behind him after also saying their goodbyes. "Interesting brat," said Whitebeard. "If all things goes well, then Linland would probably stunt the growth of the young Straw Hat Pirate. But it seems that Red-Haired was keen on seeing him succeed." "Told you so," replied Shanks with a smile on his face, as Luffy walked away. He couldn't help but think of a certain man who used to be his captain. It was like Luffy carried his aura, the will of Gul D. Roger. It took some time to prepare the ships for a journey through the New World. The Sun Pirates worked tirelessly to ensure that they were more than prepared, especially to where they were going. Luffy currently sat on a ledge across the port, waiting, thinking to himself, what does Shanks want to do that he couldn't keep his words? I thought Whitebeard wanted to make a family. Did I seriously fuck up everything so bad that this had to happen? I need some answers, damn it. He scratched his head, deep in thoughts. He continued to shake his arms as the stinging pain continued to bother him. That damned Whitebeard can really pack a punch. But there was still the problem of this damned new timeline. Even with his recent acquisition of some powerful allies, he still needed more. He still had to do something before he really needed to make his moves. How long did he need exactly? His most powerful crew member in his original timeline was Zoro. At this moment he was a little squirt, probably still training to master his three-sword style. Then there was Sanji, who was being tortured by his family. Fuck, how did he know this? Sanji never told him. But if he makes a move for Sanji, then Sanji won't be able to grow as a person like he previously did. Nami is going to grow up with a mother since Arlong never becomes a tyrant. Usopp is still lying his way through Syrup Island. He needs to get in contact with Kuro before he docks in Syrup Village. Maybe he can save Chopper. But if he does, then he never grows to love helping people and instead grows to resent them. Frankie would witness the death of his teacher, Tom, and grow to become a criminal leader that mostly causes nuisance in Water 7. Robin. Well, Robin is on the run. With a bounty of 80 million Buri, he will definitely look for her. Then there was Brook, still floating aimlessly in the Florian Triangle. Moria will get a piece of his mind soon, but he needed to get to Brook also. Otherwise, everyone needed to live their life as they were. Despite the loss and suffering that they will endure, it is necessary for their growth. Tough pill to swallow, but it was the right thing to do. Right, Captain, the Sun Pirates are ready for departure. Mihawk approached him, allowing him to snap out of his thoughts. Finally, it was time to set sail. But first he needed to make sure his friends were going to be taken care of. Queen Ottoheim dismissed herself from the meeting and joined the group. She decided to bid Luffy farewell for his journey. Be careful out there, Mugiwara-san. Though I suppose you will be able to take care of yourself. She really was a genuinely kind person. He could just feel it in the way she spoke and the way she carried herself. If you ever need our help for anything, here. The queen handed him a small yet elongated messenger snail with a golden color. This communication device allows you access to all of our messenger system within the Fishman Kingdom. All you have to do is say call in the person's name. She eagerly awaited him to try out the device. Go on then. Okay, call Fisher Tiger. The snail began to vibrate, then within seconds, Fisher Tiger was being called by his crew members for a call. What you mean? Fisher Tiger could be heard yelling aboard the pirate ship. Anyone who knows my personal messenger snail is aboard this ship. It's ringing, Captain, replied Jin. They were probably across from each other on the ship, thus all the yelling. Luffy and Queen Ottoheim looked at each other, snickering. Then Fisher Tiger picked up the call. Hello, who is this? But Luffy hung up the call. What the hell? Who called me just now? Damn kids, screamed Fisher Tiger aboard the ship, causing both Luffy and the Queen to share a hearty laugh. Well, be on your way then, Mujiwara-san. We are truly grateful for everything you have done for us. This will go a long way in my mission to bring Fishman Island to the surface and finally join the world. Thank you, Queen Ottoheim. Luffy began, and then he had an idea. Actually, there is something I will need from you. He began, to which the Queen actively listened to his request. My friend, Brook is currently stuck in the Florian Triangle. Please bring him to Sabaody. There have him find a woman by the name of Shaki and he should be okay from there. Then he continued with a second request. The second thing is a girl named Nico Robin. She is currently a fugitive with a bounty of 80 million berry. If any of your contacts manages to find her, please let me know. After all you have done for us, I will get someone on this as soon as I can. With a final wave, Luffy joined the members aboard the pirate ship. Their stopover at Fishman Island finally reached its momentary conclusion. Luffy, you mentioned how you have a way out of Totto Land. How do you plan on doing it? Fisher Tiger had joined Luffy in the dining quarter. Every member of the Sun Pirates were filtering in and out, taking turns eating the usual grub that the ship's chef would muster. You know, I'm supposedly very mysterious. Luffy then smirked. I'd like to keep it that way. Meanwhile, Arlong was laughing at something Jin said, and Mihawk had a smirk while twirling around his wine glass. Aladdin then punched Jin in the chest, causing a brawl to occur. Despite punching each other, everyone just laughed it off and went about their day. Luffy admired Fisher Tiger's crew. He wondered if he would ever get back to how it used to be. The Straw Hat Pirates ... and ... He needs to dream bigger. Straw Hat Grand Armada. Yes, that's it. Marine HQ, Marineford. I have summoned you here today because of some news. Take it as you like. The man sitting at the head of the office was very muscular with a wide chest. His spiky white hair gave off his mighty presence. He is the current fleet admiral of the entire marine forces. His name is Kong. In front of him was a tall, fair-skinned muscular man with braided black goatee. His presence matched that of even the highest-ranking military officer of the marine forces. He was known as the Golden Buddha. Please continue, Fleet Admiral Kong, began the man, as he crossed his legs and folded his arms. Now, Admiral Sengoku, none of that formalities, it is just us, replied the Fleet Admiral, who removed his coat. This conversation is confidential to the highest of magnitude. Understood. I will be moving up to a non-combatant role in the coming year, and I wish to recommend you to the Gorosei as my successor. Kong then got up and looked outside his window, overlooking the entire Marine HQ. But Sengoku tried to protest with the decision, although Kong wouldn't have any of it. That's final, Sengoku. There is no better man for the job than you. What about Garp? Argued Sengoku, as his friend would be the perfect choice to take such a high-ranking role. Garp is simply not responsible enough for the job. You, on the other hand, have enough accolades under your belt and, quite frankly, the balls to do what others cannot. Kong slammed his hands against the table. You are my choice, and that is finally. Yes, sir, replied Sengoku, although he still felt like it should go to someone else. Garp was the man who disbanded the Rocks Pirates, took in Gul D. Roger. He was the hero of the Marines, and Sengoku had always looked up to him despite the man insisting that they are equal. Though the man refused to attain the ranking of Admiral, content in remaining a Vice Admiral. Good on you, Sengoku. Now who might be some prime candidates to take your place as an Admiral? The Fleet Admiral proceeded to take his seat. 3 prime candidates in my mind. 4 if he was counting Garp. But the man simply refused to be directly under the Gorosei. Go on then, I'm listening. Kong took out a cigar and began to take puffs of it. Vice Admiral Kuzan, Vice Admiral Borsellino, and from the reserve, Isho. Then he began to list their qualities in order to bolster their case to be the next Marine Admiral. Admiral Z and Admiral Akenu are both very high on Kuzan. They think he has the making of the next great admiral. His Ice Loja Devil Fruit is also one of the most powerful abilities known to us. Then there's Isho from the reserve. He is a very powerful asset who has yet to be mobilized. We have been keeping him on the shelf so that our enemies do not discover his existence, for he can change the tide of the battle in an instant. Finally, there is Borsalino, who is very passive about most things, but his light devil fruit is considered to be the deadliest in our ranking, although he never really put much effort into anything he does. I heard he got beaten by some straw hat brat. Did red-haired Shanks really put a number on him? Asked the fleet admiral. No sir, it was a new pirate, not known by any of our sources. From Borsalino's report, this man couldn't be older than 20 years old, maybe younger. He was a master of armament, observation, and even conqueror's haki. He brings with him a crew of currently Arlong the Saw and Dracul Mihawk. A headache, but shouldn't be an issue. Borsalino said that he underestimated them and got his ass handed to him. Interesting choices. I wonder who this new person is. Let Spandy know that I need this kid to be taken care of right away. In the matter of your successor, we will bring it to the attention of Z and Akenu. He then stood up and indicated that the meeting was over. You are dismissed, Admiral Sengoku. Yes, sir. The admiral made his exit, doing as the fleet admiral instructed. First to tell Spandine of his new mission, marked urgent, and then to let his colleague know of the new changes in their rank. Florian Triangle. Yo-ho-ho-ho. A record for yourself. Well done, well done. A tall skeletal man began to play a game known as How Far Can He Hit a Rock with a Plank. Almost 40 years of mindlessly floating about the endless foggy sea has caused the former vice-captain of the Rumbar pirate to do anything and everything to keep himself entertained. For he was the man who ate the soul fruit, and therefore as he died, his soul simply returned to his rotting corpse. Thus he was now a skeleton man, living an empty life of loneliness. As the skeleton man looked around him, emptiness, with his only company being the fog which covered everything. Fog, fog, always just fog. He yelled out before cutting a horizontal line across the thick fog. He managed to split the air, but it just returned to how it was before. GHH. He burst out, once more falling into despair. His situation was hopeless. He was hopeless. As he closed his eyes thinking one day he could be saved, a vision of a man with a straw hat passed through his mind, then emptiness. That was new ... but he took no heed to the vision as he just wanted to dream again, to be back to how it used to be. Brook fell asleep, once again drifting into his usual dream of his crew happily singing and laughing. With that, a single tear fell from his empty eye socket. How it used to be. Nanohana, Alabasta. Her jet black hair shined against the sun as the young woman clinged to the wall behind her. She was gasping heavily as her pursuer was finally hot on her tail. Time is a fickle. Events happen in chronological order due to events lining up as they were intended. But once a time traveler interferes with the timeline, things will change from how it was before. A primary example was Nico Robin, who was supposed to be traveling the West Blue along with the organization she joined in the year 1514. Although things change, for the intrusion of one, Straw Hat Luffy created a shift in events where Robin's group were supposed to be diverted by Dracul Mihawk. The original path was somewhere in the Grand Line, but with the presence such a powerful warlord they had to shift course to the West Blue. But that couldn't happen, and Robin ended up continuing and meeting a terrible storm which separated her from her group. Now she was in a kingdom known as Alabasta, where her past has finally caught up with her. Her name was Nico Robin, then the demon child of Ohara, and today might be her last, as the men of Spandine was finally closing in on her. What did I ever do to deserve this ... My home, my family? She kept asking this to herself for years, ever since she began her run from the law. For over a decade she had been on the run, and now Spandine, CP9 leader and the orchestrator of annihilating her people, had finally found her. Look there, men, she must be here somewhere, exclaimed Spandine. He was confidently smirking to himself, finally catching his most evasive fugitive yet. Come out wherever you are, demon. She panted heavily as the sound of soldiers' footsteps became closer and closer ... Then nothing. Her ears perked up, trying to listen in on their conversation, but she could not hear anything. It was so frustrating. If only she could hear them somehow ... 1 second she couldn't hear them, and the next she could hear them clear as day. She took in the opportunity to listen in on the conversation of the Marines. Damn it, I am so close to cracking this case. Don't take this away from me, screamed Spandine, to which case the transponder snail replied something, and Spandine toned down in his response. No sir, I understand sir, yes sir, right away. He hung up the snail and grabbed the first thing he could find and tossed it against the wall. The gun he picked up collapsed against the wall. Metallic pieces flew all over the place. Men, head back, we've been reassigned to a mug. Something stupid about a straw hat. He then grabbed one of his finest soldiers and pulled him on the side. Listen here, Lucci. You find this bastard and you kill him before we make it halfway through the Grand Line. As soon as the hit is over on this straw hat bastard, we can head back here and hunt the demon brat. Yes, sir. The man known as Rob Lucci answered, adjusting his top hat. He then disappeared in a blur. The man was the best in CP9. And in terms of search and destroy, it was his favorite mission. Nico Robin collapsed on the floor, finally sighing in relief for even a moment. She was finally free, for now. As she was about to get up, a man hovered over her. He wore a thick overcoat for the desert weather, a cigar in his mouth, and a golden hook on his left hand. Say, you wouldn't happen to know how to read Poneglyph, would you? Several days later, Sun Pirates. Land ho, Captain, screamed Aladdin. Mugiwara. This is Totto Land. Are you sure you don't wish for us to wait for your escape? Fisher Tiger asked. We'll be all right. Luffy jumped aboard a small dinghy. Arlong and Mihawk were already aboard, comfortably positioning themselves to the best that they can. Safe travels, Mugiwara. Goodbye, Fisher Tiger. The two men waved at each other and off they went. The Straw Hat Grand Armada could only grow from there, or they would die trying anything. The man with the straw hat was currently sitting behind a rock, though from his experience in Whole Cake Island, everything was alive. So the best way to find their mark was to split up. No, Captain, not on my end, replied Arlong, talking through a mini messenger snail. They were given some supplies before leaving the Sun Pirates. These handy little snails made communication much easier for the trio. Northbound, Captain. I have eyes on the purple-haired big-nosed lady as you described. On the other line, Mihawk could hear two people snickering. One was Arlong and the other was Luffy. Charlotte Bruley was a key piece to this mission, as she was going to grant them the necessary access to Charlotte Katakuri, the strongest commander under Big Mom. How exactly? Through the mirror world. All right, Arlong rendezvous at Mihawk's location, stated Luffy as he finally collected himself. Aye, responded Arlong. Several minutes passed as Luffy and Arlong stealthily made their way through the seducing woods and met up with Mihawk. Hey, Captain, she's just up ahead, stated Mihawk, who pointed at a wooden area about 100 yards out. You think we should attack her? Yeah, I think so. With that, Luffy backhanded Mihawk, realizing exactly what was going on. His backhand connected with Mihawk's face, causing the illusion to fall apart. Behind the disguise was none other than the woman of interest. Her thick, messy purple hair and plump, eggplant-shaped nose began to bleed at the impact of Luffy's hand connecting with her face. How the hell? Bruley began, but Arlong immediately restrained her from escaping, and also asking for help. Let me go now. Do you know who I am? I know this looks bad, and I'm sorry for this, but I need access to the mirror world, and I need you to get me Katakuri, stated Luffy, who was crouched low as to not attract any more attention. In the seducing woods, Bruley was queen. She controlled all the homies within the area, and without their leader, the homies didn't have any instructions to follow. Time always seems to be a factor, as the sooner they move, the sooner they avoid Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin herself. He doesn't want to meet her just yet, especially with their fighting power only being 3. You bastard. Do you think brother will entertain your demands? He wouldn't even show up for the likes of me. I'm not a high-ranking member of the Big Mom Pirates, exclaimed Bruley. Although Luffy knew better, he knew full well of their sibling dynamic. Try me, was his only reply, and the mirror user brought out her mirror. Just then Mihawk joined the group. Sorry I took so long. I was fighting my copy and actually enjoyed fighting with myself. To that, Bruley gave a shocked look. Her mirror clone were exact replicas of the one who it copies, but the weakness was, it was only a copy and not the real deal. But this Mihawk guy was strong enough to beat his own mirror copy within minutes. They were a lot stronger than they were letting off. She has to comply with them until someone else catches on. Hopefully someone will come to her rescue. Bruley tool grasp of her mirror, which grew in size, now showing a doorway. This allowed passage for the group to enter the mirror world. Luffy entered first, knowing his way through the world. Bruley took note of this but was nudged by Arlong to follow, where Mihawk brought up the rear. Well, what a trip, stated Arlong as he looked around him. Reflective surfaces were everywhere. It was like a weird dream, but kinda better. This is beautiful, he exclaimed, to which Bruley uncharacteristically blushed. Really, she stated bashfully. No one has ever complimented her mirror world before. Yeah, this is amazing. Did you do this? Arlong asked as he continued to look in awe at the structure. Well, yeah, it is my ability. Suddenly the two began to converse, more animated than usual. Bruley forgot that she was captive, while Arlong forgot that he was the captor. Luffy looked at Mihawk, who shrugged his shoulder. Who knows, maybe there was something there. Luffy then cleared his throat, causing the duo to stop, and they straightened themselves. Well, he asked, which case Bruley finally understood. Right, they wanted her brother, but why? Okay, already. She then brought out a small hand mirror where she called for Katakuri. At first nothing, then a few more seconds passed. Finally it was silent. No answer on the other end. There goes that plan, said Arlong. But just as Luffy was going to call it a day, a spear was thrusted right past Luffy's head. Luckily Mihawk blocked it with Yoru before it could connect with his skull. Arlong found himself on the ground, and an invisible force, much faster than his eyes, literally swept him off his feet. Bruley then found herself in the arms of her dearest brother, who came to save her. Brother, she exclaimed, surprised that he came. Who was he? The man was the strongest of them all. A man who could challenge for a seat of a Yonko if it weren't for his mother. This man was Luffy's strongest recruit. This man was Charlotte Katakuri. His eyes were burning holes through all the intruders within the mirror world. His signature scarf draped around his neck to cover his monstrous mouth, to which Luffy didn't even care about the appearance. But apparently, the Charlotte family made a big deal about it. For a bunch of people who were mixed in race, they sure are picky with appearances. "Who the fuck are you?" asked Katakuri, as he gently moved his sister behind him. "Monkey D. Luffy, future Pirate King. I request your assistance," Luffy began, but of course, Katakuri merely looked at him with confusion. "What the? Who the hell do you think you are, barging into Mama's land, kidnapping my sister, and then calling me out? Is this some kind of stupid joke?" Katakuri exclaimed, not believing the situation before him. "Right. Well, I know your mother really well, and I don't think your beliefs line up with hers. I believe that if you were given an opportunity to find your own path, you'll jump at the chance. You are a man simply out of place in your own family." Luffy was hitting all his major talking points, but he had a feeling it was probably not enough. He was an intruder after all. "Shut it, intruder. You act as if you know me." He then twirled his trident, placing it behind him. "I will silence you myself." Though Luffy had a smile on his face, because deep down, he knew he rattled Katakuri's resolve. "Reinforcement are on their way, brother," exclaimed Broly, who opened a doorway to let some allies through. She sneakily opened a doorway as she hid behind her elder brother. Katakuri took this opportunity to engage Luffy in battle, understanding that he was the most powerful of the intruding group. "Like hell," exclaimed Arlong as he busted the mirror entrance with his fist. His effort shot down the flood of Big Mom Pirate's chess soldiers from arriving, but what he did not anticipate was another one of the sweet commanders to join the battle. Oh shit. Arlong knew he wasn't a match for the person last to get through the mirror. His power could match even that of Jin. Broly prepared to open another doorway on the opposite end of the mirror world, but before she could continue, Mihawk appeared from behind her. Katakuri, who was still engaged in a battle with Luffy, attempted to rescue his sister, but Luffy would not let Katakuri attempt to assist anyone else. This was their battle, so Mihawk chopped Broly's neck, effectively knocking her out. Her mirror ability will not be a problem for the time being. His gaze then shifted to a couple of yards away, for in the middle of an army of pawn soldiers was Arlong engaged in a battle with a stronger person. Good. Meanwhile, the aforementioned third recruit of the Straw Hat Grand Armada was currently struggling with the numbers game. The chess soldiers were formidable in that they kept coming back for more beating. That wouldn't really be a big issue, except he was also keeping said soldiers from interfering in his captain's fight. Finally, to make matters worse, the last person to enter through the portal was a sweet commander. "Your name, pirate, for you will be killed today by me, Charlotte Snack." The last man to enter the portal was a similar rank in the Big Mom Pirates hierarchy. His name was Charlotte Snack, and he was a big man with a giant blade on his back. "Fuck you is my name," exclaimed Arlong as he felt his ally take some heat from him. From across the room, Mihawk traveled the distance within seconds, clashing blades with Charlotte Snack. "I am Dracula Mihawk, and I will be your opponent," proclaimed the swordsman. Black blade yours sparked under the deadly gaze of Snack, as his own blade challenged the supremacy of Mihawk. Very well then. Thus the battle of the mirror world was underway. Charlotte Broly was knocked out. No way of getting more people in the mirror world while she was passed out. Arlong fought all the chess soldiers in order to keep them away from Mihawk and Luffy's individual battles. He was thinking in his mind that this was way funner than sulking around in Fishman Island. Dracula Mihawk was in a heated battle with Charlotte Snack, as neither man will accept a loss. And lastly, Monkey D. Luffy was engaged in a fist fight with Charlotte Katakuri, in hopes of swaying the man enough to leave with them. After all, they came all this way for his services. Meanwhile, in Whole Cake Island, Captain, there is some trouble in the seducing woods," exclaimed a high-ranking chess soldier. "What is it, my sweet?" asked the gigantic woman. Although her tone was calm, something about her seemed menacing. "Your daughter Broly, your son Katakuri, and Snack have all disappeared. An intruder with a straw hat has come for your land and seemed to have caused the disappearance." The chess soldier could not get any more word in as a blade pierced right through its stomach. The menacing woman began to have a frantic look in her eyes. "Red-haired is here for my head," exclaimed the woman, although another person picked up on the update. Well, more like a bird person. It seemed like they were used to the questionable decision-making of the woman. Though Big Mom, it is another man. A man who was relatively unknown until he made his name known for defeating Borsalino of the Marines. They call him Mugiwara. A birdman hybrid entered from the shadow. His feathered hands were grasped firmly together as this was a fantastic opportunity. He only came for his weekly bribe to alter the news story from Big Mom. But this was amazing. Someone was in her land. This was going to be quite a story. For a very long time Big Mom remained quiet, unchallenged, and kept within her lands. This was amazing, indeed. "Indeed. Morgan, if you weren't an asset I would kill you right now," exclaimed the angry Big Mom. "I was having an amazing morning with such delicious food, but this Mugiwara ruined everything." She then raised her hand, summoning her thunder cloud, Zeus, and her own personal son, Prometheus. Then the same blade that stabbed one of her own men turned into a bicorn. It was known as Napoleon, gently placing itself on her head. I'll end this Mugiwara today for ruining my morning. Someone find me a way into Broly's world ... now, she exclaimed, to which the foot soldier began to scramble. Big Mom, you forget that Broly keeps mirrors all over her woods. One of them should eventually allow you passage. For an ally of Big Mom, the bird knew a lot about her family. Her eyebrows were raised and she looked at Morgan, although it was an issue for another time. Very well, Zeus, bring me to the seducing woods. Big Mom took a firm grasp of Prometheus. Aye, Mama, exclaimed Zeus enthusiastically, and the cloud grew in size and Big Mom stood on top of him. Then the thunder cloud zoomed through the room and onto the seducing woods, leaving Big News Morgan to himself. Note to self, Morgan brought out a voice recorder. Big Mom challenged by the mysterious Mugiwara. He then turned off the voice recorder, gently placing it within his jacket. His eyes glowed in glee at this surprising change in dynamic. He then opened his arms and with one downward flap of his wings, he was off. Time to return to headquarters to report on the news. Back in the mirror world, you're stronger than you first let off. Katakuri remained standing, but he was panting heavily from the head-on battle with the Straw Hat Captain. Luffy had learned from this man in his previous lifetime. He knew his moves and his abilities. Advantage was on his side. So there they were, standing at a standstill, with Luffy barely grazed and Katakuri bleeding slightly on the top of his head. Luffy patted himself in the back for landing a successful jet stamp when Katakuri thought he had an advantage. I guess so. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. You haven't seen nothing yet, Luffy proclaimed, as it was true. Luffy had only used Gear Second so far, combined with his mastery in armament and observation haki. Thanks to Katakuri in his previous life, his observation haki was top-notched, and thanks to Old Man Hyogoro, his hardening is at its advanced state. You say you can carve a new path in this era, Mugiwara? Katakuri asked as he wiped the blood from his face, his mind finally digesting the offer of the pirate before him. Not only will I carve a new path, but I will create a new era of peace and harmony throughout the world. Why would I even leave a new world emperor? Yes, Luffy finally got through him. Are you happy? Do you like being a minister of whatever you are a minister of? Tell me, Katakuri, when was the last time your mother brought down her anger on your siblings? Who was the last one to face her wrath? I need your help if I were to change this world. So if you don't want to come with me, fine, but you need to ask yourself if you are happy. So Katakuri, do you want to be free? Do you want to join us in the open sea? Exclaimed Luffy, giving the third son of Big Mom an thumbs up. His smirk reflected his shiny white teeth, creating a gleaming illusion. This fight was not serious for him. It was like a test to sway Katakuri to his cause. With the beating he was receiving from this Straw Hat fellow, memories of his childhood went through his mind. He was really considering the offer now. A new path he could create on his own ... one where he was not bonded by his mother's crazy will ... Yes, that would be great ... He closed his eyes for a moment, removing his scarf out of his face. There his hideous mouth was revealed, his most guarded secret shown to his enemies. Though instead of the traumatic shouts of disgust and mocking, Luffy simply smiled at him. Well, shall we continue? Luffy raised both hands, ready for more. His senses were going crazy. There was something approaching, something quick. You really won't stop, won't you? Katakuri retracted his weapon, finally understanding what he needed to do. If he were to stay isolated in Totto Land, he would never realize his true potential, and this man was offering him a way out. He knew he could be more than he is now. He seemed to know a lot of things. I want to be free, so I will go with you. But on one condition, Broly is coming with us. Done deal, Luffy said with a smile as something big was definitely coming now. In the far corner of the mirror world, something menacing entered the world. It was someone Luffy does not want to challenge at this point of time. Charlotte Linlin has entered the mirror world. We have to go now. Seems like a lot of things go Luffy's way as Mihawk held Snack at sword point, with the sweet commander losing his blade. This was the ultimate loss for the Big Mom pirate. Arlong had taken care of the chess soldiers and had run to wake Broly. In the short moment that they met each other, something sparked. Aye, Captain. Arlong picked up Broly bridal style. Hey Broly, we really need your help right now. He attempted to wake her up as he ran in the opposite direction that Big Mom was zooming towards them. Luffy and Katakuri began to run as well, with the new ally looking like he really did jump ship. In Luffy's mind this was good. He really thought that it would be harder than this. Well, it could get worse if Big Mom catches them. Mihawk swiftly took the dull side of his blade and smacked Snack along the side of his face, joining the group in their escape. Mother, Katakuri fell back to express his wish to Big Mom. The gigantic woman stopped in her track, as no one in her family can pique her interest like Katakuri can. I will be leaving today and join the Straw Hat Pirates. I wish for you to grant me my freedom. Luffy gripped his fist tightly. This could be a problem ... If Katakuri hadn't stopped, they would have been caught by the raging hormonal monster. Mihawk gripped his sword tightly. Snack was nothing compared to Big Mom. For Mihawk, he only truly felt this power with Whitebeard, who exerted his will throughout Fishman Island. But that time he was outside Ryugu Palace when Luffy took a Bicento right on his forearm. But this was insane. Her power up close was so much that even Mihawk gripped his sword tightly. Is this fear? Luckily, as all things seemed to go for Luffy so far in his time travel journey, Arlong managed to wake up Broly, whispering to her their predicament. No one can leave my family without giving up something precious. What will it be, my son? To hold her off this long with just talking. Luffy was glad Katakuri had that sort of pull with Big Mom. If she was ranging, they would have all been on the ground from horrible injuries, or worst, dead. I will surrender my life here. Katakuri opened up his arms, ready for his soul to be taken from him. Very well, boy. Big Mom's right hand attempting to take years off of Katakuri's soul. But before she could reach him, an outstretched elastic arm grabbed Katakuri and pulled him back. Big Mom yelled in anger as her strike missed. Let's go, exclaimed Luffy as Broly managed to return to her senses and opened a doorway out of the mirror world. Mihawk, Arlong along with Broly in his arms, Luffy and now Katakuri managed to jump out of the entranceway. Close it, he exclaimed, to which Broly did. Brother ... are we free? Asked Broly groggily. Arlong looked down at the woman in his arms. What have they gone through under Big Mom's rule? Yes ... we are. Fujiwara, thank you for saving me ... She was going to take 100 years. Don't sweat it ... You're part of my crew now. Luffy replied as the group began to sigh in relief. But their problems would not end there. A large group of the Big Mom pirates were on their way to them. Follow me, crew. He immediately shot up, running towards a cliff. Arlong and Broly shared a look, confused at what was happening. Instead of stopping, Luffy jumped off the cliff ... Deep below the cliff could only be seawater, right? Katakuri and Mihawk followed Luffy down the cliff without hesitation. Were they scared of the Big Mom pirates' forces that they would rather die? Arlong and Broly looked at one another again. I won't let you die. He was a fishman, he could swim her to safety. He just wasn't sure about Machai Boy and the captain. Okay. And then Arlong jump. So ... Deep below the cliff could only be seawater, right? Wrong. For the Straw Hat Grand Armada members landed on a deck of the ship. Luffy, Mihawk, and Katakuri landed on their feet while Arlong elected to be Broly's cushion. She landed on top of him, softening her landing. Arlong was on his back seeing stars. Then his vision cleared and he could see an arrow pointed in his face. He looked around and found a bunch of women pointing their bow and arrow at the group. Then flying high in the sky, the flag which is feared throughout the sea, a skull surrounded by 8 snakes. Tell me what you know. Firmly in the grasp of a beautiful raven-haired woman, possibly the most beautiful he had ever seen, was a letter crumpled up in her hands, addressed to one Boa Hancock. Everyone now looked at Luffy in confusion. Chapter 3. Luffy had pulled out a piece of paper and was scribbling a letter. The letter consists of his request, his way out of Whole Cake Island, and a strong addition to his crew. Although he was not sure if the person who was receiving it would take him seriously. Maybe they would think it was a prank. Whatever, if push comes to shove, then he would just have to push his way through Big Mom and her many children, hopefully with the assistance of his initial choice for a first recruit. Mihawk had called for a messenger bird along with Luffy. Each one of them handed the bird a letter, one for different locations. Mihawk sent out a letter for his answer to the government's invitation, while Luffy sent out a letter to his hopefully future ally. The thing is, the letter contained a request for assistance to one Boa Hancock. Within the letter he provided the location of their meeting point and the date. Within the letter simply contained back tattoo, which spurned the anger of the pirate empress. She received the letter and exclaimed in anger almost immediately. Set sail to coordinates within this wretched letter. Immediately. And there they were. The Kuja pirates at the border of Totto Land, housing the Straw Hat Grand Armada members who were fleeing from Big Mom pirates as they recruited Katakuri and Broly. The Kuja pirates began to head away from Totto Land before the Big Mom pirate could pursue them. Success! Exclaimed Luffy with his fist up in the air. But Hancock was not smiling, neither were her sisters, along with the hundreds of Kuja pirates with their bow pointed at them. Oh, the Kuja pirates caught a good breeze, pushing them past the pursuing Big Mom pirates. In due time, they would leave them in the dust. Her gaze was deadly, but to the eyes of others, it was seductive. Come with me. She expressed her anger, yet Luffy was not worried. Everyone on the deck was at edge. The Amazon warriors were ready to fire at their Empress command. Meanwhile, the members of the Straw Hat Grand Armada were ready for a fight. It's all right, guys. Me and the Pirate Empress have business to attend to. Just don't engage. Boa Hancock continued to look down on Luffy as she pointed her finger at him. Her head was thrown all the way back as this was her way of looking down on someone. It was very cute, really. Too bad he never noticed her before. Fujiwara, follow me. She then summoned her trusty python, who carried her to a private captain quarters aboard the Kuja pirate ship. Luffy shrugged his shoulder and followed her, looking at Katakuri, his eyes saying for them to stand down. The newest addition to the pirate group raised his hands, to which his crew member relaxed. Little by little, the hierarchy was starting to form within the Straw Hat Grand Armada. Mihawk released his grip on his blade. Arlong put his fist down while ensuring that Broly was shielded right behind him. Katakuri looked at the two and made a mental note of whatever the hell was going on there. Though the Straw Hats lowered their weapons, the Kyuja pirates continued to threaten them with their bow. Going to the captain's quarter was the easy part, as Hancock continued to stare him down. She then opened the door and had him go in first. Luffy complied again. In his mind he was getting his story straight. She then slammed the door behind her. Memories of her previous life flashed before her eyes as the shameful tattoo was brought up by this damn pirate. Their eyes met as Luffy found himself mesmerized in her eyes, burning with loathsome feeling against men. And then a vision passed through him. In a similar way that Queen Ottoheim gave him a vision into her life by a handshake, Hancock gave him a vision via eye contact. He stood before her as her celestial dragon whipped her repeatedly for attempting to get a piece of bread. Her young frail body could barely bear the beating. Though she did not cry, he could feel her resolve as she wanted to reserve her fluids. Crying would waste what little water she had in her body. Then as the beating finally ended, and the celestial dragons finally left her alone, Hancock lay on the ground for a moment before finally spitting the piece of bread in which she took a beating for. She then placed it in one of her tiny pockets as she slowly made her way back to the sleeping quarter. Luffy followed her and threw her slow limp towards where she needed to go. He could feel what she was feeling. It was anger, confusion, disbelief, sorrow, but she was not one without hope ... that she clinged on to. Then as she reached where she sleeps when the celestial dragons weren't having their fun with her, she took out the small piece of bread and split it in three. What little piece she stole and took a beating for, she split. For underneath the hay in which she slept on were two other girls. Luffy could recognize them as Sandersonia with the green hair and Marigold with the golden locks. "What happened to you?" asked Marigold. Tears began to well from her eyes. "Please don't cry. Reserve your strength ... eat." Hancock shakily handed them a piece of her bread, what little she had taken, what her body suffered for. "No, Hancock, you eat it," replied Sandersonia, trying to give her back the piece of bread. "Please ... you both have to eat." The rave-haired girl pushed the bread back in Sandersonia's mouth, to which she finally ate it. What little was given to her was greatly appreciated. "We will survive. I swear it. Slaves, time for a show," someone screamed from a distance. People who were living no better than livestock began to flock out, as they were the property of the celestial dragon. And the show was the process in which the celestial dragon picks a slave and does whatever the hell they want to do. Whatever it was, Marigold and Sandersonia trembled at the thought of what their day would look like. But Hancock held them close, hugging them both. "We will all get through this," she stated firmly, though her body trembled from her weakness. It did not help that her body continued to flare up from eating a devil fruit for the pleasure of the celestial dragons. They did whatever they wanted, and they force-fed the sisters one devil fruit each, making them show animals ... That's how they were treated. As the sister made their way to the pit, where the show takes place, Luffy could see a hideous-looking celestial dragon, a product of many years of inter-family procreation. The celestial dragon made his way to Hancock, taking an interest in her. He then caressed her cheeks before smacking her on the side of her head. Why? No reason. They didn't need a reason to ... The slaves were property of the celestial dragon. He then dragged her to a red room, decorated with the finest that the world could offer. This was where the celestial dragons had their way with whoever they wanted. He proceeded to toss her in bed and then slowly caressed her beautiful skin. "Stupid slave," he whispered before ripping her clothes from her body. Hancock did not flinch, as this was something that occurred often. She did not give them the satisfaction of showing fear. Luffy could only look on as Hancock was going to be raped ... Her body was going to be used without consent ... His fist was clenched tightly and his face turned bright pink, as all he wanted to do was beat the life out of the celestial dragon. Boom! Something miraculous happened. An explosion occurred in the distance, causing the celestial dragon to momentarily jump away from Hancock. "Revolution!" exclaimed someone from the outside. The celestial dragon opened the door to have a look and found the pit on fire. "What the hell is going on?" exclaimed the celestial dragon. Hancock laid in bed, not daring to move so that she did not get disciplined. No need to elaborate on what they do to those who do not obey. "Sir, for your safety, please come with me ... We are under attack." This caused Hancock to sit up. Under attack. The celestial dragon followed the guard, suddenly screaming in panic. Hancock grabbed the cloth from the bed wrapping her naked body. She slowly made her way outside the red room, where she found flames everywhere. Then suddenly from the roof of the red room, a guard of the celestial dragon fell, and on his chest was a dagger. He had been stabbed by a tall, powerful fishman. "Run now," exclaimed the fishman. He then ran to another guard who was electrocuting a slave on the ground. The fishman tackled the guard and threw him against the wall. Hancock still couldn't understand what was going on. Really? But she ran, found her sisters, and they all ran. Luffy could only watch in horror at everything that was going on. This was the day that Fisher Tiger climbed up the red line and released the slaves held by the celestial dragons. Though he did not do everything himself, he could see his familiar face assisting Fisher Tiger. It was his father, Monkey D. Dragon. Along with other members of the Revolutionary Army, the group managed to help the slaves escape that day. Then the vision ended and Luffy was back in the room with Hancock. "What do you know of my back tattoo, Mugiwara?" Hancock exclaimed as no time seemed to pass from the vision in the present time. After seeing her vision, he understood her disdain, her disbelief, and her anger. Luffy could finally see Hancock as more than just the pirate empress. She was a human tormented by oppressors in the past, burdened by her position as the strongest woman in her country. "I know that you are a strong person for what you went through." He stood up, then took one step forward, causing Hancock to flinch slightly. There was a good distance between them, but Luffy was trying to calm her suspicions. "Those who wronged you are not human. They are worse than trash, and I swear on everything that I will deal with them for what they did to prevent it from ever happening again." Then Luffy took another step, and another. "You don't know me. Why do you act as if you know what I went through? You are merely a stupid man. All of you are scums in the face of this earth." Hancock prepared her ability as if the Straw Hat person gets any closer, she will turn him into stone. "You ask what I know about your back tattoo. I know it's a mark of the celestial dragons." Another step, and now he was only a few steps from getting close to her. How? Her heart dropped at the mention of those demonic beings. "Listen, it does not make you less of a human being for what they did to you. In fact, it makes you better than them. Those monsters will eventually get what they deserve, and I will be the man to make sure of it." Luffy was finally face to face with her. Luffy stood about a head above her. Both were now the same age. In his past life, she had been taller than him, but her smaller, 19-year-old body made Luffy the taller of the duo. Hancock took her hands and formed a heart, slightly shocked at his closeness. "Sorry, but..." She released her Miro ability. Her heart-shaped energy waves escaped her hands and phased through Luffy. She expected him to turn to stone, as all men only want one thing. They were lustful creatures, and her ability petrifies those who lust for her. And with her beautiful features, amazing body, and powerful aura, nobody could resist her. But he did. Luffy remained unfazed, not becoming petrified. She then upped her game by removing her top. The silky dress fell smoothly from her body, revealing her ample breast, and left little for imagination. And again she attempted to turn him to stone. And again nothing. All she could see from his eyes was desire. There was desire, but not the desire she needed from him. For his desire was to comfort her pain. Why is he like this? Not like any other men she met in her life. He then did something completely unexpected. He picked her up clothes from the ground and slid it back along her body. Then he held her shoulders. He froze, but he didn't try anything. Not a kiss, not for pleasure, no. All he did was pull her in and hugged her. Yes, all he did was hug her, pulling her close to him. His arms were forceful but gentle, his grip was tight but relaxing, allowing him to comfort her pain. The pirate empress Boa Hancock has not cried since the first day of becoming a human slave for the celestial dragon. She never cried since then. It was a sign of weakness, and she was not going to show them her weakness. But here she was, held in the arms of a strange man, who promised to right the wrong of this world, and suddenly she couldn't help but break down. All the years that she had to stay strong, to become the pinnacle of the strength in her country. To become a Shichibukai in order to protect her people and to destroy any men who attempted to touch her land. All her pent-up emotion was finally released as tears began to flow from her eyes. It had been years, and letting the tears escape her eyes felt right. It gave her relief. It felt so good. Luffy held her close. His strong presence allowed her to show a moment of weakness. How did he know her so well? It was like they have known each other for years. Did he have this sort of effect on people? He did bait her to pick him up from certain doom from the Big Mom pirates. He also did not turn into stone from her ability. She had to know more about this man who was going to change the world. She knew it, and she wanted to be there with him. Her tears finally ended after a couple of minutes. She then took in his scent for the last time before gently pushing away from his embrace. "You feel better?" Luffy asked. His look of concern was mesmerizing. Another man saw her at her most vulnerable, and yet he treated her like another human being, with feelings, with emotions, with understanding. Maybe there was hope for the men in this world after all. "Yeah, thank you. Why do you make me feel this way despite this being the first time we met each other?" Hancock asked. Her heart was beating and her eyes were dilated. Luffy noticed this and took a big gulp. In any timeline, it seems that Hancock will fall in love with him just for being himself. "I noticed that you were carrying a burden, and I thought I'd help you ease up a little bit. Anyways, thank you for getting us from Totto Land. Where are we headed now?" He took a seat on the bed, whereas Hancock continued to remain standing, her back against the door. Luffy could tell that her breathing became heavy, as if a primal instinct was taking over her. They just met, but he could tell. She was excited for him. She approached him slowly, with each step a swing of her bodacious assets. This was supposed to be just a talk, but he had a way with how he treated her that she wanted him right there and then. Pirate Empress. Luffy gulped now that she was using her assets. He was starting to see her as more than the Pirate Empress. Now he was seeing her as a woman. She got close and pushed him on his back. Her emotional outburst and his assistance in calming her made her this way. Though before anything else could happen, the door burst open revealing Sandersonia and Marigold. "Sister, what has this man done to you?" exclaimed Sandersonia as she morphed into her hybrid form. Although it didn't seem like Luffy was the one subduing Hancock. In fact, Luffy was on the bed with Hancock seemingly prowling on top of him. Hancock stood up straight, clearing her throat. She poised herself with her legs noticeably shaking. Was it from excitement? Was it for anticipation? Luffy would find out another time. But for now there was his current predicament. "Well, we have negotiated their surrender and we will take them all to Amazon Lily for interrogations. Take them to the cell." Sandersonia and Marigold looked at each other but complied. Luffy understood her position. She had to continue to look strong to her people or else they would not recognize her. So he was brought to the brig of the ship, where the rest of his crew was. They all sat on their individual cells as they followed their captain's instruction. "Do not fight back." He was then put into his own cell and locked in. The Amazon women finally left the brig, leaving the Straw Hats to themselves. All the members of the pirate crew were wearing sea prism cuffs. "Captain, these cells are frail. These cuffs do not bind me. I can rip it with my hands." Arlong was only telling the truth. Maybe the Amazon women were so confident in their ability that they did not secure the cells. "Now we're okay. She's bringing us to Amazon Lily. That's where we need to go." Luffy simply sat on his cell, placing his straw hat over his eyes. It was time for a nap. "How come, Captain?" Broly asked. She just joined the crew along with her brother, but she felt that Luffy was the leader Big Mom could never be. Before drifting into sleep, Luffy had a simple answer: Sabaody. And then he fell asleep, a giant snot bubble forming from his nose. "Why Sabaody?" asked Katakuri. "That place seemed so pointless, but it's a bustling archipelago full of rookies. We were there a couple of days ago." He said something about meeting a friend. Mihawk had traveled the world in search of a worthy opponent, and it was there. Only a few days ago did he lose a fight against a marine admiral, and it wasn't even a fight. Maybe a rematch with those stupid celestial dragons?" asked Arlong, scratching his chin. The whole time they were conversing, Katakuri was just content in listening to them converse, for the day had been a long one. He just left a Yonko in the most prominent position in Big Mom's crew, and has now joined a new pirate crew led by a very powerful, yet mysterious captain. This was going to be an adventure. Indeed. Newspaper. Throughout the world, a newsletter went out from the one and only Big News Morgan. In this letter, it contained a handful of new wanted posters and only one story, the most important of them all. "Marineford Marine HQ. Goddammit, who is this punk?" exclaimed recently Admiral Sakazuki, also known as Akainu. He slammed his fist against the table, breaking it in half. His anger was well documented, but nobody has riled him up like this. Mugiwara. Monkey D. Luffy, son of the revolutionary responsible for the Holy Land outbreak, Monkey D. Dragon. Also the grandson of marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, explained Kuzan, who sat beside Kizaru. They were recently assigned under the tutelage of the Marine Admiral. They were both being groomed to become the next admirals, with Kuzan being a front-runner. To his comment, Akainu simply looked at him with disdain. Of course he knew who he was, he just wanted to scream something. This kid was a head case everywhere. Kuzan and Kizaru simply sat in their chairs as their newest commanding officer was thrown into a fit of rage. Admiral Sengoku had recently announced that one of them will become the next admiral to assume his position, but it was up to Admiral Akainu to decide. Newspaper. The first poster was that of Charlotte Bruley. She was looking up at someone, a picture which captures her love-struck look, possibly taken when Arlong was carrying her through the whole Totto Land fiasco. Her face was slightly pink, but her eyes glowed in glee. Underneath her name was her bounty. "Dead or alive, 60 million buri. Cliffside Totto Land." "Mugiwara," exclaimed Charlotte Linlin as the Straw Hats and the Kuja pirates were able to escape her wrath. She was the most powerful woman in the whole world, and he was outwitted by a damn Straw Hat brat. Plus Katakuri and Bruley were now gone, joining the bastard. "Mama, we don't need them." Katakuri was always weak ... and Bruley was even weaker ... We are still one of the most powerful crew in the New World. Prospero was the first son of Charlotte Linlin, and he had been taking a back seat from Katakuri. He would never beat him in a fair fight. Even with the help of others, they would still lose. But Prospero does not fight fair. Big Mom pirates won't remain so dormant for long ... From the depths of the underground and the protective narrative of Big News Morgan, they will emerge out of their stasis and become one of the most powerful players in the New World. The Big Mom pirates, due to the activity of Straw Hat Luffy, is going to become more brutal with Prospero at the helm of the Sweet Commanders than with the leadership of Katakuri. With Katakuri in the previous timeline, the Big Mom was more logical and Charlotte Linlin was more manageable with Katakuri's massive influence. But now with the void that he created for going with the Straw Hat Pirates, Prospero does not care if Big Mom was controlled. He only cares for destruction, chaos, and that's what will happen from here on out. "GH!" yelled Big Mom in frustration. Her mighty roar ripped the cloud out of formation, and through sheer display of power, her children, allies, and whoever was present on the hill that day realized that Big Mom had been kept dormant by Katakuri, and now she will be unleashed. To those who witnessed her anger, and to those who heard her mighty roar from miles away, they all knew the time had come. The Big Mom pirates are mobilizing. Newspaper. The next poster would be the man holding Broly. His wanted poster would be captured to where his upper body was shown and only some parts of Broly can be seen. Her nose was the most prominent in the picture, but his long, sharp nose was also quite distracting. Arlong the Saw, and underneath his name, dead or alive. 100 million Buri. Alabasta Kingdom. This will be your new sleeping quarters. The man with the golden hook for a hand led the raven-haired girl. She remained quiet, not uttering a word since the man had saved her from the alley. Did he really value her ability to read poneglyphs? Isn't it supposed to be illegal? Not a talker are you. He then went to the door, with the raven-haired girl sitting on the bed. If you need anything, my name is Crocodile. Before he left, he gave her a smile. Robin, was her reply, to which Crocodile's smile grew even wider. He then closed the door and left her to herself. All she could do was lay in her bed. The fresh aroma of clean sheets and a clean room was mesmerizing. She hasn't had this, she had her mother ... back in Ohara. Newspaper. Then there was a poster of a man. His bounty would have been frozen if he would have simply joined the Warlord program. His wanted poster was a look into his face. His deadly gaze, perfectly trimmed beard, was captured perfectly by the photographer. Dracula Mihawk, dead or alive, 300 million Buri. Fishman Island, Ryugu Kingdom. Whitebeard, I advise you to consider it. Shanks sat across from Whitebeard, aboard the famed Moby Dick. The Whitebeard pirates were on the move, starting their quest for Laugh Tale. This is my family, red-haired. I will not abandon my family. He slammed his bicento on the deck of the ship, causing tremors to erupt from around them. Shanks didn't want to anger the old man further, as a seaquake could be problematic. Fine, I get it. But I've warned you. He then began to walk away, as he too has an important business to attend to. Shanks eventually walked towards his own ship, leaving the Whitebeard pirates. What did he want, Pop? Descending majestically on the deck from the eagle's nest, his wing burned a bright blue and yellow color, transforming into a phoenix. He then reverted to his human form as he descended beside his captain, Marco the Phoenix, 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. He told me to watch out for Teach. He said that he was in trouble. Began Whitebeard. But I don't abandon family. He has been with us since he was an orphan child. It sounded more like he was convincing himself. Suddenly a head popped up from the deck of the ship. His body was covered in red liquid. The mood suddenly became darker, and behind the man was Teach, with a massive smile on his face. Whitebeard's heart dropped. Thatch what? Yo, Captain, me and Teach were just cooking some mean pasta. It blew up on my face. Thatch then grabbed Teach and messed with his hair. This is a good lad here helping me clean it up. Too bad I didn't clean myself up. Oh, Marco sighed in relief. He also thought for the worst. Deep down inside, he knew that kid wasn't right. And so did Whitebeard. Teach had heard their initial conversation. He was sharper than he let off. Outside he was laughing with Thatch. But deep down inside he screamed as his plan was almost ruined by red-haired. He knew he should have done more than scar the scum bastard. But for now they had more pressing matters to attend to. Whitebeard was going to be king. Newspaper. The second to the last bounty revealed the former member of the Big Mom Pirates. Charlotte Katakuri's photograph revealed his face without his scarf. Back in his homeland, his family openly mocked the wanted poster. But here he was, with a smile, happy in his own skin. Underneath his name, alive, 600 million Buri. For Big Mom wanted to be the one who ended Katakuri's life. Somewhere in the Grand Line. Log 318. Mission report. Target, Mujiwara. Preference, dead. Status, incomplete. Casualties, 48. Then the man put down his transponder snail and sat back down on the ship which he boarded. The flag which was raised high has been burned by the man. He then took out a small blade which he began to sharpen. Who ... are you? One man managed to survive the slaughter. This man weakly tried to get up but was unable to do so. The invader stood up, putting away his blade. He then took a deep sigh and then pulled the man to his feet. Shigen. The invader pierced the heart of the man, instantly killing him. His finger was covered in blood by he wiped it with the clothes of the man he just killed. Log 319. Mission report. Target, Mujiwara. Preference, dead. Status, incomplete. Casualties, 49. He then sat down once more, polishing his blade. Thank you so much, exclaimed a woman aboard a rescue boat. You saved our lives, she yelled as the rescue boat was drifting away from the ship. though not just any ship, a slaver's ship. He sighed once more. It wasn't like he found the slaver's ship, killed all the slave traders aboard the ship, freed all the people and gave them a bag of gold to find their way back home. No, he wouldn't do that. He was Cipher Pol's most effective assassin. Rob Lucci the assassin would never do something like that. Newspaper. The story which covered the entire newspaper for that day had the face of the newest face shooting up to the top of the pirate hierarchy. Morgan, reporter. Mugiwara. He is the man that single-handedly defeated a Marine Vice Admiral. He attacked a celestial dragon in Sabaody Archipelago and escaped from a Marine Admiral. He is the man who single-handedly entered a Yonko's land and escaped alive. His crew is one of the most powerful ever assembled, consisting of Dracula Mihawk, Arlong the Saw, and recently defected Charlotte Bruley, and more importantly, former commander of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Katakuri. If you see him, fear him, for Mugiwara is a storm. Then his wanted poster was his angered look when he destroyed the Sabaody Archipelago auction house. Then his name was simply Mugiwara, dead or alive. And his bounty, Red Force. Ben, are we there yet? Shanks was throwing a rubber ball against the wall of his office. He was bored out of his mind. Maybe he should have gone with Luffy. No, Captain, not yet. But look at this. Ben tossed him the daily newspaper and closed the door from behind him. In the hands of Shanks was the newspaper. He went through the newsreel, the wanted poster of each and every member of the Straw Hats. Damn Luffy, what a crew. Then last was the Monkey D. Luffy. He's done so much already, and Shanks could clearly remember he just saw him 2 weeks ago. And the bounty, 1 million berry ... Wait, that couldn't be right. The red-haired man looked over the bounty and scoffed at it being so low. But then he looked again. There was a fold on the bottom right of the paper. He opened it and his jaws dropped. More zeros were hiding from the fold of the paper. Monkey D. Luffy's first bounty in this new world was 1 billion berry. Huge a pirate ship. Mugiwara. Hancock stood in front of Luffy's cell. A week has passed since the escape from Totto Land. The cell was annoying, but it sure beats fighting with Big Mom. Yes, Pirate Empress, replied Luffy. Please call me Hancock, she said. Her voice was low, but the cells were close enough to where everyone can hear their conversation. Okay, then call me Luffy. And he extended his hands outside of the cell, to which Hancock took, and they shook hands. Her hands were soft and his hands were firm. There was an instant spark in the handshake, but they had to shake it off. She pulled away, holding her hand close to her heart. Luffy ... We are approaching land. I'm sorry for putting you and your crew in a cage. I can't just change our laws overnight. It's fine, it's where we need to go anyway. He smiled at her, causing her heart to melt. They stared into each other's eye for a moment too long, but was broken out of trance by a loud voice. Land up ahead, screamed someone from above. Well, goodbye for now, Luffy. She then began to walk away, but took a quick glance at him one more time before finally going up to join her crew. Call me Arlong. Arlong began to mock Hancock's voice, whereas Bruley joined along. Please call me Bruley. And they both burst out laughing. Shut it, you two. But he had a stupid grin on his face. Katakuri and Mihawk were smiling at the exchange. Finally, they arrived. The land of women, Amazon Lily. Amazon Lily. The Straw Hats were taken from their cells and made their way to the deck of the ship. Then, with an entourage of bow-wielding Kyujo warriors, the group made their way to the palace. Luffy had been admiring the view once again. The first time he came here, in a similar manner as Ryugu Kingdom, he just rushed everything. But now he can actually enjoy the country. With the beautiful, century-old tropical paradise, amazing women all around, and the fresh air. This was heavenly. Captain, do we break out now or what? A week of bondage didn't really bother any of the Straw Hats, as they were all patient people. It was just so easy to get out and escape that it was very tempting to do so. No, Arlong, we're going to do this the diplomatic way. Luffy had been partly looking at the surroundings, but he was also checking on something else. At any chance he could get, he would look ahead. In front of the group were the Gorgon sisters, with the woman who made him feel some type of way. She was ... She was Hancock. Looking back, he didn't really see her other than a friend. But remembering her action towards him, he mentally slapped himself for ignoring all the chances he had with her. Oh well, at least now he would be able to make up for lost time. Diplomatic way, more like you're going to bone her way, responded Arlong, to which the rest of the group snickered. Heh, was all Luffy could respond as they finally arrived at the castle. Then the women removed their cuffs and finally, they were free. The Straw Hats were in the heart of Amazon Lily, where it was all women. The Kyujas were looking at them funny, completely ignoring Bruley as they did not care for her being a female. It was the men they were interested in. Katakuri was getting the most audience, as Kyujas were poking him to understand him. One woman was even bold enough to touch his butt, to which he just looked at her with an intimidating look. Mihawk was also getting a crowd, but he did not mind their attention. He didn't much care for it. All he wanted was a good fight to stretch his arms. The fight with Snack was fun, but he needed to train more, to be strong enough to even beat a Marine Admiral. Arlong was liking the attention, but Bruley was giving him a dirty look. He was a bit conflicted on whether he should do something with this Kuja women or if he should suck it up and see what this thing with Broly will bring them. Now Luffy. Well, nobody dared look at him or even get close to him. Was it Hancock's doing? It felt pretty good to have caught her attention in this way. She was the Pirate Empress, one of the most powerful women in all the seas, and she was hot. The Straw Hats were then led inside the hall and into the throne room, where Hancock sat on her seat of power, and her sisters were by her side. Then another elderly figure stood by the group that Luffy was ever so familiar with. Hancock looked at Luffy while she sat on her throne, and for an intense few seconds, their eyes locked. He gave her a smile and she blushed feverishly. This exchange could not be missed by her sisters by her side. Marigold and Sandersonia looked at Hancock in confusion. Something was going on there. Luffy stood in the middle of the group. Broly and Arlong were to his left, Katakuri and Mihawk to his right. Upon inspection, Luffy noticed that Broly was a bit shorter than Arlong. She was a tall woman, maybe a head taller than him. Then to his right, both men were taller than him. Their shoulders were as high as the top of his straw hat. But one thing was certain, at that room that day, the strongest of them all was him. Everyone knew it. His crew, the Kujas, they all knew that if he wanted to, he could wreak havoc on the island. But he won't. He would rather have Amazon Lily as an ally than an enemy. Straw Hats, you have been summoned here today to be put on trial, proclaimed a short, elderly woman. Her name was Elder Nyan. He remembered her back in his time. She was an interesting character. We, the Kuja people, have prided ourselves of being free of men for centuries, and to offend our fearless empress, this is blasphemy beyond comprehension. For your offense, your punishment will be shared between you along with your crew. We have selected the strongest warriors in our land, and the objective is to obtain their weapons. If you win, we will set you free. If you lose, we will kill you. Elder Nyan stated before the crowd erupted in applause. The woman of your crew will be excluded, for we do not punish women who step foot in our land. Broly sighed as she did not have to fight. However, if you all lose, then she will also be killed. Then her expression dropped once more, but she remembered how strong her brother was. Their captain was stronger than her brother, so there was no way for them to lose. It was impossible, right? For the battles, the blue man will face our fiercest warrior, Kakayo. The fair-skinned, black-haired seasoned Kuja warrior stepped forward, waving her snake bow to the cheers of the crowd. Luffy recognized her as the woman who led the pack in hunting him down. But that was a different time, and she was just doing her job. Arlong had a smile on his face, not due to the fight, but because they didn't call him a rotten fishman and are treating him like a human being. Swordsman, you will engage in a battle with one of our most noble warriors, and a third of the Gorgon sisters, Boa Marigold. The orange-haired of the sisters raised her weapon of choice, a maul axe. Her gigantic stature meant her weapon was gigantic in size as well. Mihawk shouldn't have a problem with it. Luffy knew this because he hauls around that stupidly large black blade. Mihawk had his arms crossed, not really caring for the match. Simple enough. Just win. Dogtooth, oh yeah, I know who you are. You will be fighting another one of the Gorgon sisters, Boa Sandersonia. The green-haired woman's choice for a weapon was a battle axe, and similar to her sister, it was huge. But Katakuri was also large in stature, standing a bit taller than the Gorgon women. Luffy took note on how knowledgeable Elder Nyan has. Maybe Rayleigh told her about the Charlotte family. Or maybe Katakuri was just that famous in these parts. Mugiwara, your 1 billion berry bounty will make our land prosper. But alas, our empress has decided to engage you in a battle. Luffy's eyebrows were raised. Wait, 1 billion berry bounty? What the hell is going on? The battle will begin immediately in the arena. Make your way to the fighting pit. The people in the hall began to filter out, leaving the Straw Hats, the Gorgon sisters, and Elder Nyan. Up to your trial then. The Straw Hats began to move out of the hall, but Elder Nyan held her staff in front of Luffy. Everyone but you. Arlong was going to start kicking ass, but Luffy held his hands up, telling everyone to go. Go on. Reluctantly, the Straw Hats left the hall, with 2 of the 3 Gorgon sisters leaving the room. The door closed from behind the group, leaving Luffy standing with his back turned and Hancock sitting on her throne. Luffy slowly turned around to Hancock, who got up from her throne. Follow me, our battle is this way. Hancock led the way, creating some distance in between them. The tension was euphoric. Her body language was so inviting, yet she was keeping a distance in between them. Luffy aimlessly followed her, for an answer to what it is that she sought from him. While his crew was fighting for their survival, he was here with Hancock, as she led him through a maze of the palace. She turned a corner and he followed her, but once he reached said corner, she was gone. Hancock, he called out, but no answer. He was a little confused but kept walking anyway. He could have used his observation haki, but this way was more fun. The chase, the anticipation, it was intense. Then a rich aroma was in the distance, as steam escaped a dimly lit room. Luffy followed the scent, and as he turned the corner, there she was appearing from out of nowhere. Initially, he was too shocked to react as her lips connected with his. Then instant spark as their lips moved naturally, in thirst for one another. Luffy had never engaged in any sexual activity before, even something as simple as kissing. But this felt right, this felt good. He then took the lead, understanding what she desired. She yelped slightly as he used his hands to pull her closer, intensifying the exchange. At first she was surprised to be overpowered, but she melted in his arms as the kiss intensified. They broke their kiss for a moment and stared intently in each other's eyes. "Hi you," he said, to which she smiled. "Hi," she replied with a blush on her face. She then boldly pulled him towards her bed. It was humongous, and yet she slept on it all by herself. Now she finally found a man who can complete her. Not that she needed him, she wanted him. Lemon ended. For the rest of the day, while the Straw Hats had been fighting for their freedom, Luffy and Hancock had been engaged in their own battle. The first battle of that day had been between Arlong and Kaido. The second battle of the day had been between Mihawk and Marigold. The final battle of the day had been between Katakuri and Sandersonia. All the while Luffy was doing his own battle with Hancock. The crowd was pumped up for the entire event, and it transpired like so. Arlong the Sop vs Kaido Kyuja Elite Warrior. Arlong and Kaido made their way to the center of the battle stadium. The Straw Hats were sitting along the viewer section with their hands bound, with the two Gorgon sisters looking over the prisoners to ensure they did not escape. The main problem on the crew was currently with the Pirate Empress. So all they really have to worry about was Dogtooth and Hawkeye. Arlong stretched his arms, then twisting his body to release tension on his back. Meanwhile, Kaido removed a strand of hair from her face, her trusty snake bow on her side, her other hand ready to pull an arrow on her back. The first battle will now commence. Any outside interference will result in absolute defeat. Elder Nyan stood at the helm of the viewer box, raising both of her arms. "Begin." It should have been a fight, should have lasted more than a few minutes. But Arlong took it upon himself to record a win within a few minutes. For within 5 minutes, Arlong had taken Kikayo's weapon without her knowledge. The first minute was a flurry of arrows that he dodged. He didn't want to be impaled by the poison-coated arrows. As she ran out of ammo, Arlong jumped in to close the gap. Then it was the second minute where Kikayo's hand-to-hand skill was noteworthy. But Arlong was trained in the art of fishman karate. For each strike by Kikayo, Arlong countered by catching her punches before they could connect with him. But her punches were heavy, and each one took a toll on him. But he wouldn't lose here. That would be slightly embarrassing to his new people. "Tisk, you're strong," commented Kikayo as the third minute of their battle approaches. Kikayo attempted to use her snake bow to limit Arlong's movement. The snake reverted to its animal form and tried to constrict Arlong. But the fishman broke the binding. He then caught the incoming Kikayo before her feet could connect. He took a firm grip of her feet as she was in the air and threw her against the floor. The crowd was immediately silenced, for Kikayo was unable to move any longer. Then, to seal the victory, Arlong picked up the snake bow. He raised it above his head to no applause. Only the voice of Broly could be heard cheering, but the rest were silent. At the 5-minute mark of the first battle, "Arlong wins," Elder Nyan stated, dejected. With the victory, Arlong would no longer be in shackles, but will watch the battles as a spectator. Marigold slammed her maul axe on the ground and yelled, "What the hell? Get loud, for I, Boa Marigold, will be victorious in my battle." She raised her weapon in the air and the crowd erupted once more. Dracula Hawkeye Mihawk vs. Boa Marigold. Mihawk stood up from his viewer seat and was given his weapon. The Kyuja women removed his cuffs and he finally made his way to the battle area. He swung his sword a couple of times to regain the blood flow in his arm. Meanwhile, Marigold continued to hype the crowd, but her effort would be for naught. As Elder Nyan announced the start of the battle, Mihawk disappeared from Marigold's peripheral. She panicked for a moment, instinctively bringing her maul axe to protect herself. But it was too late. Before she could even raise her weapon, Mihawk had already taken the maul axe off of her hand without allowing Marigold to move even an inch. The look of shock filled the crowd as their strongest warriors were defeated so easily by the outsiders. The victor of this battle is Dracula Mihawk. Elder Nyan sounded dejected. But there is still hope. There was still Boa Sandersonia and Boa Hancock yet to go. But to save face, she thought of something that will prepare her fighter. A brief intermission will now commence for the final battle. The intermission will give Sandersonia some time to come up with a tactic in fighting Dogtooth. But even as Tail reaches their isolated country, in 2 hours will be sundown. Maybe the guise of darkness will give Sandersonia an advantage in the battle. Charlotte Dogtooth Katakuri vs. Boa Sandersonia. The hour has passed and still no sign of Hancock or Mugiwara. Katakuri had been patiently sitting beside Broly as they waited for his battle. Arlong and Mihawk were close by as they were no longer bound by shackles. Arlong sat on the floor beside the bench to where Broly was sitting in. Mihawk stood beside Katakuri with his arms crossed and his blade hanging over his back. 5 minutes is my time. Arlong stated, dejected that he took so long on his battle. 5 seconds, replied Mihawk, who had beaten her opponent in a matter of seconds. Watch this. Katakuri finally stood up. The shackles were removed from his hands as the last of the sunlight finally disappearing in the horizon. The final battle will now commence. Warriors, please enter the arena. Katakuri complied, walking to the center of the stone platform. Boa Sandersonia's eyes glowed a certain yellow color, indicating that she had activated her night vision. Katakuri smirked under his scarf and looked at the snake Zoan. His eyes were gentle while hers were fierce, and they continued to stare at one another until Elder Nyan called the match. When she did, Sandersonia was standing. Then her eyes rolled to the back of her head and she fell backwards, though she never made contact with the floor as her opponent caught her before she fell on her back. Dead silence covered the arena once more before applause could be heard from Arlong and Bruley. It was actually quite comical for Bruley to try to clap while she was restrained by cuffs. Mihawk had a small smile on his face as Katakuri one-upped him once again. There wasn't any bad blood. It was just friendly competition. The Straw Hats have won this round, but we still have our Pirate Empress, who has yet to emerge from her battle with Mugiwara, Elder Nyan confidently proclaimed. This caused a round of murmur to commence for the Kyuja warriors. For now we rest, as the most important battle of the day is still ongoing, a testament to our Empress' immense power. The Kyujas retired to their homes while the Straw Hats were led to a separate sleeping quarter far from the capital. Katakuri relinquished Sandersonia to her sister, Marigold, when he was being led away from the arena. Defeating her was satisfactory, but he couldn't help but look at her once more as her green hair, fierce yellow eyes mesmerized him. As the Straw Hats retired to their sleeping and the Kyujas rested in their own home, little did they know that the Pirate Empress was definitely losing herself to one Mugiwara monkey D Luffy ... and sleep was not an option. Sunrise. The very next day, as the sunlight finally grazed the sky, Luffy stood over the balcony of the royal bedroom. There he overlooked the sky and took in the fresh air. He then felt warm hands wrap around his waist, as the women of his desire joined him in his deep thoughts. What's on your mind? She was still sleepy as she hugged him, her breast grazed against his back. He then turned his head slightly, inhaling her scent. I like you, Hancock, I really do. I don't want this to be a one-time thing, I want this all the time. Me too, Luffy. He finally turned and looked her in her eyes, her beautiful, amazing gems staring right back at him. As you know, my adventures will take me to the open seas, and I want you to come with me. Join my crew, be by my side when I conquer the world. Luffy had never felt this way about anybody before. All he used to think about was meat and fighting. But traveling back in time caused him to mature much faster. And it also helps that he was smarter than ever. Luffy, Before she could answer, an explosion occurred on the port entrance to Amazon Lily. She then looked him in the eyes once more before he nodded his head. He understood that she had to be the Empress in her country at this time. Later, she kissed him in the mouth. Her lips lingered with him for a moment before quickly changing to her Empress attire. He then made his way to his own clothes, pulling out a small snail. He then proceeded to put on his clothes as she. 2 new messages, said the messenger snail. This was an amazing technology that the fish people were hiding. Amazing. A play. He didn't know what to say, but the snail responded and began to play the messages. First message. The voice then played as Queen Otoheim. Hi Mugiwara-sen, surprise. You did not expect a message to be left for you. One of our many technological advances that I am excited to share with our human friends. As per your request, we have located your people. Nico Robin is currently in Alabasta, but we have trouble reaching her as she is being safeguarded by Sir Crocodile. But good news in terms of your skeleton friend. He was picked up by the Sun Pirates and brought to Sabaody as per your request. He is currently at the care of Shaky. Anyway, if I don't pick up, you can leave a message for us. Then another voice played in the background. Wishing you well, Mugiwara. It was King Neptune's voice, to which Luffy smiled. Second message. The voice was Katakuri. Captain, we won. Then the message ends. Straight to the point. That was good. Then someone called and it was none other than Mihawk. Captain, an unknown stranger has entered the land. I feel that they have come with bad intentions. Where are they? How did they enter without permission from the Kyuja? Asked Luffy over the messenger snail. The unknown person has entered through a burning slaver ship. No survivors on board, barging the gateway to Amazon Lily. The ship was covered in oil and is currently burning the wooden gate. That was the explosion I heard. Luffy wondered who it could be. Maybe someone he needs to be concerned about. And then he knew exactly who it was. Definitely someone who he should be concerned about. Then the call disconnected and nothing could be heard on the line. The call suddenly dropped, which confused Mihawk. Hello, nothing. Then Arlong grabbed the phone and yelled at the snail. Captain, though no answer on Luffy's end. In the sleeping quarter outside of the capital, the Straw Hats looked at one another in concern, then they all got up and ran, disappearing into the distance. Katakuri had been the fastest, knowing exactly where Luffy was. After all, he had been in a battle with Hancock in the capital palace. Where else would he be? Mihawk was close behind Katakuri, with Arlong keeping pace with Bruley, ensuring her safety in the foreign land. What had happened to Luffy and why did he hang up the line so suddenly? somewhere in the Grand Line. A week prior to the attack on Amazon Lily, a man sat at the peak of the slaver ship. He surveyed the surrounding, trying to locate any sign of life. Though no luck. The lead which he had followed led to a dead end, and he was riding blind. The carcass which had covered the deck was thrown overboard to feed the sea life. He was a lone man floating aimlessly. Who was he? Well, his name was Agent 1, do you copy? A voice echoed throughout the empty ship. That was him, his code name under the Cipher Pol agency. Copy, was his reply. Short, simple, concise. He took a bite out of an apple he found at one of the barrels that occupied the ship. Food shouldn't be a problem on his trip since he had enough food for the 49 slavers he found on the ship. There's a lead for your target, 500 clicks somewhere in the northwest direction. Then your target became a ghost. Copy HQ, over and out. He then disconnected the call before finishing his apple. With the ship that he stole, it should take him a good 3 minutes 4 days depending on Grand Line weather. If he were to find his target, he would need a little luck. For the days he had estimated, all he could really do is to stay his course and push forward no matter what the weather brought his way. He worked out when he could and rested when he could. But the journey was still tumultuous, but his spirit would not waver. He had a mission, and he never failed his mission. Never failed. His eyes closed as the memory passed through him again. There he stood, over a body of 500 soldiers, with the last of the hostages in his hands. A pirate crew had taken them hostage in order to bargain for the kingdom which they wanted to conquer, claim for themselves. The memory faded from his eyes, replaced by the moment which he took the pirate captain's head. He was shot on his back, leaving him incapable of battling for some time. They were going to dispose of him as his injuries were too dire. But he persevered, killing those who tried to kill him. It was then that he became the best. Nobody dared question him in the organization again. But why did he murder all those people? Well, then his eyes opened, removing him from his days. A story for another time. His journey has taken him on the outskirts of what seems to be a remote island. His gut was telling him this was the place, but there was simply nothing. He needs to circle the island several times to find an entranceway. So that he did. But he couldn't find anything, not even a sign of life. So why did intel bring him in this direction? They did say that his target disappeared after the initial intel. Did he leave? Though yet again, good fortune smiled upon him as a remote group of about 4 women, dressed in indigenous native attire, came out of the wooden forest, a few clicks ahead of him. They never looked in his direction, focused on something else. What was it? He didn't really care. All he knew was to wait for them to clear the area, disappearing in the distance, and he finally had a way in. He steered his ship to the direction which the indigenous came from and slowly went through a tunnel of giant trees. Then he found a giant wooden gate. It was going to be a problem. Then he had an idea. The agent went below deck, gathering as much oil as he could find and covering the entire ship. If it was a giant wooden gate, he should be able to burn it down. As he got close to the gate, he could hear a ring of panic from the indigenous hiding from the top of the gate. What is that? Stated one of the guards. Must be a lost ship. It will simply sink upon collision with the gate. Replying to another guard, the agent looked from his hiding location below the deck, where the slaves were held previously, and saw that only 2 women were guarding the gate. They were really confident about their security. They were going to get a rude awakening. The agent took out a match and lit it against the wall. Then as the ship collided with the gate, the agent ignited the entire ship, and with the ship covered in oil, the fire spread quickly. The impact generated a giant explosion, covering the bottom of the gate in flames. But the agent, he punched a hole on the bottom of the sea, and swam underneath the wreckage. He was finally in, and he just had to find his target. That should be easy enough. A target with a billionberry on his head should be located at the central area of the island. His importance shouldn't be ignored, and therefore he will be in the capital. So the agent dashed through the forest. His speed was nothing to blink about. At the tender age of 18, he mastered the art of rokushiki early, and all he had to do was hone it. Within a few moments of blowing a hole through the gate and traveling the massive remote island, he finally found the capital. And where will his target be? The tallest building, of course. He quickly scaled the side of the building, reaching the highest room. There he found a man speaking to someone over the line. He knew this was his target because the aura he was letting out. He attempted to kill him early. A quick swipe to his jugular should make it quick, but his target was stronger than that, for the man caught his arm before even turning around. The agent couldn't believe what was happening. All of his targets were eliminated swiftly, in and out in a matter of seconds. This was not good. Not good at all. "Hello, Lucci," said the man. "How the hell?" Then as quick as lightning, emptiness. The man had caught him before he could react, his fist colliding with his own face once, twice, thrice. Then the agent couldn't count anymore as he was being barraged with punches like a machine gun. Each strike was hitting him on his way down. Then nothing. His target was none other than Luffy, who was a bit on edge for getting interrupted from his moment with his women. And beating him down was from pent-up frustration against him, especially for what he did in his previous lifetime. But something happened. Another vision passed through him as his finally punch nearly connected with one of his most hated enemies. Fuck, he exclaimed as he knew these things happened to gain a sense of how that person's past shapes their future. It was how he saw Queen Ottoheim's past which urged him to help save Fisher Tiger's life. How he saw the life which Hancock had to endure. Now a peek into Lucci's life. Luffy found himself standing at a village on fire. A man, possibly in his 30s, was running. From what? He couldn't tell. In his arm was a child, no older than 8. His father stopped, holding the child up and holding his shoulders, violently shaking him to his senses. Listen here, boy, she is dead. Your mother is dead, and it is because of my weakness. The child stopped crying, still not understanding the situation. If you are not on top, then you are dead. And as the words escaped his mouth, a bullet went through his head, blood spewing all over the child. No tears escaped the child's eyes as all he could do was freeze in shock. And before him, an uncanny figure with a strange-looking mask. The figure's left hand held a gun, its barrel still hot from the bullet which escaped it. The masked figure pointed its gun at the child's head to no reaction. Then as the masked figure was about to pull the trigger, the child disappeared in a blur, attempting to kill the figure which murdered his father in cold blood. But he was not able to reach him. It took another 2 masked figures to subdue the boy who was going berserk. The masked figure disappeared in the shadow, with the child's eyes never leaving the assailant for even a second. Then the memory transformed to another. This time the young boy had yet to grow, but a certain fire was in his eyes. He was on a training field, practicing the basics. It couldn't have been more than a couple months since the boy had lost his father. Then time seems to fast forward as the boy continued to train, from sunrise to sunset. His resolve was absolute, his will was undying. Nobody could beat him wherever he went, the perfect tool of war. His goal was to kill the agent which killed his father. But to do so, he needed to get stronger. And he needed to be high enough in ranking to gain access to top-secret information. Then the boy grew after some time, possibly in his early teenage years. He stood before 2 masked figures, a different mask from the people from the earlier memory, but they seemed to be the instructors. Agent 93, in order to prove your worth, you must destroy a warring kingdom. The pirates which have overthrown the sovereign power of that land have created an annoyance in which must be properly disposed. Stupid numbers. Was his thought. He only needed to move up to Agent 0 in order to reach his end goal, in order to get what he needs from them. The second masked figure then placed its hands on the shoulder of the teenager. Upon completion, your place in the Cipher Pol agency will be significantly favorable for you. And conversely, upon failure, you will be terminated. Copy. He had no choice. In this world which he was forcefully brought into, it was killed or be killed. He needed to get his revenge, but at what cost? Luffy finally understood the foundation which made the monster, driven by revenge and thirst for power. He was just a child when he witnessed. Then it was the faithful mission, the mission to assassinate the 500 kingdom soldiers who were held hostage and to kill the pirate crew which took the kingdom into their own hand. Luffy watched as the assassin cleanly eliminated all of his target, skillfully and masterfully. Though nothing could prepare him for the end, for as he took the head of the pirate captain, his men shot him in the back, causing him to fade away. His mission was over, but he had failed. And failure was termination, and he was not going to die that day. He had a man he had to kill, and his life would not end there. In the carnage of which he left behind, 2 masked Cipher Pol agents were sent in to kill the wounded agent. But he was not ready to die as he killed the men who were sent in to eliminate him. The last memory that Luffy saw Lucci, recovering from his injuries with the masked Cipher Pol agent. The agent gave him a document, marked Agent 1. And then nothing. The memory ended and Luffy once again stood over the body of Rob Lucci. His body was beaten to its limits. The stone floor on his back has collapsed on its own. Lucky for him, Luffy had been holding back, not wanting to destroy the building for Hancock. By seeing his life, Luffy understood the man's goal and motivation. But yet he could not overlook everything that he has done, at least not for some time. Mihawk had been a warrior, brewing up fights all over the world in order to become the strongest. Arlong had yet to perform the atrocities he brought upon Nami's island. Brook and Katakuri were strictly working for their mother, and as far as he could tell, they were mostly responsible for their own areas and didn't really bother with their mother's business. So for their case, ignorance is bliss. His thoughts were interrupted when his crew finally arrived, probably alarmed by the abrupt ending to their call. Everything okay? Katakuri was the first man to arrive, looking first at Luffy, whose fist was still covered in the assailant's blood. Then Mihawk barged right in as well, relaxing slightly at the sight of the captain being all right. He's alive, I did not kill him. His voice was low, almost as if he had slight remorse for the assassin. Well, what now? Asked Mihawk, observing the beaten man on the ground. Bring him to the prison cell, was Luffy's command, confusing Katakuri. Sure, Captain, but are we okay to do that? Katakuri asked. Lucci was currently stuck on the ground, etched into the foundation. Katakuri and Mihawk had their back turned against the door while Luffy was facing the doorway. All Luffy could do was smile before a call came into Lucci's messenger snail. Agent 1, mission report. Luffy picked up the snail and placed it close to his mouth, speaking to whoever was on the other line. Whatever you wanted to do, you failed. He responded. Who the hell are you? Where is Agent 1? The man on the other line had an annoying voice. Doesn't matter. Whoever you are, your agent is done for. You have failed. Who the fuck cares? Doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter what happened to that stupid boy. All I care about is if Mugiwara has been eliminated. His words woke up the fallen warrior. His wounds were immense, but his body was numbed by his commander's words. I will never die. He then hung up the snail call before they could trace the call. But did he let the call go on for too long? If so, then Rob Lucci's former agency, the Cipher Pol, will be sending a group after them. Luffy was deep in his thoughts, cueing the rest to leave their captain in his thoughts. Katakuri and Mihawk picked up Lucci from the ground, partly conscious from the beating that he received from Luffy. Arlong and Brook finally arrived, but it was too late. They ended up following Katakuri and Mihawk. Though a half-hour passed before his lover joined him in the room, he was still stuck in his thoughts, contemplating the situation. The perimeter has been secured. The flames have contained at the gate. Hancock had arrived and snapped Luffy in his thoughts. It was then that Luffy came into a realization. Luffy, what happened? We have to move out quickly. Cipher Pol is on my tail for some reason, and we need to get out of here, in the open sea, where you're not in danger, where your people are safe. Luffy assumed that Hancock would choose to stay with her country, but to his surprise, she chose him. Luffy, she then kissed him on the lips. I'm going with you. Really, you will go with me? Luffy could not believe him, his heart fluttering at her answer to a question he had asked her earlier. But what about your kingdom? Your people? I will be succeeded by my sister, Sandersonia, for the rule of Amazon Lily. I'm going with you, silly, after what we did. There's no one else I'd rather be with, but why do we have to leave? We can make our stand here. Here in Amazon Lily, we would have the advantage. It was a valid question, but Luffy also had a more valid answer. That's a good point, but also it is not. In your land of Amazon Lily, we would have an advantage of them coming to us. But there is the problem of having to look after your people. I don't want to risk your people's life when there is another way. He then brought her outside on the balcony, pointing at the open sea that was over the horizon. In the open sea, we don't have to worry about anyone. It gives us a chance to let loose for the Cipher Pol agency to see what the real Straw Hat Grand Armada is about. With that, Hancock smiled, finally understanding him. She knew her abilities and power. She was a royal Shichibukai despite being so young, but her lover was a $1 billion man. She couldn't help but shudder in excitement at seeing his power firsthand. Dungeons Amazon Lily. His body would wake up every now and then. Each would be worse than the last. Never in his life had he ever lost to anyone. A master of the Rokushiki, undefeated, cold-hard assassin. And here he was, cuffed against a stone wall, with the man who defeated him without a sweat, standing in front of him. Lucci spat blood that built up in his throat, his eyes slightly open from being inflamed. Cipher Pol is coming. Luffy had his left hand on his chin, surveying the prisoner. They do not care for you. If you die, it's not really a big deal to them. He knew that. He heard it before passing out again. What do you want to do? There's only one thing I need to do. Kill that man. The one who killed your father. Luffy knew this. He saw his memory. Yeah, he replied angrily. Then why become their puppet? A tool at their disposal. Access ... If I reach a high enough rank in the organization, I'll get to learn his name. That makes sense. Revenge can really shape a person to do horrible things for the sake of retribution. Okay, Lucci. But what do you do now? Your organization has abandoned you. I know. I'll have to ask you. Lucci looked him directly in the eye. That if I die here in this foreign land, to kill them all. You won't die in this land, Lucci. You will be coming with me. I plan to meet the Cipher Pol unit that is heading this way. In the open ocean, my crew will destroy them all. Will you accept? Luffy would not have done this if he didn't know what the agent had gone through. Everyone had a story, everyone had a purpose. Yes, to this, Luffy removed the agent's arms from bondage and caught him before falling on the floor. He collapsed from exhaustion, and blood flow was not good when hanging from a dungeon wall by the wrist. Good. The very next day, Lucci was immediately rushed to the infirmary ward, with a day to recover from his wounds. The Straw Hats were debriefed of what the plan was, to which they all agreed would be a good plan. Sandersonia was given the throne of Amazon Lily, to which everyone joined in on the brief celebration. And finally it was time to go. Thank you for the ship, Hancock. The crew was given a spare ship that the Kyuja woman had taken from a lost pirate crew. I hope it is good enough before we get to where you want to get a ship. It will. He gave her a kiss on the lips before she slapped him playfully on his chest. Not now, there's people here. For a pirate empress, she sure was shy when showing affection. They were currently on the deck of the ship, except for Lucci, who had been placed in one of the rooms below the deck. Arlong had his arms around Brook. Katakuri was paying attention to the meeting, and so was Mihawk. Right. So everyone, once we meet them, we don't hold back. They are coming after us to kill us, to destroy anyone who gets in the way of their goal. "Right, Captain," replied Katakuri. "I shall prove my worth. Let's make it a competition," exclaimed Arlong. "I'll take your wager, Arlong. A month's cabin boy chores to the one with the least enemies slain," Mihawk proclaimed. "You can even combine yours and Brulee's total to make it fair." "Fine," Arlong replied, knowing Mihawk would mop the floor on him, "but with Brulee, maybe they'll have a chance." "Excellent. Me and Hancock will take care of the command center, I feel." Then, to the surprise of the crew, Lucci had walked out of bed and towards the deck of the ship, gripping onto the railing for support. "They will probably bring 3 ships full of maybe 2 high-ranking Cipher Pol agents, a commander and about 200 recruits, and leave me him, that rat will definitely be there. I will kill Spandy myself." He was Agent 1. His access was one step away from gaining absolute knowledge within the organization. He surveyed him for a moment, his body oozing with anger that Luffy couldn't deny his request. All right, revenge was truly an unbelievable driving force. Luffy smiled at Lucci. Maybe he'll get the answer he's been looking for. So their plan was now in motion. The ship which they boarded finally set its course to the open sea. Its trajectory was on a collision course with the Cipher Pol attack unit that is heading to Amazon Lily to kill them. Some distance away from them, in correlation with Lucci's intel, the Cipher foe did bring 3 ships. They did have 200 capable fighters within the organization. And lastly, they did have Commanding Officer Spandime and 2 additional high-ranking Cipher Pol agents, Agent 2 and Agent 3. They were coming. Who was the prey and the predator? That was completely up to perspective. In the mind of the Cipher Pol attack force, they were the predator. But surely enough, Luffy was going to destroy them in every way possible. Spandime sat in his office, smoking a cigar. Though suddenly he felt his back shiver. Someone was thinking about him, and suddenly the room became heavy. His body began to sweat profusely. Then his body stiff up as he felt a strong, heavy air pass over him. "Commander, a ship is blocking our path." An agent went into his office space, where he quickly turned around to hide his shivering stature. "Yeah, blow him up," exclaimed Spandime, but the agent didn't leave. "But Commander, Force 1 is currently under attack by 3 people. Force 2 is under attack by 2 people, and we are also." But the agent couldn't finish his sentence as a fist went right through his heart. The agent fell forward and Spandime was blinded by the light that shined behind the assailant. His eyes grew wide as it was a ghost back from the dead. "No, Mugiwara killed you. It freed me." The ghost was Rob Lucci, back from a near-death experience at the hands of his new captain. His recovery was nothing short of a miracle. Lucci lunged forward, attempting to end it in one strike. But the commander of Cipher Pol 9 would not die with such ease. He earned his ranking having mastered the art of killing. He was the pinnacle of the organization, before Rob Lucci came in and took the title. Spandime caught his strike mid-air, blocking him from finishing him. "You cocky little shit, I'll teach you why my track record is perfect." Spandime pushed him back and went for the leg. Lucci hopped in the air, to which the commander brought up his other leg to connect with Lucci's face. In one fell motion, Spandime had knocked Lucci back several steps. Instead of backing down, the former Cipher Pol agent simply smiled, enjoying the challenge. "Good, you will tell me the information I need," declared the teenager. "The fuck are you talking about?" Spandime pulled out 2 metal rods from his back pocket. "Did you just pull that out of your ass?" Luffy had entered the room as well. On his wake were the 2 high-ranking Cipher Pol agents, as well as a plethora of bodies of the agents unfortunate enough to be assigned to Spandime's unit. They were swiftly taken care of, as Luffy wasn't going to be bothered by them. His new heightened senses, fighting experience, and newfound intelligence was amazing. It made everything easier. "You must be Mugiwara. You need to die here and now." The Cipher Pol commander charged forward, attempting to attack Luffy, who, despite having a professional killer charging towards him, simply stuck his tongue out and made a bless sound at Spandime. The stupid agent forgot that he was fighting someone else. "You will not touch my captain." Lucci intercepted the attack by infusing his fist with thick resin-like substance. Armament. The fuck? Lucci never had this in his timeline. Maybe it was because he underestimated Luffy so much that he didn't even try to use this skill on him. He would have to ask later. So Spandime, while mid-flight, met the armament-infused fist of Lucci directly on his spine. The impact caused the assassin to slam harshly against the wooden floor of the ship. Spandime could only spit blood as his back was shattered, though the newest straw hat was not done quite yet. As soon as the rat bastard hit the ground, Lucci took his right foot and pulled it so far back that his soccer ball kick to the ribs of Spandime was met with a satisfying crack. Now Spandime was flat on his back broken, ribs broken, and yet his pride was still strong. Lucci stood over him, his body shaking from the anger that has built up in the days since learning that he was going to be abandoned. Luffy remained watching at the doorway of the room with his arms crossed and his face was neutral. Lucci then roughly grabbed the shirt of the fallen assassin and pulled him close to his face. "Who is the man that killed my father?" Lucci stated, gritting his teeth as to hold himself back from finishing the bastard. "Nah, haha." The broken man coughed up a laugh despite his predicament. The broken shard of rib bone on his thoracic region shifted slightly, which was enough. Before having the chance to complete his statement, his injury was too much as a broken rib collapsed on his lungs, puncturing it. It wouldn't take long before he choked internally in his own blood. His last breath was a splurge of blood that filled his lungs before ultimately succumbing to death. Spandime's eyes rolled on the back of his head before he could reveal any more information on the killer. Let's move, Lucci. Luffy grabbed his shoulder to give him slight comfort. In his mind, he was a bit jaded by not being able to deliver the killing blow that would make him feel a little better at what that damned bastard did to Robin. But he has a son, an equally despicable piece of shit of a son. He'll get Robin's revenge then. Lucci released the fallen assassin commander on the ground. Aye, Captain. At least he learned something about his father's killer, no matter how small. The duo then set the ship ablaze, burning the wretched ship down into the ocean. They then left and returned on their own ship. Luffy and Lucci were the first to return as the rest of the crew were still dealing with the other Cipher Pol ships. With Mihawk, Arlong and Brook. Hey Hawkface, how many you got? Arlong was bouncing in and out of mirror fragment created by Brook. He was in the front of the battle while Brook stood back, creating the perfect assist opportunities for Arlong to thrive. Though these agents were not weak by any means. They were trained killers, but they were still no match for them. 23. Mihawk cut 2 agents that got in his way. 25. What the hell, we only have 17. Arlong exclaimed, but he had a trick up his sleeve. Babes, let's do the thing we talked about. To which she nodded with a giant blush on her face. Arlong joined her in the back line while Mihawk continued to rack up his numbers. But Arlong wasn't worried as he pulled his hand back, creating one of the fundamental fishman karate forms. He then let out a breath, clearing his mind before backflipping into the ocean. As Arlong dove below the ocean, he formed his hands into a V shape before continuously building up energy behind him. Underwater, a vortex began to form, quickly building up force, and finally, Arlong launched the vortex into the surface, launching it directly at Brook. The move was known as Yaranami Aka Spear Wave. Brook smiled as she brought out her mirror in front of her, catching the spear-shaped stream with it. Unknown to the agents, fragments of mirror were created near them, thus dividing the spear wave throughout all the small mirrors. Those who were lucky were pierced right through a vital organ, making their deaths quick and easy, while others Several agents who were quickly by the combined attack yelled in pain as some of them had a hole where their eyes were supposed to be, puncture through their lungs, their limbs hanging in a way that it wasn't supposed to. But Mihawk took mercy and ended their misery. He sliced them where the pain would be instantaneous, where death would be quick. Mihawk looked at Arlong, who was still in the ocean, and gave him a nod, where Brook opened a mirror way to get back into their ship. The swordsman and the mirror master entered through the portal and left Arlong to clean up. Arlong gave them a thumbs up before creating a big enough whirlpool to sink the ship. No survivors. After completing cleanup, Arlong joined the rest of the Straw Hats on the ship, swimming expertly through the ship debris, where Mihawk was already debriefing with Captain, while Lucci stood at the crow's nest to survey their surroundings. So babes, what was the final score? Arlong placed his arms around Brook, who held his arms close to her. We lost by 8, she replied, but Arlong didn't really mind. I will get him next time. To this the two smiled at each other. Meanwhile, Mihawk, who was debriefing the captain, finally completed his report. All right, after Katakuri and Hancock returns, we immediately head to Sabaody, was Luffy's response. It should be any minute now. With Hancock and Katakuri. Sure enough, the combination of the Empress and Dogtooth was too much for the Cipher Pol agents, as in a matter of minutes, Katakuri had slammed his hammer Machai arm right through the belly of the ship, causing the ship to cave from the impact. To those who were under the fire of the two powerhouse, they could only shudder in fear, as their life was flashing before their very eyes. Years of training as expert assassins, infiltrating high-priority target for overt mission, and they will all die now at the orders of Spandine, the most unqualified bastard to lead an entire division of Cipher Pol agents. Life sucks like that. As the ship began to sink, Hancock was turning all the agents who were after her into stone, using her famed perfume femur, a skillful set of kicks that bonds her devil fruit ability with each strike. Her frozen bounty of 80 million berry was truly unjust. Boa Hancock. You are a royal Shichibukai. But the agent met the bottom of Hancock's heels, turning his mouth into stone. I was a royal Shichibukai. I have placed Amazon Lily under the care of Straw Hat Luffy. Little did she know, her response was transcribed by a messenger snail going directly to the CP0. Hancock, you should not speak to the dead. Katakuri picked up the transponder snail that one of the surviving agents pulled out and hid under his body, and he destroyed the electronics which the snail was using to transmit the live feed. He then tossed the snail into the open ocean and left the sinking ship. Yet again, as Captain ordered, no survivors. Hancock flicked her hair, seething at the sight of the dreadful Cipher Pol agents who chased after her man. Right, to end the miserable life of these men. Hancock left them with a parting gift by turning the survivors into stone. Was it an easy decision for you to leave her home? Katakuri let silence fill the air for a moment before asking her. It wasn't, but this man ... he is worthy to follow and to love. Hancock never really spoke to Katakuri about their past. You had to leave your home, right? I had to, in order to enact change ... but it was hard to leave my siblings behind. It was then that Hancock placed a hand on the vice captain's shoulder, looked him dead in the eye and said, "We will get them." To this Katakuri smiled and nodded his head. The captain chose the right queen. She then jumped away from the ship, using her inhuman leaping ability to return to their own ship. As she arrived, Luffy met her, immediately picking her up off the ground, giving her a kiss. "Good of you to join us, Miss Boa." He then placed her on the deck once more, though not releasing her from his embrace. Thus the Straw Hats have cleaned house. Not even the main force of Cipher Pol 9 can stop their current path to pure dominance. Orders Captain. Arlong was tasked with manning the helm. Lucci was in the crow's nest. Mihawk had been on rope duties. Then Hancock and Brook had been tasked to create a meal for the crew. Meanwhile, Luffy and Katakuri stood on the bow of the ship, overlooking their destination. Sabaody Archipelago was Luffy's orders, and lucky for them, he was smart enough to grab a log pose from Sabaody when they were there. How did he find time? Well, on their way to beat the shit out of the Celestial Dragon in the auction house, Luffy had stolen a log pose off a market stand. He was a pirate after all. Stealing was part of the job title. "Aye, Captain." Arlong turned the rudder, following the log pose to wherever it was pointing. They were different people, with different beliefs, different walks of life, and different approaches. Katakuri wanted a true adventure, away from the shadow of his mother, ultimately to protect his brothers and sisters. Brook wanted a new life wherever her brother will go, but her heart was also taken rapidly by one long-nosed fishman. Arlong wanted to bring his people to the surface world, adapting Queen Ottoheim's worldview after a human saved Fisher Tiger's life. Mihawk wanted to become the strongest swordsman in the world. Hancock wanted to be by him when he becomes king. And these powerful, unique individuals were united as a team under the flag of the Straw Hat Grand Armada. Thus on that day, it was only right that the predator consumed the prey. Sabaody Archipelago. It took the Straw Hats another week to travel to Sabaody Archipelago. It was there that they would meet their newest comrade, predetermined by Luffy as soon as he was able to grasp his new reality. Brook. Poor Brook, who had been floating aimlessly around the Florian Triangle, unable to move on to the next life due to his cursed fruit ability. But Luffy was not going to let him live that life for another decade. The Straw Hats arrived in Port 7, an area where the most ruthless and lawless pirates and citizens alike. Though everyone froze in place as soon as the Straw Hats set foot into the archipelago once more. Though this time, they were stronger than the last time they were there. Luffy was the first person to step on the land, followed by Hancock and Mihawk. Then Arlong, Lucci, and Katakuri brought up the rear. Brook was tasked to remain on the ship to act as a communication hub as well as to guard their ship. Her mirror shards were a much easier way to communicate with one another, but they still had their mini snails just in case. "Remember to watch my perimeter while me and Hancock get my friend," Luffy commanded, to which his crew nodded their head. "Brook, keep tabs on everyone," Luffy said to a shard of mirror, to which Brook responded with a salute. Then he placed it on his short pocket. Katakuri and Arlong casually walked towards the path that led to the right area, whereas Lucci and Mihawk took up the left area, forming a perimeter around their captain. The plan was simple: get Brook and get out. But in terms of execution, well, that might be a problem, seeing as Luffy wreaked havoc the last time he was here. "Lawyer Mugiwara," a tough-looking rookie pirate, approached him, rudely blocking his way. But Luffy didn't have time for him, as he simply grabbed his face and slammed it on his left knee. He then looked at all the surrounding pirates, bounty hunters, and marine officers who were looking at him as if they have already claimed his $1 billion bounty. He continued to walk forward, not uttering a single word, leaving the tough-looking pirate on a pool of his own blood, his facial bone broken in many places. The Emperor Haki which he was releasing was intense, and Hancock was similarly displaying her own Empress Haki. Many people who were close enough to experience their combined might passed out immediately, unable to counter the aura. It took another 20 minutes for Luffy and Hancock to arrive at Shaki's rip-off bar. The woman in question stood behind her bar counter, where she held her face up by her right hand, an amused look on her face. "Hi, how may I help you?" she asked, and Hancock looked at her, recognizing her slightly. She looked so familiar, but she couldn't really point it out. "I'm here for my friend. My name is Luffy." Luffy and Hancock approached and declined an invitation to sit on the bar stools. That Aladdin fellow brought in someone over a week ago. He told me that a Luffy would come for him. She brought out her cigarette and smoked one. She offered it to her guests, in which they declined. "My, how you've grown, Hancock." To this, Hancock finally remembered who it was. Miss Silvers." To which Shaki simply smiled, and another person joined the group. "You must be Mugiwara." An older gentleman joined them, to which Hancock immediately ran to him to give him a hug. Mr. Silvers, she exclaimed before embracing the old man, and then she let go of him and looked at Luffy. Luffy, this couple helped me and my sisters escape during Fisher Tiger's rebellion. He was the one to bring us to Amazon Lily. For that I thank you, Silvers Rayleigh. Luffy took out his hands, to which the former Roger Pirate's vice captain took. Nothing measures a man like a good handshake. His grip was tight, but so was Luffy's. They finally let each other go, to which Hancock was looking at them, confused at the sudden tension. But Shanks diffused it with a hearty laugh, to which Luffy joined in. You have to be Luffy then. Shanks told me a lot about you when you were here last time. Caused quite a fuss. He did tell me that you were going to be in trouble. Yeah, sorry about that, Rayleigh. Anyway, you have my friend. Luffy looked at the back room which Shaggy pointed out earlier. Yeah, right back there. To this, Luffy finally opened the door in the back room, where an afro was noticeably sticking out of a high chair. His friend was sitting in front of a window, facing the opposite of the entranceway. In his hands was a violin, and he was playing a song directly from his soul. His voice was quite somber, yet the spirit of the song was still there. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Binks's brew. Sea wing blows to where, who knows? The waves will be our guide. Or across the ocean's tide, the sunset is gone wild. See the sky, birds singing in circles passing by. Bid farewell to Weaver's town. Say so long to Port Renowned. It pained him, as every step he took, closer to his friend, he could feel each word that was sung that day. If only he could have brought him in sooner. If only he went to Brook first thing as he went back in time, to save him from his loneliness. But then again, things wouldn't have happened as they were if he met any time sooner. He let him finish. Sing a song, it won't be long before we're casting off. Cross the gold and silver waves, changing into water sprays, sailing out on our journey to the ends of the sea. Gather up all of the crew. Time to ship out Binks's brew. Pirates we'll divide and conquer all the seas. With the waves to rest our heads, ship beneath us as our bed. Hoisted high up on the mast our jolly Roger flies. Somewhere in the endless sky, a storm has started coming by. Waves are dancing, having fun. It's time to sound the drums. If we let blow winds of fear, then the end of us is near. Even so, tomorrow the sun will rise again. Hey, Brook. He gently placed his violin on the side of his chair, then he stood and slowly turned his body to look at Luffy. The skeleton man smiled at the man with the straw hat, for he was told that this was the man who requested for his rescue. There were a lot of questions in his mind, but another time for now. A wave of comfort engulfed him at finally meeting the man's eyes. You must be Luffy. Words can't express. All I can say is, thank you. Luffy pulled up a chair and relieved the story of Brook's life. It was something he knew before, but to be able to get the story once more, and to once again relieve his struggles with losing the Rumbar Pirates, it was tough. Meanwhile, Hancock had been catching up with Rayleigh and Shaggy, updating them on their status and how she joined the Straw Hat Pirates. You've gotten really big since we last saw you, little one, Shaggy commented as the trio sat on a booth. It wasn't busy anyway, so they took a little break. She sat beside her husband, who had his arms around her. How long has it been? 5 or so years, I think. Hancock was thinking of the date that they arrived in Amazon Lily. For the life of her, she could not remember. Yeah, something. I can't remember it either. To this they shared a laugh. Rayleigh then had some questions for the Snake Princess. I heard you joined the Royal Shichibukai. Well, yes, I joined to protect my people. You see, I became the Empress of Amazon Lily due to my devil fruit ability and fighting prowess. She then played with a mini heart manifested from her power on the palm of her hands. But I declared my loyalty to Luffy. She sighed at saying his name. This did not fail to be noticed by the couple. So how long have you two been together? Shaggy knew that look. She was once a love-struck young girl. What, no I? Hancock feigned surprise, but the Dark King and his lady were not buying it. Right, little one, spill it, Rayleigh said with an amused smile. Then she looked at Shaggy, then back at Rayleigh. She was found out. Well, it was actually about a week. Then she continued to tell them about their current relationship, definitely leaving the physicality of their relationship out of the conversation. Katakuri and Arlong stood by, checking the surrounding for any potential threat. So you and my sister, huh? Katakuri had been simply observing, but the arm around each other and disappearing for a long period of time was suspicious. Well, you see, she's an amazing woman and she makes me a better person. Katakuri then got close to his face. I'm warning you, Arlong. Arlong thought that Katakuri was going to hold his race against him. All humans did before. Crewmate or not, if you hurt her, I'll kill you myself. Got it, bro? Arlong took a big gulp but quickly recovered. So that means you're practically my bro now, right? Suddenly, something moved a couple 100 yards from their current location. They noticed movement and are now monitoring it. Mihawk and Lucci were doing the same, but they found troubling movement. Captain, Lucci pulled out his mirror shard, to which Luffy was unable. Crap, there were about 300 Marines moving towards their location. Boa, he called on the shard, to which Bruley, while watching over the ship, routed the mirror call to Hancock. Yes, I have joined him in his journey. I feel that he will be king. Hancock was in the middle of talking with Rayleigh and Shaki when a call came in from Lucci. Boa, emergency, Lucci said to the mirror shard. What's going on? Hancock excused herself and went to take the message. 300 Marines have circled our location and slowly closing in. We've been pinned in the middle, Lucci transmitted. Then another person manifested on the call. This time it was Katakuri. The Marines are clever, making minimal movement to avoid detection. But we are monitoring. What are the captain's orders? Katakuri had been trying to reach Luffy to no luck. He's not available at the... But before Hancock could finish, Luffy and Brook emerged from the room, grasping each other by the shoulder, laughing at something Brook said. Brook was a tall skeleton figure, standing at a jaw-dropping height of 8 feet a third. To those who were ignorant to the strange world of the Grand Line, Brook would scare the crap out of them, but to Hancock, who quite possibly could have seen everything, was not fazed slightly. So this must be the woman who encompassed your heart. Brook comically floated to Hancock but fell on his face. Ouch! Hancock rushed to help him up, but Brook immediately turned his head and sneaked a peek up Hancock's dress. May I see your panties? To which Hancock responded by stomping on his face. Classic Brook, glad that part of him was still him. But Luffy could sense tension in the perimeter. Something was definitely not right. He pulled out the mirror from his pocket and found that Katakuri and Lucci were continuing to try and call him. Luffy, a message from Lucci and Katakuri. She paused her beatdown of Brook to relay the message, to which Luffy took immediately. Status. He got careless. After conversing with his friend, he forgot about their current position deep in enemy territory. Captain, about 300 Marines have surrounded our position. They are slowly moving in on your location. Relayed Lucci. Is in Mihawk's location was currently on the roof of a fairly tall building. Marines were passing them by as they relayed the information to Luffy. They seem to be led by one Rear Admiral. I do not recognize the name, but he seems to be strong. Katakuri remained in his spot, hiding on a tree branch way up in the air. The Marines were passing by below his and Arlong's position. All right, listen carefully. Bruley. The mirror call shifted into the 3 faces that he needed to speak with. Yes, Captain. Bruley was hiding behind the deck railing. Some pirates have taken notice of their ship. Many were attempting to survey if anyone was aboard so that they could board it and raid it. Bruley has been projecting mirror clones all around the ship. Hopefully they don't notice the clones. Bruley, I need you to get ready, cause shit's about to get wild. With a smirk on his face, Luffy gave his command as the captain gave out the order to his people. Clear out the field. With that order, shit did indeed go down. As with this order, wherever the Straw Hats were, they smiled. What is happening? Brook got up from the ground and looked at Hancock and Luffy, who were smiling at his orders. Brook, my goal is to be the king. My crew will now prove why I should be king. Care to join us? Luffy explained his command, to which Brook smiled and pulled a blade out of his cane. He swung it left and right before holding it to his side. You saved my life. I'm with you, Captain. To this Luffy smiled, and shit did indeed go down. Luffy went outside, gave his woman a kiss before disappearing in a blur. So what now? Asked Brook. Although he pledged his allegiance to the Straw Hat Captain, he was still a bit confused on what is going on. Captain's orders is to make our names known, so go crazy. To this Hancock waved Shaki and Rayleigh goodbye before heading north. Brook followed right after her, finally understanding what they needed to do. Pirates were defined by notoriety, and this will shoot them close to the top. Those kids are crazy, commented Rayleigh, who closed the door to the bar as their guest left. Yes, but you do see it, don't you? Shaki commented as she joined her husband and gave him an embrace. Aye, the look in his eyes is reminiscent of Roger. Grove 66 Sabaody Marine HQ. Report in. Status Team 1. The lead for the ambush on the Straw Hat Pirates was left to the care of a Vice Admiral, but which one was it? Vice Admiral. Team 1 is in position, awaiting Team 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, replied the second in command of the ambush, Rear Admiral Mazambia. Each unit consists of 50 well-trained Marine officers. One of the 6 units is led by a Rear Admiral. The rest were led by a Marine captain, and the overall force was led by an unknown Vice Admiral. How did they know Mugiwara was coming? Well, Cipher Pol's last transmission involved the complete and systematic defeat of the entire Special Division. In the massacre, a lone agent managed to tag the Straw Hat ship with a tracking snail, one in which they were able to use to keep tabs of the Straw Hat's destination. Team 2 in position awaiting orders. Team 3 in position ready to board enemy pirate ship. Team 4 ready at your command. Team 6 ready. What the hell happened to Team 5? The members of Team 6 were led by a muscular man wearing his open marine coat to show his muscular body. His mouth consisted of 3 cigars as he puffed them heavily. Captain Smoker, Team 5 is not responding, exclaimed the communication expert in his unit. Oh, what do you mean Team 5 has disappeared? 50 men can't just disappear in thin air. Within Grove 66, the Vice Admiral listened as feeds from multiple units were disappearing. Vice Admiral Unit 2 is, then static emptiness. Vice Admiral Unit 3 is under attack by light beams. Sir, please help ... This is Unit 4. Oh ... Not good. The Vice Admiral rubbed his goatee, using his other hands to fix his sunglasses. Fine, I will do it myself, yo. He began to dissipate in a million light particles, but his transformation ended. Before the Vice Admiral could move from his position, the man with the straw hat ripped the roof off of the Grove 66 Marine HQ. Their target, the super pirate with a bounty of 1 billion Bri, stood on the roof of the Marine HQ, staring down at the Vice Admiral. Mugiwara. Hello, Vice Admiral Borsellino, we meet again. The man whose reputation had been tarnished by the defiance of Mugiwara would not take any more chances as he swiftly shifted into light particles, manifesting his light blade on his right hand. Borsellino immediately went for the head, slicing it at the speed of light, and to the light user's surprise, his head was gone. Couldn't be that easy, nay. Borsellino commented as his body was still in the posture of swinging his light blade on Mugiwara's head. Nope. Luffy had retracted his head back, anticipating the attack from the Vice Admiral. Thank you, future sight. He then retrieved his head, giving Borsellino a headbutt, squire on his forehead. Borsellino was knocked back slightly, catching his nose from the blood that dripped freely. I should have expected you would know Haki. The government doesn't just hand out bounties. He then let the blood settle down and shook himself to form. All right, Mugiwara, you will get it, me actually trying. And in a matter of millisecond, Borsellino had disappeared in the naked eye. But Luffy was ready for it, with Katakuri and Arlong. Meanwhile, Katakuri and Arlong made quick work of Unit 2 and Unit 4. Katakuri had unleashed his mastery in his devil fruit, skillfully weaving through the wave of enemies. Arlong continued to show his strength by honing his fishman karate and unleashing his training within a real-world setting. Thousands of palm strikes, left and right hook kicks, etc. are paying off big time. Row catch. Arlong was enjoying the acceptance in which Katakuri gave him, not just with Broly, but also his humanity. The fishman threw Katakuri 2 Marine officers who attempted to stab him in the back. Don't get careless. Katakuri kicked the 2 Marines out of the air into the ground but manifested a trident to throw at Arlong. But it truly wasn't aimed at him. It was aimed at the Marine behind him. The trident pierced the Marine and Arlong immediately understood what Katakuri did for him. Got it. Arlong returned the favor by catching bullets in midair with a stream of water Arlong pulled out of the ground. The bullets that were aimed at Katakuri fell on the ground and he immediately went after them before they could shoot their guns again. That's the end of that. Katakuri knocked the air out of a surviving Marine officer by stomping on his chest. Thanks, bro. For a man who looked after his entire family under Big Mom, becoming the perfect brother and feared amongst those who defied him ... to be accepted within his family, well, it was an amazing moment. Anytime, bro, Arlong replied with a smile. He then turned his body to not show the tears that escaped from his eyes because he was crying. Tears of absolute joy. Broly, we are heading your way right away. Hold your position. After annihilating Unit 2 and Unit 4, Broly was surrounded by Unit 3. Bro, I wouldn't worry about it, Arlong commented after turning around, his eyes still red from shedding some tears. What do you mean? Katakuri continued to dash to Grove 7, where their ship was currently situated. Arlong was close behind, keeping pace. Well, you see, during our free time, we got physical. The way he said it, Katakuri thought of something else, in which he took 1 second to punch Arlong over the head. Not like that, bro. Really physical, like training. Oh, so get to it then. Alright, we're here now anyways. Arlong increased his pace and overtook Katakuri. And to his delight, the results were as expected. As Katakuri joined him on the top of the hill, he immediately understood what he meant. Ah, you did this, Broly. Katakuri called out to the top of the ship where Broly was waving at them with a giant smile on her face. Yes, brother, I did. I used the mirror deflection technique that me and Arlong worked on together. She yelled back, in which Arlong joined her on board and gave her a massive embrace. Katakuri joined them right after, still amazed by her fighting prowess. Good job, Broly, he commented as bodies of Unit 3 covered Grove 7. Broly had unleashed her ultimate attack to clear out the enemy Marines who were closing in on her position. Now to wait for the rest of the crew. They could go back and assist them, but they wouldn't like that. They fight their own battles. In the time they have gotten to know each other, Katakuri understood the power of each individual in that crew, but none more so than Captain Luffy. That man was on another level. With Lucci and Mihawk. Lucci and Mihawk were busy as well, though they hit a wall. The wall who happened to be Captain Smoker of Unit 6. But it wasn't like either one of the pirates was concerned. Rob Lucci, I know you by name. Seeing you in person, I am not impressed. Captain Smoker was a strong, upstart Marine captain who rose through the ranks with ease. And Mihawk, you're stupid for not taking the government's offer. With that statement, Mihawk went for a vertical slash across the chest of the Marine captain. Fine, you can have him, I'll deal with the lackeys. Lucci gave the battle to Mihawk while he punched and kicked his way through Unit 6's 50-man unit. Dracula Hawkeye Mihawk versus Marine Captain Smoker. Mihawk kept his sword pointed at the Marine captain, knowing that one slash couldn't be the end of it. Smoker did indeed return to form. His entire body was covered in white smoke. White smoke? You must be a fruit user then, commented Mihawk. So what of it? Smoker shifted the cigar in his mouth and pulled his tofa from his belt holster. He then made his lower body white smoke and his upper body remain normal. He rushed forward, meeting Mihawk at blade point. Eat shit, Hawkeye. Smoker persisted forward, but Mihawk pushed him backwards. I'd rather not, and I have a place to be. Mihawk pushed him backwards, creating a small space in between them. And with his black blade, Mihawk used it as a fan and blew Smoker farther away from him. The cocky Marine captain couldn't believe it when Mihawk's blade actually cut him across his chest. Blood began to seep through as his confidence suddenly disappeared, fear overtaking his thoughts. How the hell? It was instantaneous. The swordsman fanned his blade, causing him to be sent backwards, and then the distance was cleared by the swordsman and now his chest was cut. Warriors who rely on devil fruits are no warriors at all. To this, Mihawk continued walking forward as Smoker collapsed on his face. Lucci was finished with the 50 Marines that were sent to ambush them. Good job on your fight, commented Lucci as he joined Mihawk on their walk back to Grove 7. Not much of a fight really. Mihawk shrugged, and the duo continued their way to the ship. You did well on your battle as well. Yeah, I guess. Back in Cipher Pol, this is a regular occurrence for me. Interesting. Whenever we have free time, care for a spar. Other than Luffy, Mihawk has yet to fight anyone that challenges him, maybe Charlotte Snack, but that wasn't too difficult. Sure. The rest of the way, the two warriors walked casually to their ship, finally arriving when Katakuri and Arlong had rejoined with Broly. Now all that is missing is Hancock, the Brook guy that kept being mentioned by Luffy, and of course Luffy. With Brook and Hancock. You are formidable, Brook-san. Hancock had delivered a deadly hook kick at the neck of a Marine who charged at her. Yes, well, may I see your panties now? Brook began, but was met with a fist over his skull. Ouch, ouch. Enough of this. Rear Admiral Mazambia held himself up with his sword. His entire unit had been wiped out. He was the last man standing. He trembled as he tried to regain his balance. Rear Admiral, I insist, began Hancock, but the Rear Admiral drew his sword, pointing it at the two Straw Hats. Hancock, this treachery to the world government will not go unpunished. He then looked at Brook. And you are Rumbar Pirate Vice Captain Brook... What happened to you? It wasn't a question but more of a statement on his skeletal appearance. I'm still me, retorted Brook, who despite all his losses, hopefully found a new home with the Straw Hat Pirates. Justice will be. Though Mazambia collapsed, finally succumbing to exhaustion. Unit 1 had been defeated by Hancock and Brook. Unit 5 on site. Vice Admiral. Hello, Vice Admiral. Brook and Hancock looked at the direction of 50 Marine officers who went to their location to probably give Unit 1 some backup. Both Brook and Hancock looked at each other with a smile. More practice. Monkey D. Luffy versus Vice Admiral Borsellino. Vice Captain, help. Unit 5 exclaimed over the line, but static shock replaced the voice of the Marine officer. Your fight's with me, Borsellino. Luffy unleashed a plethora of punches, raining down on the Vice Admiral, but the Vice Admiral turned into his element, light, absorbing the punches through his body. You earned a bounty of 1 billion for being hot-headed. But Borsellino found his face caught in the end of a punch infused with black resin substance that could only signify hack. The punch sent the Vice Admiral flying back. But Luffy was not done with him as he continued to barrage the man while still mid-air with more punches. Don't worry, Borsellino, I won't kill you. But tell your Marine buddies to get off my back or they will be next. Luffy then stamped at the side of Borsellino's head, creating dent on the earth where his foot impacted the ground. He was Vice Admiral Borsellino, a man whose light fruit is the pinnacle of Loja-type devil fruits. And here he was, manhandled by a teenage rubber boy. Oh, headquarters is not going to like this, Borsellino said as he could not move an inch of his body. Just a couple weeks ago, he had been defeated by the combined effort of Mugiwara, Arlong, and Hawkeye, and now he was beaten handily by Mugiwara himself. This man is going to be a problem. And he has yet to gather his fleet... What a scary thought. Luffy stepped over the fallen Vice Admiral and walked to Grove 7. Each step people began to kneel at his presence. They saw him as a god amongst man, but more importantly, they respected him. Borsellino was left to his own thoughts. But this power, I should be steamrolling through these brats. Maybe it's time to really try. Thank you, Mugiwara... You have shown me my limits. He passed by the grove which housed the former auction house. He was happy to find that it was still closed down. He waved at Shaki and Rayleigh, who stood at the top of their bar, and they waved back at him with a smile on their faces. Finally, he was back to his crew. He was the last to arrive as everyone was already on board. Welcome back. Hancock immediately went for a hug with her man. He planted a kiss on her lips before addressing the rest of the crew. I assumed that everyone's battle went well. He looked around. Not a single one of his people was injured. Mihawk stood by Katakuri with Broly and Arlong talking to each other about something right next to him. Ben Lucci sat on a barrel right next to Brook, who was conversing. Hancock was by him as he held her by her waist. Everyone stopped what they were doing and listened to the captain. We met a snot-nosed brat marine captain. He had white smoke emitting from his body. A Loja type. Could be trouble in the future. Mihawk commented. Luffy found this interesting. Smoker was a captain this early. He must have done something stupid to still be a captain in his actual timeline. No trouble with the unit sent our way either, added Lucci, who sat on a barrel. Miss Boa handled the rear admiral with no trouble. Brook interjected, trying to bring light to Hancock's accomplishment. No, you had as much to do with that. Though Katakuri decided to move one. We took care of the Marines on our end. Aye, we did indeed, cooed Arlong, who was still happy about being called Katakuri's bro. Good job, everyone. And from here on out, Brook will join our crew. Everyone either gave him a handshake, a hug, or just placed a hand on his shoulders ... or his bone shoulder ... bone joke, yo ho 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 ho. Due to clearing out the Marine forces in Sabaody, Luffy was in no rush to set sail just yet. We are getting big enough to start defining our crew role. Now my end goal will always be to obtain an armada big enough to challenge the Yonkos. Eventually I want each and every one of you to head a division. Taking some inspiration from the old man, of course. He was referring to Whitebeard, but not all of them understood that reference. What do you mean, Captain? Brook was the one to ask. You will all lead your own division while I am the overall leader of the entire pirate Grand Armada. And then he fired off with the Grand Armada commanders. First Commander Katakuri, Second Commander Mihawk, Third Commander Lucci, Fourth Commander Arlong along with Bruley, Fifth Commander Brook. How about me, darling? Hancock asked, confused that she did not have her own division. If I am to be king, then you will be one of my queens. Hancock took note of being one of Luffy's queens, but it would be a conversation for later. Any comments or concerns? Luffy looked at his people. Not one of them had shown any questions. He has shown them his will to be the best, and they are there to emanate his will. All right then, next course of action. Alabasta. And with that, the mold of the Straw Hat Grand Armada was finally forming. The journey to Alabasta was a lively one. Arlong was their navigator. Being a fisherman, the sea was his playground. So what's our path if we were to go to Alabasta from Sabaody Archipelago? Luffy had a map of the world in front of him, though it was still incomplete. The woman who should complete this map is still 12 years too young to join him on his journey. Alright, boss, so we can go through the calm belt. Those who have no fruit abilities can send the Sea Kings away. Arlong looked at Mihawk and Lucci, who both nodded their heads in agreement. He was busy with the rudder, so he could not help with the battle. Then we can go through East Blue, back up to Reverse Mountain, and we'll be in Alabasta in no time. Good plan, but can we stop by some places? Luffy asked. Well, yeah, of course, Captain. You are the captain after all. Where to? Arlong asked, to which Luffy took the pencil from Arlong and marked 4 places. Oh, okay, Captain. The journey through the calm belt was fun, as Mihawk and Lucci had some training against gigantic Sea Kings. The rest of the crew did their duties as Luffy watched over them, and as planned, the Straw Hats bypassed the calm belt once more and entered the East Blue. Now for Luffy's first destination, it was a small town right by Dawn Island. It was a little island known as Shimatsuki Village. The ship docked on the only port of the small island, and Luffy took Mihawk with him, for he had a plan. The rest of the crew remained on the ship, loading up on supplies for their long journey ahead. Captain, who is this person you want me to meet? Mihawk was walking beside Luffy, as they attracted attention from the villagers. Nobody has ever seen a person who carried a massive sword before, and Luffy, well, he looked like a normal person to them. Little did they know, he's right there. Luffy and Mihawk stood in an open field, with a lone tree and a young green-haired swordsman slicing at the air with 3 wooden swords, one in each hand and another in his mouth. Hey kid, your form is a bit off, commented Luffy. He knew that this kid was not his first mate from his timeline. But maybe Mihawk can throw in some pointers to get him on a much more accelerated path. Shut it, old man, I know what I'm doing, the young green-haired swordsman responded, though his back was still turned at the 2 people that were trying to talk to him. Your swing is too wide. Try it in one fell motion like this. Mihawk picked a stick from the ground and sliced at the air. The swing caused a cut in the air, causing the green-haired swordsman to finally turn and face them. Teach me this technique, he exclaimed. It is not a technique, it is the basics, Mihawk replied. What's your name? Asked Luffy, knowing the answer. My name is Roronoa Zoro, and my goal is to beat a certain someone, he exclaimed. Luffy knew who it was, but he couldn't let off that he knew more. I am Dracula Mihawk, and this is my captain, Monkey D. Luffy. Mihawk, stay with the kid for a couple of hours, then rejoin us back on the ship. Show him something good, said Luffy as he left the 2 to train. Mihawk was confused on why he should train this random swordsman, but it was captain's orders. All right, kid, what do you know about the blade? And so it began. Aboard the ship of the Straw Hat crew, everyone was bored out of their mind. Why are we on this island? Complained Arlong, though Bruley and Hancock were happily chatting amongst one another. Katakuri was showing Lucci a breathing technique while Brook was practicing his swordsmanship. Make use of your time, Arlong. Come join us, responded Katakuri while Lucci was doing the breathing technique before him. Fine, so what are you guys doing? It better be cool. To this Katakuri smirked, revealing his fang-like teeth. None of the crew was giving him a hard time about it. None of them expected him to be perfect. It was an amazing feeling to just be himself. Go ahead, Lucci. Activate your armament haki. To this Lucci complied. And sure enough, his hands were covered in resin-like substance. What? The strange thing was, Lucci still had his haki active, even though previously he can only hold it for 5 seconds. Whoa, teach me. Arlong had been wasting time lollygagging that he could have used to train in learning haki. Sure thing, so begin with your breathing. The trio went to work, learning about the essential of haki through Katakuri. It took only another few hours for Luffy to arrive, opting to rest in his quarters with Hancock. Then, as the sun finally set on the horizon, Mihawk returned on board, with a noticeable wound on his left arm. Hey, what happened? Asked Brook, who was the first to greet Mihawk. With Zoro. Hey Zoro, we missed you in class today. A young blue-haired girl approached Zoro in the same tree that he had been training at since earlier. She held a sword in her hand, keeping careful care of it. Kui and my hands are still trembling with excitement. A great swordsman just showed me a couple of things. Like what? Listening to the blade and becoming one with it. He even let me use his blade and I was able to cut him. Sure, Zoro. Anyway, Master is looking for us. Let's go. Hyuna held Zoro's hands and pulled him, leading the way. A smile formed in the lips of the young green-haired swordsman. The voice of my blade, huh? What does it mean? Back on the ship. Nothing at all. Mihawk retreated to his sleeping quarters to take care of his small wound. In his mind, the event from earlier was as clear as day. He let the kid carry his blade due to the captain seeing something in him. He dueled the kid with using his necklace blade, and the kid cut him by simply using the things he thought him. All within a few hours. Whoever that kid was, he's going to be a major power in the world. Before reaching his room, he passed by the captain's quarter where as he passed the front of the room, Luffy opened it and greeted him with a smile. Captain He was going to explain what happened and why he had a wound, but Luffy shook his head, knowing full well the potential that the young green-haired swordsman had. Get some rest, Mihawk. We're going to move on to the next island. With this, Luffy ran to the deck and instructed Arlong on the next destination, just a little place known as Gecko Island Syrup Village. As the sun was rising, once again the crew anchored in the distance. Luffy instructed the crew to get some supplies once more, as much as they could trade for with the villagers. The problem with the smaller towns that they were stopping at was that they had limited supplies. Regardless, there was a reason that Luffy went to this island, and he brought Katakuri with him. Mihawk trained a powerful swordsman yesterday. This stop won't happen to be another training for some unknown person, would it? You'll see Katakuri, Luffy said with a smile as in the distance. He could see him, the biggest liar in the entire world but one of his bestest friends. He nudged Katakuri as the young man revealed himself. Halt, yelled a kid with goggles over his banana and a long pointy nose. He had his finger pointed at Luffy and Katakuri. Pirates beware. I am Captain Usopp and I command you to return to where you came from or else ... my 100,000 army will destroy you. Captain, you have got to be kidding me. Go ahead and challenge him, Luffy ordered, to which Katakuri easily restrained Usopp, slamming his face on the ground. Ouch, that was a bit excessive, wasn't it, Katakuri? Sorry, Captain. Who are you people? Help. My dad is a world-famous pirate. I swear he'll get you, exclaimed Usopp as he trashed violently on the ground. You're obviously hungry to get stronger, Usopp. Would you like to learn something that will make you a great warrior one day? Luffy knew what Usopp would want to hear and worked to calm the young man. Yes, show me please, mister. Usopp was released from Katakuri's grip, and he shot up, jumping up and down and eager to learn. Katakuri, teach him what you can about observation haki. Before Luffy left, he had some words of wisdom for the young man. Usopp, before I go, I want to tell you that whatever you learn from Katakuri today ... use it, harness it and grow from it, because in 7 years' time, a strange butler will show up and I would like you to beat the crap out of him and tell him this. Luffy whispered something in Usopp's ear before giving him a pat on the head, and similar to what he did with Mihawk and Zoro, left the two to train. Alright kid, the captain obviously sees something in you, but I don't know what you can learn in a few hours ... but here goes. And thus Katakuri began showing Usopp the basics of observation haki. Back on the ship, Lucci had picked Katakuri's brain the previous day for some pointers in armament haki. And now since Katakuri was brought along by the captain, he went to Hancock for some pointers in lower extremities combat, which she is proficient in. Your legs are 4 times stronger than your arms, so if you hit something. Hancock had given a rising sidekick on a wooden dummy, causing a loud crack. Right. Lucci was absorbing everything like a sponge. Being one of the youngest of the crew, he was eager to learn. And more importantly, he was eager to kill whoever the woman was that killed his family. So he followed Hancock's instruction and even took note of her form and the area in which she started her momentum. Every movement had a purpose. He had to hone this. We'll have to hold off on the lesson for the time being. I will be retiring along with the captain for the day. Lucci had a massive sweat drop form over his head. He understood well enough what they were doing in there. Surely enough, Luffy returned once more, but this time he gave out an order. Once Katakuri returns, Arlong, please set course to the coordinates I gave you. Aye, Captain, but this is going to the middle of nowhere. No, it's definitely going to be a place we need to be. Luffy was immediately pulled in the room as Hancock could not wait any longer. Well, where is it on the map? Bruley asked as she looked at the coordinates marked by Arlong. Lucci and Brook joined them and it was just water. Meanwhile in the room, Luffy was on a call with Aladdin, once again thanking him for his help. Aladdin, thank you for the coordinates. Are you sure this is where they will be? Aye, Luffy, I have seen them with my own eyes. Are you sure you don't want me to help? They seem to be starving. No, I will go to them immediately. Something needs to happen. In his mind he finished the sentence with ... I in order for him to grow. Alright then, Luffy, anyway I got to go. Whitebeard has assembled a massive army of all his allies. He is planning something big. Call any time. And Aladdin dropped the call, leaving Luffy in his thoughts. Babe, Hancock called out, to which Luffy turned to look at her. Holy shit. Luffy was speechless, as all she wore were transparent bikini top and bottom. Do you like what you see? She said seductively. All he could do was nod his head. Come here and don't make me wait anymore. And like a hungry animal, Luffy immediately went to work to please his woman. Later that day, as once again the sun disappeared from the sky, Katakuri returned. So how did it go for you? Mihawk was the one to greet him on board. He was able to see Luffy from hundreds of yards away ... and his nose started bleeding furiously. I didn't want to look. Katakuri had a heavy aura about him, and Mihawk picked up on what he meant. Well, regardless of the traumatic experience, at least he learned. That he did, Katakuri replied with a smile. Before Luffy returned to the ship, there was someone he needed to see. So he made his way to Syrup Village, where there was the bedridden mother of the young man. Hello, Banchina. Luffy had knocked on the door and let himself in. The sickly woman could not bring herself to get up. Your straw hat reminds me of the nice red-haired man whom I Usopp joined to venture off and find a cure for my disease ... Who might you be? She asked weakly. She did not get a lot of visitors, mostly Usopp, who is her own son, so seeing a new person was surprising, but a welcomed sight. My name is Luffy and I am a friend of Usopp's. He then approached her bedside, gently grabbed her hand and gave her a blue vial. Please take this. The fishman people are so advanced that they are ahead of the human population. This medicine was created by them in order to target destructive viruses that are aggressively deteriorating the body. Luffy did not know what disease Banchina had, but he was sure from Usopp's stories that it had something to do with a virus. Thank you, but do not tell anyone. I do not want to give Usopp hope. I understand. Well, I have to go, but please Banchina for Usopp. Fight this, and I will be seeing you again. He replied with a smile before leaving the home. Banchina had watched the young man exit the room, thinking to herself how he was so composed and helpful even though they only just met. A friend of Usopp's, somewhere in the East Blue. The next day, in an unknown location in the East Blue, two people sat along a giant. One was an adult, and the other was a young boy. One with an empty handkerchief once filled with food, and the other with a big bag of what the young boy assumed was going to be food. So he plotted to get away to take the food from the old man. Old man, I know you have more food, give it to me now. The young blonde exclaimed while swinging a tiny knife at the old man. Shut your mouth, boy. Put that knife down and save what little energy you have. The blonde-haired pirate exclaimed as he looked at his right leg, contemplating whether to do it or not. He had given all the food that he could scavenge to the boy and kept the massive heap of treasure for himself. What good is the treasure if he was going to die anyway? He finally reached his resolve. He was going to do it. He was going to eat his own leg to survive. He forcefully took the tiny knife from the young boy and told him to go sit on his area. The young boy was angry, but complied, stomping his feet as he went. The pirate used to be a captain, who traversed the Grand Line in an amazing journey. But now he was alone in this stupid rock with this stupid boy. As he readied himself to cut his own leg for food, a hand caught his, surprising the pirate captain. He looked up and found a straw hat-wearing man holding him back, stopping him from cutting his legs off. Was he already dead? Did he join the infamous Pirate King in the afterlife? Who? The glare blinded him, but his eyes eventually returned its focus. You don't need to do it, Zeph, he said. The pirate infamous for his moniker, Red Leg Zeph, was astonished. Who were these people? The boy. Despite nearing death from starvation, he was still worried about the young man. He looked at the boy's area and found that he was gone. Panic rang in his mind as he felt like he was hallucinating. His name is Sanji, and he is okay, Zeph. My crew had taken him and started to give him treatment. Bruley is not a doctor, but she knows how to care for people. He then extended a hand towards the relieved captain. Come join us, we'll escort you both to a safe place. Who are you? He took the man's hand and was pulled up. He walked on his own while a finely dressed man and a skeleton man picked up his treasure. Don't worry, all that treasure will be yours to do whatever you want with it. Luffy could see that the man was worried about the treasure. He was still a pirate after all. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. As you already know, my name is Zeph. They call me Red Leg. Pleasure to meet you, responded Luffy. As they boarded the ship, Luffy already knew where their last destination would be. Arlong set a course to Konomi Island. This time you'll be going down with me. Aye aye, Captain, exclaimed Arlong, glad that he can finally have a moment to train whoever that captain was so interested in. He wonders how his trainee would be. Konomi Island. It took the crew a few more days to travel to Konomi Island. In this time, they got to know the uncanny pair of Sanji and Zeph, who met by an act of faith. Sanji had been a cabin boy aboard a cruise ship while Zeph was a pirate captain who attacked the cruise ship. And as fate would have it, a massive storm destroyed everything, leaving the two of them as the only survivors. As they arrived at Konomi Island, a harbor was actually a welcomed sight as this island was more developed than the other islands they visited. Luffy was joined on the dock by Zeph and Sanji. In a few years' time, I will be back here. By then you both will be strong enough to join me on my journey to become king. Sure thing, Captain. I will make sure to train this kid till he can't move anymore. Zeph was carrying the sack of treasure over his shoulder while using his free hand to mess the hair of the young man. Whatever, old man, I will be strong enough to be in Captain Luffy's crew. Just you wait, exclaimed the young and eccentric Sanji. I believe it. Remember, Zeph, to reinforce your floating restaurant to be strong enough to withstand an armada. And make sure to keep strong people with you ... just in case. No need for that, Captain Luffy. I will protect everything myself, Sanji exclaimed once more. Luffy smiled at the young man's energy. But at the same time, I will not let anyone go hungry ... and no matter what. He had a passionate look in his eyes. Luffy knew that look. That was the same look the Sanji of his time had when he was dead set on something. Then Sanji, take care of Zeph. Yes, Captain, replied Sanji. Then the duo waved goodbye to the Straw Hats. It was too early to have Sanji on board, and some training time with Red Leg Zeph, the legend himself, will do him wonders. Arlong, let's go, exclaimed Luffy. Now it was time to meet a certain young lady. Coming, Captain, replied Arlong as he jumped to where Luffy was, and joined him on their walk to Kakuyashi village. That's what you get for being such a smarty pants, exclaimed a bigger boy as he shoved a young orange-haired girl on the ground. She was surrounded with a group of older boys who were bullying her. Eventually they got tired of pushing her around and moved on, leaving her to cry on the ground. Luffy extended a hand to the young girl, helping her up to her feet. Thank you, mister. Hey, I never saw you around before. Are you a traveler? Asked the orange-haired young lady. I am actually a traveler. My name is Luffy, and this is my friend Arlong. Luffy had brought Arlong to the front, who was scared to show his face. The stigma with fishman people was still rampant and it was unfair, but that's just how things were. Nice to meet you, Mr. Arlong. And Mr. Luffy, my name is Nami. She shook Luffy's hands and waited for Arlong to shake hers, to which he seemed to hesitate. What are you waiting for, Mr. Arlong? My mom says once you shake a stranger's hands it means you are no longer strangers. Arlong took her small hands and shook it, as gently as possible. You're funny, Mr. Arlong. Anyway, what brings you to town? I can show you around if you'd like. I know this place inside and out. Nami began to speak rapidly, as a young child would. Well, actually, it is you we will help. We saw how those boys were picking on you, Luffy said. Arlong was looking at him strangely. The look on his face was of confusion. Why was this kid not scared of her? She was a fish man. Humans hate his kind. That's because I answer all my teacher's questions ... They hate me cause I answer the questions ... But the teacher will not teach us more things if I don't answer. I just love learning, little Nami said as she played with the ground below her, twisting her feet on the gravel. Well, little one, I'll teach you some self-defense, volunteered Arlong, feeling bad for the young girl. Is that so? But I was going to show you around. You sure? Yeah, definitely, but it won't be easy. You up to it? Arlong asked the young girl, to which she eagerly nodded her head. Alright, the fundamentals of fishman karate is repetition. First form your feet like so, and your hands like this. Luffy smiled to himself and made his quiet exit. Aboard the ship, Lucci was now picking Brook's combat brain as the two were engaged in an intense sparring match. Lucci managed to dodge Brook's parry while the swordsman was never on the defensive. Why can't I get through? Exclaimed Lucci. Brook's sword was too quick and too accurate. Remember, Lucci, when combating a swordsman, you must take into account that the sword is an extension of a swordsman's own limb. Luffy returned to the ship to where Lucci and Brook continued to spar, and business was as usual, though Arlong returned when the moon was at its highest. Yo, Arlong, Katakuri was on night duty. He sat at the crow's nest. Hi, Katakuri. Arlong continued to his room, where Broly had already passed out from exhaustion of the day. But before going down to his room, he looked up at Katakuri, who was looking at the surrounding, staying alert. Hey, Katakuri, I didn't believe it at first. I thought only you guys were nice because you've seen some crazy shit in the world and I'm not really scary for being a fish man ... But that kid did not see me for my race ... She just listened and absorbed what I thought her ... And then when she fell asleep from exhaustion I asked around where her home was and people who not even come close to me. Until I finally found her home by going door to door. Her mother was nice and took her in, thanking me and asking me if I wanted some tea ... Well anyway, humans aren't so bad after all, was Arlong's final comment before retreating to his sleeping quarters. In Katakuri ... In his post at the crow's nest ... The guise of the night sky, smiled to himself glad that his friend was coming around. He caressed his teeth, the subject of the bullying he endured in his early life. I can somewhat relate. The behavior against his people is taught. People are not born evil. Thus the saga in the East Blue finally reached its end. The Straw Hat Grand Armada made some new familiar allies, had some much-needed training, and was now entering the Grand Line to go to Alabasta. But Luffy had a reason for wanting to go through the Red Line, and as the crew descended from the massive waterfall, a certain blue whale greeted them with an angry look on its face, scars covering its forehead. Hi Laboon, I'm sorry it took so long, but I'm here. Brook approached his friend. Boon, yelled the massive whale as the long-lost friends finally reunited. Brook hugged the forehead of Laboon while the whale had a happy look in his eyes. Welcome to the Grand Line. The group had a brief pit stop with Laboon, though this time they decided to bring the whale along with them on their journey. Arlong specially took a liking of the giant whale as he decided to mount the creature and create a harness so that he could stand on its back and command it underwater. Brook found it funny but glad that the crew took his friend on their journey, though the more peculiar case was a man who they learned was living within the stomach of the whale. It is rude to talk to someone without introductions. He held his spear on his hands as he looked over the Straw Hat Pirates. My name is Crocus, blood type NB, doctor. The group deadpanned, at first believing that he was threatening them. My name is Monkey D. Luffy and I am the captain of this crew. He shook the doctor's hands. Then the doctor turned and looked at the skeletal man. So you came back for Laboon. Glad you were able to. I was thinking you died. Crocus took the hand of Brook, the two sharing a moment. I did die with my crew ... And I was reborn when I met Captain Luffy. Good to hear. Anyway, my job here is done. I cared for that whale for so long and now that he found you again I think I'll go find another place to situate myself. Crocus had gathered what he wanted to bring with him. You can join us on our journey, we could use a doctor, Luffy asked, but he knew the man's answer before it could escape his lips. No thank you. I'm done with traveling the world. Say, do you want me to tell you about Laugh Tale? Nah, we'll find it ourselves. Sweet yourselves. Anyway, I'll be going then. Hey Crocus, I know a place called Drum Island. There's a certain blue-nosed reindeer with the human fruit. If you want, you can teach him to be the best doctor possible. I'll think about it. Crocus then dove into the water. Wait, he's swimming, asked Bruley. Crocus was the doctor of Gul D. Roger. He is far stronger than people give him credit. He's going to be all right. Suddenly, a massive sea king was launched out of the water by the swimming Crocus. He was letting the other creatures of the sea know that nobody can mess with him. See what I mean? With that, the crew retreated back to their post. Arlong decided that he would ride Laboon and lead the Straw Hats to their next destination. It took them some time to reach Whiskey Peak, and, just like in the previous timeline, they were greeted by happy villagers who were actually involved in the Baroque Works organization. Luffy let things play out as his crew was treated to a feast, though none of the people were familiar to him. Funnily enough, as the moon reaches its highest point in the sky, Brook was fast asleep. Bruley had eaten and drank so much along with Arlong that they were passed out in each other's arms. Luffy had pretended to be asleep, causing Hancock to fall asleep in his arms. Meanwhile, Katakuri, Mihawk, and Lucci were on high alert, as they caught early on that something was off. Drink some more, friends, said one of the friendly villagers. I'm good, replied Lucci. They stared at each for an intense few seconds. Then the man finally broke the stare down. All right, the gig is up. The friendly villager pulled out a pistol, pointing it at the head of Lucci. The rest of the friendly villagers followed suit as they also pointed their guns at Katakuri and Mihawk. But some people had guns pointed at the sleeping Straw Hats as well. Give us all your money right now. You have fallen into the trap of Baroque Works. The who? Lucci wasn't taking them seriously, cleaning his ears as the Baroque Works agent mouthed off. Look, bastard, either you comply or we kill you. Our numbers far surpass your numbers, so best lead us to your treasure. But the agent found a foot in his mouth as Lucci had enough. All hell broke loose. Katakuri trapped the people around him in Machai encasing. Mihawk swung his sword to the people who had their guns pointed at Arlong and Bruley. Lucci went go aid Brook, knocking out the people with a swift kick and series of punches. Luffy decided to finally open his eyes and grabbed the pistols that were pointed at him and broke them all. Hancock continued to sleep from exhaustion and 3 of the 8 Straw Hats went to work. Have it your way then, Luffy said with a smile as he let his 3 commanders run through the enemies as if they were nothing. and they really were irrelevant as the sheer power of his 3 men were too much for the millions agents. Even the thousands and the hundreds agents present for the party were no match for the Straw Hats. Arlong, Brook, and Hancock eventually woke up through the commotion and joined in the one-sided fight. They had no chance at all. As Lucci held up the final member of the Baroque Works by his shirt, Luffy made his way through the bodies of all the agents defeated by his group. Good, let's move on then. At his words, his crew followed right behind him. Lucci tossed the man to the side, allowing him to survive, to tell the tale of that day. "Boss, Mr. Zero," said the trembling survivor of Whiskey Peak. "Yes," replied Mr. Zero. "At this point in time, the Baroque Works have been in operation in Alabasta for 4 years and some months. Mugiwara is here, Mr. Zero. He brought with him his entire crew." What would a new world powerhouse be doing in my land?" exclaimed Mr. Zero. "They are going to Alabasta now. They just left Whiskey Peak. Mr. Zero, his crew is too much. I'm the only one conscious." With this, Mr. Zero threw the snail against the wall, but luckily the snail caught itself against the wall. "What's the problem, Mr. Zero?" A cowboy hat-wearing woman stood at the doorway of Mr. Zero. She had recently been recruited to decipher the poneglyph in Alabasta for the location of the ancient weapon. "It is all Sunday." Mr. Zero was trembling with anger. "Mugiwara is here. Prepare all our people. We have to let the kingdom know that we are under attack." "All right, Mr. Zero. I will let Pell know." Alabasta Kingdom, outskirts. "Hey, Captain." The Straw Hats stood right next to each other, with Luffy in the middle of the group. Arlong was in the very right end of the line with Broly to his left, then Brook. On the other end was Brook, and to his right was Mihawk, Katakuri, and then Hancock, who stood beside Luffy. "Yes, Arlong?" Luffy asked, looking at his crewmate. "Why are the entire Alabasta forces out here, intercepting us, before the Straw Hat crew?" Alabasta has sent out its military force to indeed intercept the Straw Hats. The group was led by Pell, a very powerful Zoan-type fruit user. "Straw Hats, we suggest you turn back as you are not welcomed in the kingdom of Alabasta," exclaimed Pell. 1,000 strong warriors, give or take," said Katakuri towards Luffy, to which he smiled at Katakuri for the information. "Pell of Alabasta, I only wish an audience with King Cobra. I have some troubling information in regards to Sir Crocodile." "Funny you would say something like that. Sir Crocodile warned us that you would try to throw some slander at him," Pell exclaimed back. He was already the commander despite being so young. "Really impressive. Would I have facts? When did your reign stop, Pell?" "What the hell do you mean reign? Sir Crocodile is the best thing ever to happen to Alabasta. No pirates dare to invade our lands." Then Pell put 2 and 2 together. Once Sir Crocodile arrived, the rain suddenly stopped coming, turning the land into a desert wasteland. "It has to be a coincidence, right? If you will not listen to reason, then I will get an audience with King Cobra by any means necessary." Luffy disappeared from where he stood. He was too fast for anyone to catch. But the next time he appeared, he unleashed a powerful palm strike at the stomach of Pell, causing the Zoan fruit user to gasp out of air. He doubled over, causing an uncomfortable shift to occur within the Alabasta soldiers. But 4 soldiers surrounded Luffy, each with different weapons. They were stronger than a common soldier. "We are the Tsumajiri guards of the royal family. Today you have chosen death by crossing us." Luffy looked at the 4 men that surrounded him. There was a large muscular man wielding a giant battle sword, a tall hunchback man with 2 pole arms for a weapon. Then there was a tall and thin man who wielded a double-edged sword. Lastly, there was a bulky man who wielded a large axe. "Today, gentlemen, I choose to meet your king in peace." With that, Luffy disappeared once more in a blur, leaving behind a large cloud of steam in his wake. "We don't want Captain to have all the fun now." Brook twisted his cane as the rest of the ground began to move forward. The Tsumajiri guards attempted to chase after Luffy but was stopped by 1 man. Katakuri had moved ahead of the group to confront the fiercest warriors of Alabasta. The rest of the Straw Hats dealt with the 1,000 men of Alabasta's main battle force. "Remember, Captain said do not kill," relayed Mihawk. "Yeah, when do I ever kill for fun?" Arlong gave a toothy grin before jumping ahead, kicking 2 guards at once and tossing another guard to a large crowd. "There he goes again, acting all cool," Broly commented. She was once again backline as this suits her ability best. Then Hancock gave her a sly smile for her comment. "You like it though," she commented before joining the battle as well. With the command of her dearly beloved, Hancock did not activate her devil fruit ability, and went into battle with only using blunt force to shut down the army. Mihawk followed after with using the dull end of his blade, and Lucci was using his mastery of Rokushiki, though he held back from killing his opponents. Brook had a trick up his sleeve. His slices were not fatal, but they were chilly, as in cold air emitted from his sword. Then there was Katakuri, who fought the Tsumajiri guards. If he wanted to, He could probably encompass them in Machai and call it a day, but he needed to hone his other skills. He chose to instead fight them without his devil fruit. Only his trident was going to be used. Come at me at your strongest. Katakuri twisted his trident, finally resting it between his elbow and hiding it in his back. The warriors attacked as one. The big guy with the broadsword attempted to cut Katakuri in half, though he was parried by Katakuri's trident. The skinny man with the double-edged sword tried to cut his head off, and Katakuri responded by shifting his trident slightly, causing the broadsword guy to fall forward and allowing Katakuri to block the double-edged blade. He then stomped the broadsword guy over the head, knocking him straight to the ground. As far as the double-edged sword guy, Katakuri grabbed him by his face and slammed him on the ground. The two warriors were unable to battle any longer. "Bah, how could you do that to Hyota and Arrow?" exclaimed the dual polearm user. "Be careful of this man. This is Dogtooth of the Big Mom Pirates," commented the axe-wielding individual. "I am First Commander Katakuri of the Straw Hat Grand Armada. Mugiwara is my captain," he declared, tossing his trident at the man with the dual polearm. He blocked the trident with his polearm, but Katakuri was just too quick, grasping his trident and pushing forward. The sheer force of Katakuri broke the polearm of the warrior, causing him to fall backwards. Katakuri stood above the fallen warrior with a deadly look in his face. "Brum!" exclaimed the axe-wielding man, but Katakuri turned his head towards him. This caused shivers to travel down his spine. He was desperate. All he knew was to attack, even if he was going to lose. Katakuri respected him for this, allowing the man to swing his mighty axe, though the first commander caught his axe by the palm of both hands. "Good try, big man." Katakuri pushed him back by sheer power, causing the man to stumble backwards. Katakuri then jumped in the air and launched a spinning back kick upside the head of the warrior, knocking him out. In his wake, Katakuri defeated the famed Sumidori warriors. We can't fall to a bunch of pirates. Hell attempted to get up, but the injury from Luffy's initial strike was not allowing him to get up. "We are not your enemy. Understanding our strength, if we wanted to, we could have overtaken your country, right?" Pell's eyes widened as he looked around. Their massive army was being manhandled by 7 strong individuals. They still had him, they still have Sir Crocodile. But where was he? Where was the hero of Alabasta? Fine was all Pell could say. "Alabasta Palace, Throne Room. King Cobra, I advise you to escape immediately. Sir Crocodile, I will see that my country does not fall to the hands of pirates." "What kind of king will abandon his own people?" King Cobra exclaimed, with his passion echoing in his sentiment. The room echoed with agreement as the meeting was taking place with the highest member of the court for King Cobra. The young blue-haired girl listened in on the meeting. She was very curious and impressionable. She stood outside of the throne room, listening through a small air filter beside the main double door to the throne room of the event that was transpiring. Though she suddenly jumped up when she felt a presence of a strong person behind her. She quickly turned around and saw a straw hat-wearing man. His red vest revealed his strong stature, and he wore khaki shorts and wooden sandals. He must be a farmer. "Halt, I am Princess Vivi of Alabasta. Who are you?" said the young girl, who caused a smile to form at the man before her. She was alone without her usual guard because she escaped from the confinement of her room to stoop in on the meeting. "My princess, I am a friend, here to meet the king." "Very well, state your name." "Monkey D. Luffy." "Well, Mr. Monkey, my father is currently handling a very important problem. Your troubles with your crops will be resolved as soon as we are able to obtain some water from neighboring lands. But since you came out all this way and my father will not find out, I suppose I can grant you a barrel of water for your crops. You can find it in Olubarna. And tell them Princess Vivi sent you." Finally, the child finished her sentence. Luffy was surprised at how well-versed she was, more so about her kindness to her people. "Princess Vivi, this matter is more important than mere crops. I will just show you." Luffy walked past the princess, opening the double door that led to the throne room. Princess Vivi was going to protest, but it was too late. King Cobra and Sir Crocodile stopped their conversation, and the latter had a flabbergasted look on his face. "That is him, King Cobra. Hurry and escape. I will take care of this pirate. Sir Crocodile, you have done so much for Alabasta, and you are so loyal to me, despite the voice against you as my successor. Sir Crocodile, if I die here today, with my court as my witness, I declare you to rule Alabasta until my Vivi comes of age." To this, Sir Crocodile mouth formed into a massive grin. Then his golden hook sparkled in the light. The moment King Cobra declared a verbal succession to Crocodile was the moment he would have died. Crocodile brought his golden hook and aimed for the stomach of the king. It would have been a killing blow if it had connected. But Luffy, well, he was too quick for the warlord, using Gear Second to enhance hit speed and retrieved King Cobra before the hook of Sir Crocodile could reach him. "Mugiwara," the king exclaimed in confusion. He was supposed to be the enemy. Why did Sir Crocodile attempt to stab him? "What is the meaning of this?" exclaimed King Cobra. "Once you've passed on, I will be king of Alabasta, right?" Sir Crocodile started with a smile on his face. "No loose ends." He then pointed his hook hand at the young princess. whose neck was threatened by a small dagger. A young raven-haired woman that Luffy was ever so familiar with held the princess at knife point. "No, please, take me, not my Vivi." King Cobra collapsed on the ground. At the collective gasp of the crowd, nobody knew what to do. The guards attempted to get close, but they sunk on the floor by quicksand. Luffy simply observed. Crocodile was going to go on his bad guy spiel. "The entire castle is surrounded by my agents. Your army is stuck dealing with the Straw Hats. All I need to become king is to kill you." He pointed at King Cobra. "You." He pointed at Princess Vivi. "And you, Mugiwara." He pointed at Luffy and said it in such a venomous tone that if words could kill, Luffy would be dead. "But why ... we treated you so well. You helped us against pirate invasions. Yeah, it was all for this moment. I had to become king somehow, and luckily, Mugiwara sped up my plans. Hate to break your bubble, but I'm here to do two things." Luffy interrupted, first looking at the raven-haired woman holding a knife at the neck of the princess. "I'm here for Nico Robin." Then he turned to Crocodile. "And I'm here to kick some sense into your power-hungry ass." Robin tensed at the statement by the Straw Hat Man. How did he know my name? Crocodile did not know what to make of his statement, but he was worth 1 billion berry, and he could not take him lightly. "Fine, you want a piece of me? Then come at me." Crocodile morphed into sand and launched himself at Luffy. "King Cobra, please clear the hall. My crew should arrive any time to deal with the Baroque Works agents outside." Luffy could tell that the king was concerned for his army. "Don't worry, King. Your army is just knocked out. I gave my crew strict instructions." Then he looked at Robin as Crocodile was quickly approaching him. "Robin, I can protect you better than whatever this asshole promised you." Then as Crocodile neared him, Luffy's fist turned into a resin-black color and he slammed it over the head of the warlord, knocking him onto the ground. A collective gasp echoed in the room. Robin dropped her knife in shock, allowing Vivi to run to her father. She trembled at the visual defeat of Crocodile, the man who was supposed to protect her from the government in exchange for her poneglyph interpretation skills. King Cobra immediately led his people outside, choosing to carry Princess Vivi and leaving the room immediately. If the words of the pirate was true, then King Cobra will put his faith in Mugiwara to end this mutiny. The hall finally cleared, leaving Luffy and Crocodile. The warlord quickly got up. His anger could not be contained. "Shall we?" Luffy's skin glowed a pink color, with steam emitting from his body. "Hacky, I should have known." Crocodile covered his hands with a similar resin-like substance. Alabasta Palace, outside. Just as Sir Crocodile claimed, the main force of his numbered agents from Mr. 1 through Mr. 5 along with their partners were present. They all stood in a line to block the way of escape for the royal family, the court, and his escorts. "Make way for the king," exclaimed one of the surviving guards. But one of the crazy-haired-looking guys with a red coat flicked a booger at the unsuspecting guard. Then it blew up on his face. His coat caught on fire from the explosion. But a rumbling underground began and suddenly something emerged from the ground. A massive whale and a fishman on its back. "Motherfuckers." Arlong emerged on the back of Laboon. They had found an underground reservoir thanks to the help of Alabasta's local sea life and took them to the capital itself. Combine that with the perfect timing and you get a grand entrance. The king's party and the Baroque Works agents jumped out of the way. Each of the members were shocked at the massive whale emerging from the dry desert ground of Alabasta. "Sheesh, Arlong, you sure know how to steer some excitement." A man with a fashionable goatee, a tall hat, and a slick-looking necktie that was halfway undone. His dress shirt was also a bit undone, showing his chiseled chest. He rubbed his neck as he was in the process of rolling up his sleeve at the exchange that was about to take place. Laboon landed on top of Mr. 4. A stout baseball-wielding person, Miss Goldenweek and Miss Valentine were the former holders of the rank, as these ladies were mostly nobodies, who were both unlucky enough to freeze in place when the whale emerged from the ground. "Thanks, Laboon." Arlong jumped from the back of the whale, landing beside Lucci. Laboon let out a happy noise that only a whale could make and slithered back into the hole he came from, returning to the underground waterway. Mr. 5 and Mr. 3 were immediately intrigued, setting up a match between the quartet. "Babe, you left me to make a grand entrance," exclaimed Bruley, who was mainly joking. She then caught the eye of Miss Merry Christmas, who was a stout, grouchy lady who looked like she would barter for 3 whole apple pies for the price of 1 apple. She was the partner of Mr. 4, who was still flattened, along with Miss Valentine and Miss Goldenweek. "Disgusting all around," exclaimed Miss Doublefinger as she morphed her fingertips into sharp, pointy spikes. She attempted to charge at Bruley but stopped mid-stride when she sensed danger. Good thing she did too, because if she did not stop, a powerful stomp would have crushed every bone in her body. Hancock landed in front of her, creating a crater where Miss Doublefinger should have been. "Do not try to hurt my friend. You'll answer to me." Her head was so far back that she arched her back, and she pointed at the Baroque Works agent with a very intense gaze. "Why is he just watching?" Mr. 2 commented as he was alone without a partner. He was strong enough to carry on his work without one, so Crocodile just let him do what he wanted. Mr. 2 was referring to Katakuri, who stood at a distance, watching the events as it transpired. It's because there is no need for him in this battle. Brook stepped forward, each step releasing some steam from his chilling ability. Brook had learned so much about himself in the time with such powerful people that he was able to hone his devil fruit power to a new height. Though, Iwakama formed his signature fighting pose and a match was about to transpire between the two. You are the strongest, then you are my opponent. Mr. One morphed his arms into blades, using his devil fruit ability. But someone else had a say against this. You won't even reach him. Dracula Mihawk stepped in the sight of Katakuri as he drew the black blade. I am your opponent. Fine, you'll die as well. The King's group moved through the building tension. Where the Baroque agent attempted to intercept them, the Straw Hats would blow their attempts. This allowed King Cobra and Princess Vivi to have enough time to escape to their doomsday bunker. It was said to be strong enough to withstand a buster call. Then there it was, the match of Alabasta finally set. Main event, Luffy vs. Crocodile W, Miss All Sunday. Match 6, Mihawk vs. Mr. 1. Match 5, Brook vs. Mr. 2. Match 4, Hancock vs. Miss Doublefinger. Match 3, Lucci vs. Mr. 3. Match 2, Bruley vs. Miss Merry Christmas. Match 1, Arlong vs. Mr. 5. Pre-show match, Laboon vs. Mr. 4 and Miss Valentine and Miss Golden Week. Will the Straw Hats defeat the Baroque Works and free Alabasta? Or will Baroque Works prevail? Main event, Luffy vs. Crocodile W, Miss All Sunday. Match 6, Mihawk vs. Mr. 1. Match 5, Brook vs. Mr. 2. Match 4, Hancock vs. Miss Doublefinger. Match 3, Lucci vs. Mr. 3. Match 2, Bruley vs. Miss Merry Christmas. Match 1, Arlong vs. Mr. 5. Pre-show match, Laboon vs. Mr. 4 and Miss Valentine and Miss Golden Week. The pre-show was already set. The fighters were ready to go anytime. Once the curtain called for a match for the pre-show, with Laboon emerging from an underground waterway. Now the whale has returned to the ocean water and the match was finally set. Now onwards to the first match. Straw Hat Grand Armada 4th Division Commander Arlong the Saw vs. Baroque Works Agent Mr. 5. You must be wondering how I could have tamed a massive beast such as that killer whale. Well, I must tell you that. But Arlong was distracted by the fact that Mr. 5 continued to dig his nose, despite his obvious monologue. Can you not do that for 4 seconds and let me finish? Mr. 5 did stop, pulled out his finger from his nose and revealed a booger that he had been picking for some time. Then he rolled it up with his finger and aimed it at Arlong. Then, as if things couldn't get weirder, Mr. 5 flicked his booger at Arlong, who responded by slapping it out of the air. Though this was his mistake as the booger exploded on the back of his hands, and the impact was strong enough to knock his arm and caused him to take a step back. This is my devil fruit ability. I can make any part of my body explosive without damage to myself, proclaimed the agent. Typical bad guy, spewing his abilities and believing that he is invincible. Right, well I hope you're ready for this then. Arlong formed his hands into an open palm. Then he brought his other arm back. Fishman Karate, 100 tiles true punch. Arlong extended his retreat fist forward, seemingly punching the air. But the punch was so quick and so precise that a fist mark emerged from the stomach of Mr. 5. How? He exclaimed as he doubled over. Arlong did not even make contact with him, but his stomach was aching as if a fist connected with it. You have a really strong ability and you choose to flick your booger. Arlong ran forward, closing the gap. Mr. 5 brought up his right arm and activated his explosive abilities in his forearm to block whatever Arlong was going to do. The best defense is the best defense after all. Fishman Karate, Surface Crushing Stamp. An original move that would have been performed underwater. Arlong has practiced the moves that he usually would perform underwater in the surface and created a variant for the surface version of the underwater Fishman Karate. The sole of his foot met the forearm of Mr. 5. An explosion emitted from his forearm, but Arlong went through his devil fruit ability unscathed. How could you survive my explosion? Mr. 5 was defeated, flat on his back. Arlong stood over him with a smirk on his face. It took him 3 hits to defeat the Baroque agent, and he only had to use it once. That's what's so funny with you humans. You think you're invincible hiding behind your abilities. I mean, if you made better use of your power, you could have lasted more than 3 hits against me. Arlong crouched down and looked at the face of the man he defeated. They call you Mr. 5, but what is your real name? Jim ... My name is Jim. Pleasure to meet you, Jim. Say, since your whole organization is going to fall apart, and I kind of need to lead a division. Would you like to join me under the 4th Division of the Straw Hat Grand Armada? Arlong extended his hands for Jem to take. Mr. 5 ... and Jem's eyes widened after hearing the offer. The Baroque Works would definitely not survive that day as he fought against what everyone agreed on to be the weakest of the group, and even Arlong was a monster. He needed to seek new employment. If only I were stronger. What the hell? And Jem took his hands, officially joining the 4th Division of the Grand Armada. Match 1, Arlong's Mr. 5. Straw Hat Grand Armada 4th Division member Bruley vs. Baroque Works agent Miss Merry Christmas. This match was going to be fantastic, but it would be a match that no one, other than the two participants, will ever witness. Miss Merry Christmas immediately dove underground. Her stout appearance reminded Broly of a very judgmental person. Luckily, her friend Hancock prevented the aggressive approach of Miss Doublefinger, as she seems to be the stronger of the two. That would have been an interesting fight, a little more challenging than fighting Miss Merry Christmas, but overall Broly would have won easily. But alas, it was a battle between Broly and Miss Merry Christmas. The sequence of events were as followed if you asked anybody else other than the two fighters. Broly and Miss Merry Christmas stood a few yards from each other. Then Miss Merry Christmas dove underground. Broly manifested a mirror from the palm of her hands, creating one big enough to fit a person in. Then Miss Merry Christmas emerged underground, giving Broly an uppercut that would shatter into a million tiny mirrors as Broly created a mirror clone of herself. If anyone blinked, they would have missed it. But Broly used her mirror to swallow Miss Merry Christmas, then disappearing herself within the mirror. The last event that literally could have happened in the same second was Broly emerging from the mirror world, with Miss Merry Christmas flat on her face, unable to stand, unable to even move a muscle. "Curse you and your power," she said before finally passing out. Broly had an overwhelming victory and nobody, but those who participated that day, could have known what happened in the mirror world battle that day. If you were to ask Miss Merry Christmas what happened in the mirror, she would shiver and collapse crawling into a corner. Match 2, Broly vs. Miss Merry Christmas. Straw Hat Grand Armada 3rd Commander Rob Lucci vs. Baroque Works Agent Mr. 3. The match was going on longer than expected. Mr. 3 created some wax clones, ensuring that a distance was created from the melee fighter. "Fool, you won't be able to beat my wax army," Mr. 3 exclaimed, manifesting a wax clone of himself. Though they lacked color, they were the perfect clone of himself. "What's that?" Lucci went to dropkick a wax clone, then switched targets to a different clone, throwing a back elbow at the clone. "I said you will not beat me, so give up," exclaimed Mr. 3, but it was truly strange that Lucci was not even trying to get close to him. He seemed to be enjoying himself and just fighting. Lucci did a tornado dropkick on a row of 3 wax clones. Then he threw a double back elbow on another set of clones. A smile covered his face as Lucci went through the clones like nobody's business. What impressed Mr. 3 more than anything was how his hat remained on his head even despite the erratic movements he was performing through the series of kicks and punches. In a matter of a few minutes, Mr. 3 started to lose his confidence. For every wax clone he created, 2 more would perish at the hands of Rob Lucci. In a manner of desperation, Mr. 3 unleashed his final move, unleashing a wave of wax throughout his surroundings. The wax wave crashed about 3 yards from himself, where his wax clone remained unharmed, but Lucci was gone. "Did I win?" He began to smile to himself. A small fit of laughter began on his lips. "You know I really like you." In a matter of seconds, Lucci was by Mr. 3's side. He jumped in shock but was caught with a knee to his stomach. Mr. 3 doubled over from pain. His wax creations collapsed as there was no longer a person to command them. He gasped for air as Lucci looked down at him. "You could have done something like Broly's mirror clones, but those are creepy and feel like I'm fighting my real crewmates. Your clones were fun as a testing dummy." "Hey, what do you mean testing dummy? I'll have you know my work is art." Mr. 3 shot up from the insult, but by getting up so fast he pulled a muscle on his stomach, causing him to double over again in pain. "You're a funny guy. Your boss is as good as dead anyway. Want to come along?" "Why me?" Mr. 3 asked. "Hey, you seem like a cool guy, that's all. Plus I need people in my division. Can't have Arlong beating me." Lucci pointed at Arlong, who was having an animated but friendly conversation with the former Mr. 5, Jim. Mr. 5 joined your friend. Mr. 3 scratched his chin and ultimately decided to accept the offer as it was in his best interest. "All right, I will join you. The name is Rob Lucci Caldino. But in the event that your crew loses to Mr. 0... you don't know me." And to that Lucci burst out laughing. "What? Was it something I said?" To this Lucci laughed even harder. He now wiped a tear from his eyes at laughing so hard. He paused for a moment, repeating what Caldino stated. "I in the event that my crew loses?" And laughed some more. Match 3, Lucci vs. Mr. 3. Straw Hat Grand Armada Queen Boa Hancock vs. Baroque Works Agent Miss Doublefinger. "Kid, you're pretty cocky for someone so young." Hancock made an observation, but she was pretty young herself, though not heavily reliant on her fruit ability. "You're one to talk pretty face. Too bad I will have to kill you today." Miss Doublefinger morphed her fingers into spikes, and then emitted some more spikes around herself, creating the perfect defense. But in the world of Hancock, there was no such thing. The spikes were not a problem for the newly self-appointed queen. Her devil fruit ability, along with her proficient use of her legs, allowed her to turn the spikes into stones before it could even connect with her skin, and broke then off the source. Miss Doublefinger yelped in pain as it felt like a part of her fell off when her spikes were broken off. "I would be severely disappointed if I lose to you today," Hancock stated simply. Her hair covered her eyes slightly, giving a dangerous look for her. Please ... and no more, begged Miss Doublefinger as she crawled away from Hancock. Fine, but if you raise your hands against my crew again, I will break both of your arms. To this warning, Hancock turned to join Katakuri in overlooking the escape of King Cobra, but she felt a spike go through her stomach, right down her core. Hancock, exclaimed Katakuri as he immediately switched courses to aid the captain's queen. Though he immediately stopped in his tracks, as Hancock lifted her head, giving him a look as if to give him the sign to return to protecting King Cobra. Ha ha ha, that's what you get for being so naive. This is not some fairy tale princess ... This is the real world, exclaimed Miss Doublefinger. As her arm was extended through the stomach of Hancock, she had a maniac look on her face as she drew blood on her opponent. Katakuri understood what Hancock wanted and with a final nod, returned to watching over King Cobra and his party. I absolutely hate liars, Hancock said quietly, grasping the spike with both hands. Then slowly, the spike began to turn into stone from her stomach through the tip of the spike. Then Hancock ripped the stone spike out of her stomach and broke it in half. What the? Miss Doublefinger fell on the ground, catching herself with one hand. But she lost balance as where her other hand was supposed to catch her, there was nothing. And thus the agent fell on one side. A shock expression replaced her once confident look. What the hell? She looked at her hand, as if to make sure it was there. She brought it up to her face only to find blood dripping into her face. The bleeding was slowed down by the petrification of her arms, where the one hand was there, and the other was not. You get what you deserve, bitch. Hancock flicked her hair, and despite the injury in her abdomen, she continued to stand over the fallen agent. Before Miss Doublefinger could let out a scream of agony, she passed out of shock. She ripped the cloth from her dress to put pressure over her wound. This would at least stop the bleeding for the moment. They should really try and find a doctor. Match 4, Hancock's Miss Doublefinger. Straw Hat Grand Armada 5th Division Commander Soul Prince Brook vs. Baroque Works Agent Mr. 2. You are very interesting skeletons, and Mr. 2 stated plainly. You as well, Mr. Akama, replied Brook as he continued to emit cold air from himself. The chilling air could reach Mr. 2's soul. It was pretty scary if he was being honest. Would you hit a woman? Mr. 2 passed his right hand over his face. His body immediately morphed into a figure of a woman, whereas his voice also took on a voice of whoever he morphed his face to. Depends if you would show me your panties, Brook said seriously. He still had a look of wanting to slice down his opponent. Sure, replied Mr. 2, removing his swan pants and revealing a pair of pink-laced panties. Brook took a moment to absorb the entire interaction before finally responding. Fool, I am not affected by your deception. He extended his arms outward to show that he was not affected, as if to shrug off the display of vulgarity. Though in reality Brook's nose was bleeding feverishly. Though he had no nose, just a hole. Yo-ho-ho skeleton joke. By the exhibitionistic distraction, Mr. 2 obtained the upper hand, back kicking the head of the skeletal man to the back of his head. Match 5, Brook vs. Mr. 2. Just kidding. Brook grabbed his head, which had been twisted backwards, and returned it to form. At as quiet a skill Akama-san, Brook drew his cane close to his chest. He then retrieved his blade, showing a glimmer of it that flashed in the sunlight. Oh, Mr. 2 passed his face again with his right hand, this time morphing into a child. In body and voice, Skeleton-san, will you hit a little boy? But the little boy, which was really Mr. 2, was kicked square in the jaw by Brook. You bet I will, he screamed comically. The boy fell backwards from the force of the kick. He massaged the bruise on his face. Fine, how about a frail old lady? Just as Mr. 2 tried to get up once more, this time with the face and body of an older lady, Brook did the same thing, drop-kicking him once more. Nope, then I know your weakness. Mr. 2 brought his hands to his face for the last time, finally understanding what he must do, morphing into the woman that he initially morphed into. Beware, my panties. Mr. 2 shot up, removing his swan skirt, revealing his pink-laced panties once again. Mr. 2 smirked and claiming victory as Brook did not move an inch. Well, if you must, put your sword down and... But for the very last time, Mr. 2 met the blunt side of Brook's blade. A bitch slap with a sword from hell was performed by the 5th Division Commander, which caused Mr. 2 to spiral. Then Brook followed with another swing of his blade over the head of the Akama, which ultimately defeated the third strongest agent of the Baroque Works organization. The first being Mr. 0 and second being Mr. 1. You have bested me today, Skeleton-san. Mr. 2 laid flat on his back, unable to even fully use his fighting skills as he tried to win via underhanded tactics. Maybe there was a time and place for using his fruit, and when he should use his Akama Kenpo. It is because Brook resheated his blade into his cane as he wasn't able to use it. His battle with Mr. 2 only took 2 drop kicks and a bitch sword slap from hell. It would have been more interesting if it were an actual fight, but alas, there they were. You do not show a swordsman the same panties twice. Match 5. Brook vs. Mr. 2. Straw Hat Grand Armada 2nd Division Commander Dracula Hawkeye Mihawk vs. Baroque Works Agent Mr. 1. The youth of Mr. 1 allowed him to move quickly, slashing and hacking at Mihawk at a rapid rate. And Dracula Mihawk, sharp as ever, parried all of his strikes with the utmost skill and precision. He would not even move from his current position, as he redirected the strike of the blade man with each swing of his blade. "You bastard," Mr. 1 yelled as he brought both arms over his head and threw it down over the head of Mihawk. But Mihawk simply shifted his blade horizontally, catching Mr. 1 mid-strike. "I am to be the king's greatest swordsman. I can't lose to the likes of a poser like you." Mihawk pushed him back with a diagonal slash, cutting the bladed fruit user. Mr. 1 caught himself mid-air, turning to slow his momentum and finally landed on both feet. "Sure you will," replied the agent cockily. But this only caused Mihawk to smirk. Instead of continuing the banter, Mihawk decided that it would be best to answer the challenge of the fake swordsman. Mihawk brought his black blade over his head, not wavering on looking at Mr. 1 directly in his eyes. It was as if he was piercing his soul. "Gah!" Mr. 1 dashed forward, wiping up a whirlwind in his wake. His speed was nothing to ignore. For someone so young, Mihawk was impressed by his muscle control and acceleration, and yet ... it was not enough. Mihawk brought down his blade as Mr. 1 entered his range. The timing was so precise that Mr. 1 could not believe what just happened. Mihawk returned his blade in his back and Mr. 1 lay flat on the ground, a massive gash across his crest. "I was in my blade form." He coughed up blood as he spoke, yet Mihawk ignored him, not deeming him to be good enough to warrant an answer. "If you don't kill me now, I will find you later ... and I will kill you." Just one sentence. That should be enough to deliver his overwhelming victory. Yeah, he'll entertain the fallen agent with one sentence to break his spirit even further. "You do not deserve death by my blade." With that, Mihawk walked back to his crew, who were all wrapping up with their battles. The wind picked up as the desert storm was starting to kick in. Mihawk walked through the whirlwind, coolly walking away from his victory. If anyone asked him how his battle went, he would shrug at the notion of it being considered a battle, as for him, it was easy. Match 6, Mihawk's Mr. 1. Pre-main event. Katakuri had successfully escorted the king into the safety of a doomsday bunker. He would hang around the bunker in case anyone would be able to pass through their defense. But more likely than not, his crewmates would win their battles. The only hiccup in their battles was Hancock, who is too trusting for her own good. The first to join him was Mihawk, who easily defeated his opponent. Wasn't even a swordsman. He commented as he joined Katakuri and awaiting the rest of the crew to finish up with their battles. The next person to join them was Hancock, who held a cloth over her wound. Luckily, Brook joined them as well. Brook immediately began to take care of her friend's wounds. Then there was Arlong, laughing at something Jem stated. "This is Jem, he'll be working under me," stated Arlong, who wiped a tear over his eyes. Brook was next, who brought Bentham with him. "This is my new friend who has followed me despite my insistence to leave me alone. Skeleton-san, I only wish to best you in battle. Once I have done so, then I will leave you alone." Bentham was twirling as he spoke, which made Hancock laugh. But with her laughter, her fresh wound began to hurt. "Easy now, get some rest, Hancock," commented Brook, who was the designated doctor for the meantime. The last to arrive was Lucci, who brought Galdino with him. "This guy thinks that," Lucci began, but couldn't help himself and laughed uncontrollably. "Damn it, I only said if Mr. Zero wins ... he's definitely on a different level than us all," Galdino commented, embarrassed by how much Lucci was laughing at him. "Captain Luffy will never lose. He's the man to be king," Katakuri responded with a matter-of-fact statement, causing Galdino to tremble in fear. Sure. Thus the group looked over to the main building, where the fight between Crocodile and Luffy was currently taking place. A body suddenly flew through the roof of the building, causing a trail of dust to follow said body. "God damn it all to hell. Mr. 01, I told you so," screamed Galdino, running around in a circle, though nobody else panicked. He then stopped as Bentham grabbed him by the shoulder to pull him out of the way. A shiny golden hook landed in front of them, inches from killing Galdino if he wasn't moved. Galdino and Bentham looked at each other, then finally looked at the hook once more. "No way," Galdino stated. Then, as he feared, Lucci continued to laugh at him. "Told you so," Lucci said as he stopped himself from his fit of laughter, as his stomach was starting to feel painful from laughing so hard. Straw Hat Grand Armada Head Commander Monkey D. Mugiwara Luffy vs. Baroque Works Mr. 0 Crocodile. Why? Crocodile attempted to get a hook through the guard of Mugiwara, but the Straw Hat captain caught his hook by the sole of his left sandals and used Crocodile's momentum to slam the hook on the ground. Before Crocodile could even recover, Luffy launched an enlarged fist right through the face of the warlord. As per instinct, Crocodile shifted his body into his Loja form and Luffy's fist passed through him. The Straw Hat captain retrieved his extended punching hand and used his other hand to reach for the throat of the warlord. and once again Crocodile was caught by a haki-infused arm of the Straw Hat Captain. This time, the crocodile used his nunhook hand to create a sand blade, slashing at the arm that held him by the throat. Luffy released his grip before the blade could drop down through his arm and followed up with a double jet stamp, thus creating some distance between them. "Why do you insist on protecting these people?" Crocodile asked. His eyes were flaring up with anger. "Years of infiltrating the kingdom of Alabasta, acting like the good guy. I only really wanted a moment with Nico Robin, but you got in my way," Luffy replied, shrugging his shoulder. The sand user could not find an opening. Robin decided that she could not trust this new person, but maybe she would listen. "She's working with me. I took care of her and protected her from the world government. You're with me, right, Miss All Sunday?" Crocodile asked, looking at the raven-haired beauty. "I am with you, Mr. Zero," Robin said weakly. The fabric of her morality was being tugged at in so many levels. For one, she is very loyal, especially to the person who has stuck his neck out and protected her from the Marines in the short time that she joined him. But in return, she had been deciphering some complicated poneglyph text that Crocodile had stashed. Mostly first-hand accounts of current events, nothing too significant. But this Mugiwara really piqued her interest. The way he looked at her made her feel so vulnerable, as if he was looking past her flesh and looking deep into her soul. Though for now, she had an allegiance to Crocodile, and that was that she was loyal to a fault. "Good. Now Mugiwara, the lady has spoken. So if you could just go away so I can rule my country. Last time I checked, the king was not dead. My Baroque Works numbers are out there. They should be dead by now. So, my commanders are out there. Your agents should be dead by now. Don't mock me. There is no way my agents lost. Miss All Sunday verify this. Yes way." While the two powerhouse of the Grand Line were arguing, Robin couldn't help but snicker. For one, she only really saw Mr. Zero as a serious guy who always seemed to be in control, but in this instance, Mugiwara was making him more relatable. In an instance, Mr. Zero was becoming vulnerable. Mr. Zero, no crocodile, was indeed human. Mr. Zero. Robin had crossed her arms and created an extra limb outside the battlefield. She took a peek outside at the instruction of her boss. "I see that the numbers have lost." "What?" Crocodile turned so fast at Robin that a whirlwind of sand emitted from his movement. "Told you so." Luffy had now started to pick his nails, as he was fully confident that this would happen. He didn't know why he did it. He didn't know why. But in an act of desperation, Crocodile disappeared into a storm of sand, traveling to where Robin stood and took his golden hook and materialized right behind her, with the hook pointing threatening close to her neck. "I'm sorry, Miss All Sunday, but I need a way out," whispered Crocodile, who has finally realized his defeat. Years of planning, years of servitude, and to lose to a straw hat-wearing bastard. Go figures. Let her go, Crocodile. Luffy's voice was low, as if to mitigate the anger he was building up from seeing one of his precious people in the grasp of the enemy. It was a warning, one that Robin did not fail to catch. Of course, in this timeline she didn't know it yet, but Robin would soon learn that Luffy cares for her. "You will let me leave Alabasta in peace, Mugiwara. Then I will let Miss All Sunday go. You have my word." Crocodile had a smirk in his face, finally having control once again. Though what he failed to realize was how much Robin did not want to be held captive. Robin and Luffy looked into each other's eyes, as if coming to an understanding, and as if the two had known each other for years. A plan that they both agreed on through eye contact was coming through fruition. Robin threw her right leg back, catching Crocodile right in the golden region. Though lucky for the sand user, he made his lower extremities into sand on time before any pain could be inflicted. He cockily smiled at her for missing her chance to escape, but the moment of distraction was enough time for Luffy to bound forward, grab the hook of the sand user, and tossed him against the wall with such intense force that the wall began to collapse at impact. "Thanks for the distraction," Luffy winked before dashing after Crocodile and not letting him have a breath. Luffy pulled his hands back, stretching it for as long as possible before following through with a painful gum pistol. Crocodile spewed up blood, not even having enough time to change into his sand form. As Luffy got within inches from Crocodile, he grabbed him by his shoulder, pulled him out of the wall, and tossed him upwards. Crocodile floated in the air for only a second, before Luffy followed with his most devastating-looking punch since his return back in time. A Gear 3 punch that sent Crocodile through the roof of the palace, with the foundation of the palace finally giving up on the impact. Crocodile went higher and higher until gravity finally brought him back down to earth. He would have fallen on the ground, broken all his back and everything in his body, possibly die, but against his better judgment, Luffy caught him. He caught him and placed him on the ground, his golden hook noticeably missing. Robin just stared at him, confused at his decision. The Baroque Works agents were no more at the fall of Sir Crocodile. The former Mr. 5, Mr. 3, and Mr. 2 have all switched allegiance to the commanders of the Grand Armada. Everyone else was flat on their face or flat on their back, as they were all easily defeated. Miss Merry Christmas could not move. Miss Golden Finger had an arm ripped off. Mr. 1 was bleeding feverishly, and that was the end of that. Meanwhile, Mr. Zero aka Sir Crocodile reflected on his failures, staring at the open ceiling of the palace he wanted so badly to conquer. Dejected at the defeat of Mugiwara, Luffy caught her staring, smiled, and shrugged his shoulder. Then he extended his hands at the raven-haired beauty. "Hi, I'm Monkey D. Luffy," to which she returned his friendly gesture by shaking his hands. "Nico Robin, pleasure to meet you. But why do you need to speak with me?" She replied pleasantly with a slight glow in her eyes. His touch was electric and very powerful. Nothing a woman likes more than a poised man. To say she was intrigued would be an understatement. From the tragedy of O'Hara, to the isolation of life of a fugitive, to the welcoming assistance of Sir Crocodile, and now finding herself at the company of a very powerful figure. Life starting to look up. So that was the end of the battles. Was it ever a question? The sun was at its highest point in the sky when Sir Crocodile was utterly and convincingly demolished by the Straw Hats. King Cobra and Princess Vivi were huddled close together at the bunker, and the princess jumped up at the sound of a building collapsing in the distance. "Father, what was that loud noise?" the young girl asked, looking worriedly at her father. "Don't worry about it, dear." King Cobra held his daughter close. It felt like forever, but eventually the noise outside died down. Then silence. For a grueling 5 minutes. Nobody knew what was going on. "Father, it became quiet," Princess Vivi whispered. Then a firm knock rang through the bunker, echoing throughout the chamber. Princess Vivi, unlike earlier, decided it was a good idea to go near the entranceway and put herself in the front of the group. "Vivi, come here now," the king commanded, though the princess remained unmoving. "Do not worry, father, I will protect us all," the young girl said confidently. Without a weapon, armed with only her sharp will and resolve, Princess Vivi stood in front of the door ready to face the possible enemies behind the doorway. Before King Cobra could join his daughter, a voice echoed throughout the chamber, though to his relief, it was an ally. "King Cobra, Princess Vivi, can you open the door?" If he wanted to, he could have ripped the door open, but that would not go well with his proposal. "Ah, it's Mr. Farmer." Vivi, despite everyone else's precaution, pressed the doorway release button, one in which opened the chamber. The people within the chamber let out a small yelp, believing that their life was coming to an end. The lights within the Doomsday Bunker were not very bright, so being introduced to the outside sunlight took a moment for the party to adjust. His silhouette was unique, as if he were a giant amongst men. His straw hat was prominent amongst other things, and King Cobra immediately sighed a breath of relief. "Thank you, Princess. All is clear, King Cobra." Once their eyes adjusted, they finally saw him, with that contagious smile that everyone within the bunker cried in relief. The Straw Hats and the new recruit were all chatting amongst themselves outside the bunker. The former Baroque Works agents were still unmoving, knowing full well where they were all going. "Thank you, Mugiwara." "I did not," King Cobra began. But Luffy held up his hands as if to stop the king from revealing any of his shortcomings. "A king such as yourself is someone one should admire. So, King Cobra, I have come for some business. Can I have an audience?" Luffy put the power in the king's hands. He did not want the king to lose face in front of his people. "Mugiwara, once we figure out what to do with the destruction of my land... On second thought, let us have a walk, Mugiwara." King Cobra left the bunker first, grabbing Luffy by the arm, directing him away from the group to have a talk. "I am humbled by your presence," Luffy commented, though once they were in the clear of the group, Luffy gave a non-verbal command for Katakuri to make them a place to talk. Katakuri nodded and understood the command, manifesting a Machai house for the two people to have a private conversation. King Cobra finally showed what he really was feeling. "I did not know that he was plotting against me. I thought that he was my friend," began the king. "As your crew went through my army, and I finally realized that we are not ready for world-threatening powers. I assume you are an emperor of the New World." "No, not there yet, but I am working towards something more than an emperor. I am working towards becoming the king of the pirates." To this, King Cobra smiled, taking a seat on a well-built wax chair, created by the new member of the Grand Armada. In his mind, Luffy was impressed by how easily they were able to implement Galdino into their ranks. "I see." He paused and looked at his hands. "Mugiwara, I believe that you will reach your goal. But in doing so, what do you look to accomplish?" "With becoming the king of pirates, I wish to obtain the strongest family in the whole world, to end the system that is the Celestial Dragons, to eliminate the underworld, to control the pirates' action of this world, to unify all the kingdoms, and to ultimately destroy the corruption within the Marines. Mugiwara, in order to thank you, I will be able to assist you in one aspect of your goal. The Alabasta Kingdom will raise the Straw Hat Grand Armada flag, pledging our support to you." The two men stared into each other, then they solidified the newfound alliance with an embrace. "Thank you, King. So what is it that you needed to speak with me about?" "Well, that was the gist of it. An extension of my protection of your land. I also wanted to recommend calling the Marines right before you declare your land under my protection in order to take the Baroque Works agents under custody." "I see, Mugiwara. Then I must request something as well. In order to solidify our alliance ... you must take my daughter as your bride. I am flattered by King Cobra, but she is too young to be my wife. Plus I am a firm believer in choice, so I don't really do well with arranged marriage. Once she comes of age then, you will consider if she also wishes to be with you. He was stuck, not able to get out of this one. It's an agreement then. I am glad Mujiwara. King Cobra laughed wholeheartedly as the duo exited the structure together. Luffy joined him, though not quiet, agreeing with the plan. One last thing, King Cobra. Luffy remembered where he needed to be now. Something he needs to prevent from happening. He was going to meet Joker. Would you happen to have a way to Dressrosa? I have a friendly relationship with the King Riku. I can provide you a log post to Dressrosa. Perfect, responded Luffy. With the crew. I am Nico Robin. Thank you for having me. Robin had been advised by Luffy to go ahead and introduce herself. I am Katakuri, First Commander, replied Katakuri as his arms remained crossed. Still observing, always observing the surroundings. Mihawk, Second Commander, Mihawk commented, giving the women a brief smile. You guys are so stiff. The name is Arlong, Fourth Commander. Then Arlong looked at his partner, who also gave a warm smile. I am Bruli, so glad that another woman has joined me and Hancock in this group. She gave Robin a quick hug, to which she returned. These people were so friendly. Rob Lucci, Third Commander, you already know our new lackeys, Jem, Galdino and Bentham. Lucci pointed at the former Baroque Works agent that they have recruited into their crew. Jem struck a pose along with Bentham, but Galdino was late on the notice and failed to strike a pose along with the other two. I am Brook. Let me ask you, dear ... may I see your panty? But an elbow met the head skull of the skeleton man as he fell on the floor. He twitched unnaturally on the ground as if going into shock. Don't mind him, I am Boa Hancock, Queen. She gave Robin a hug as well. It was so warm and welcoming that Robin closed her eyes and enjoyed the embrace of another person. Welcome to our crew. Hancock knew at the moment she saw her. She was going to be a queen of the king. This was what he was speaking about before. And how did she feel about it? She was strong, independent, and amazing in every way possible ... but he made her feel so many emotions that she would trust his decision and, if need be, share him with others. Thank you, I am glad to be here. Robin replied with a smile. This felt like home more than any place she's ever been before. But she still had to be cautious, as she thought that the Baroque Works were going to be her home for a long time. But he turned out to be a bad guy. She really has a good feeling about this crew. Hopefully her feelings are not wrong. That night, at the insistence of King Cobra, the Straw Hat crew were treated to a feast in honor of their victory and assistance in liberating Alabasta, along with discovering where Rain was being held back. Though the night was enjoyable, Luffy decided that it would be a good time to retreat to his designated sleeping quarters. He needed to create a plan for Dressrosa. There was no way in hell he'll let Doflamingo wreak havoc through that land. As he was leaving, he caught the tail end of a conversation between Lucci and Pell. ... So you're telling me you'll be able to make me stronger? Pell said in disbelief. After the embarrassing defeat of the Alabasta army to the Straw Hats, he wanted to be stronger no matter what. Sure I can, but the thing is, things like these don't just happen in a day. So how about I give you the basics and you're on your own from there? Luffy had gone for the night, but the crew was still enjoying the party thrown for them. So who would win in arm wrestling? Instigated Arlong, who was looking between Katakuri and Mihawk. Me, of course, it's not even a question, declared Katakuri. Me, pronounced Mihawk. Silence immediately covered the air as both men said this at the same time. Then laughter escaped Katakuri, to which Mihawk joined him. Arlong began to slowly exit the conversation as he steered up some interesting drama between the two powerhouses. He then sat beside Jem, who is his newest crew member. See there? That's how you beat someone who you can't beat yourself. He smiled, happy to create some good-natured rivalry between the first and second commander. I see. Jem took out a notepad, with the cover titled How to Be Great Like Arlong. He began to feverishly write in the notebook. Galdino, let's go, we have to help Pell become a great warrior. Yes, boss. Little by little, the men in their crew were starting to take its own identity. Lucci's crew wore a suite, and Galdino looked interesting wearing one. Brook was creating an atmosphere as he played a mellow song for the crowd. It took a moment for the people of Alabasta to get used to seeing a skeleton musician, though overall the party went great. Noticeably, Hancock and then Robin disappeared from the party. Some lemon. Luffy smiled at this. With the Alabasta Kingdom under his banner, he needs everyone to get stronger, strong enough to battle with the world powers. As he entered his room, to his pleasant surprise, Hancock was already in his bed, waiting for him. About time, I've been waiting for my king, Hancock said. Tisk, what should I do with a naughty girl like you? Luffy began to crawl up to her area. Not yet, my king, I have a question for you, Hancock began, becoming a bit more excited at the look of his hunger. Yes? Luffy asked, ready for whatever it was as he was hungry. So Robin is a young beautiful lady. What is she to us? Hancock began, though she knew the answer, just needed him to confirm. Hancock, you will forever be my queen, my first, and my love. Robin is someone precious to me as well, and I also care for her in more ways than one. Luffy knew this was coming, especially since he said that Hancock was going to be one of his queens. I know that's silly. Hancock grabbed Luffy by his cheeks and brought him up to her face, giving him a gentle kiss. I love you with all my heart, Luffy. And if I have to share you with others to keep loving you, then I'm okay with it. Thank you, Hancock. But just so you know, maybe your other queens won't have enough left after I am done with you. Hancock had a mischievous smile before turning Luffy on his back. Babe, I'm going to rock your world so hard that you'll forget your name by morning time. And with a single action, the man who made a mockery of Vice Admiral Borsellino, defeated Sir Crocodile, and stood toe-to-toe with Whitebeard, was in the palm of one Boa Hancock. Robin had followed Luffy to his room, wanting to thank him, to express her gratitude, but instead he heard everything that they were doing, and everything that Luffy said about her. But why? He did not even know her. Nevertheless, her heart skipped several beats wanting to know why. Though more pressing was the fact that she had manifested an ear and an eye inside the room, she felt so dirty watching Luffy and Hancock. But she couldn't help what her body was telling her, as she wiggled around as a sensation began to build up from within herself. It was possibly a minute at most until she finally realized what she was doing. In a flurry of panic, she immediately cancelled her powers and began to run back to the banquet, her cheeks still the color of rose pink. You know she was watching us, Hancock commented. Yeah, and she heard everything you said. Yeah. Want me to invite her to join us? Luffy said. Maybe another time. She said with a sly smile, satisfied by her conquest. No, come here you. And Luffy pulled her back in, ready to give her more of what she wanted. End of Lemon. The very next day, the Straw Hats finally boarded their ship with Luffy standing next to the mast as his crew looked at him from below. The Alabasta Kingdom has taken Luffy's advice and summoned the Marine, who took the Baroque agents into custody. Then as the Marines left, King Cobra commanded the flag of the Straw Hats to be brought to the highest point of Alabasta. It would take months to rebuild their palace, but at least they were all alive. Princess Vivi was relayed the message of becoming one of Luffy's wife once she comes of age, and she couldn't be happier. Pell trained with Lucci the basics of becoming stronger throughout the night, and Lucci was paying for the lack of sleep. So now they were aboard their ship, waiting for their captain's command. I have so many things I need done that I can't hardly contain myself, began Luffy. I want to eventually expand our crew to be big enough to conquer the world, and thus I assigned you all your own division. So my friends, eventually, I will have you all transverse into your own adventures where we all rendezvous in time ... But for now I ask you to join me in obtaining another land which we can call ours while in the process. I want you all to obtain people for your crews ... as you have begun to do so already. So everyone, will you join me in Dressrosa where we will possibly meet our greatest challenge yet? Captain, I am with you. Katakuri was the first to speak, a man who was stuck behind his mother's shadow. A person who was unable to go on his own adventure, freed to seek his true purpose in life. That was what he owed Captain Luffy. You have my blade, Captain. Mihawk raised his blade. Only one person has drawn with him, and only one has beaten him. Shanks was one person he had drawn, and the captain was the one to beat him. Through the end of time he will be the blade of the king, for this was his purpose. I only want one woman in this world. Otherwise I will help you with whatever you need, Captain. Lucci tipped his hat, adjusting it to his comfort. There was truly one woman he needed to kill, and little by little he's learning more and more about her. After what you've done for my people, I'm with you till I die, Captain. Arlong proclaimed, to which Broly gave him a hug. Me too, Captain. I am with you for what you've done for me and my brother. The newest members of the Grand Armada were surprised by the overwhelming loyalty of the crew to their captain. Caldino was brought in for his ability to create wax dummies for training purposes. Bentham forced himself to the crew by challenging Brook at any opportunity. Jem thought it would be fun to learn what he can really do with his devil fruit with the crew. Captain, with what you've done for me, saving me from the loneliness and darkness that was bound to consume me ... not to mention Laboon. The whale let out a massive spout at the mention of his name. I'm with you till I become nothing but bones. But I am made of bones, yo-ho-ho-ho. Then it was Hancock who was going to speak up. You are my king and my salvation. I am with you forevermore, through only death will we part. Luffy gave her a loving smile. Though he thought everyone was done with their touching speech, there was one more woman who was unaccounted for. I am new to all this ... as you all may or may not know. I am known as the Demon of Ohara. I have a bounty of 80 million on my head as a child ... By bringing me along you have brought great danger to your crew. I can't be here as my conscience will destroy me if you all die because of me. She began to tear up, finally letting out her emotions. Everyone had been so nice and welcoming to her, especially Hancock and Luffy, that it was too good to be true. Robin, don't worry about us. We can handle ourselves. Katakuri began giving Robin a thumbs up. We're actually more worried about putting all of you in danger. Mihawk commented. Nobody is dying on my watch. Luffy had the most intense and serious look on his face. He gave her a warm smile that only he could pull off. So Robin, the question is really, will you come with us? It took her a moment to compose herself, wiping the tears from her eyes. These people were very strong, but more importantly they were a tight-knit group which she so desperately wanted to be a part of. Yes, she finally replied with a smile, and Hancock and Brook buried her in an embrace. Good, Arlong, Luffy commanded as he tossed the eternal log post to his best navigator. Lead the way to Dressrosa. Aye, Captain. Arlong saluted, pulled his woman, Brol, away from the giant group hug and gave her a kiss, before diving into the water and once again riding on the back of Laboon. Let's go, screamed Arlong as he was floating above water. Woohoo, he yelled when Laboon started to follow his instruction through the direction of his harness. He's so awesome. Brook had hearts forming from her eyes, whereas Katakuri rolled his eyes and assumed the position of the helmsman for the time being. All right, crew, captain's order, man your stations, yelled Katakuri. Mihawk leaped into the crow's nest. Lucci joined Brook in manning the mast. Jem and Bentham were assigned deck-related choirs, while Galdino was instructed to do the dishes. While the men were being men, Brook, Hancock and Robin were responsible for creating a meal for the crew, and now that they are becoming bigger, an extra hand was a welcomed addition. On to Dressrosa, Luffy commented to himself as he overlooked his crew, working at his command. Dressrosa outskirts. My fellow citizen, it still pains me to this day that my dearest Scarlet has passed on exactly 2 years ago. A muscular gladiator headed the gathering. This man was no mere ordinary warrior. No, this man was the beloved king of Dressrosa, King Riku himself. In the audience, 2 people were dressed with an oversized hood. One was a tall, muscular man. The other was a beautiful woman holding a precious little girl in her hands. They were amongst the citizens, listening in on the wonderful tribute. Please join me in a moment of silence to our princess, who I am sure is happy where she is. King Riku took a quick look at the hooded figure, and a massive smile quickly covered his face, though he immediately composed himself to cover the act. Thank you all for coming out once more, and please enjoy our snacks that we have laid out for you good people, and let us celebrate the life of my daughter, Princess Elizabeth. King Riku could not contain himself anymore and ran to a private area. It was there that the 2 hooded figures finally joined him. My goodness, my precious little thing, you've grown so big, exclaimed King Riku as the hooded woman gave his little daughter to the king. Father, I'm sorry we could not visit any time sooner. It was just getting dangerous. Someone is bound to find out. Oh shush dear, all that matters to me is you are all okay. Isn't that right, Rebecca? Who's a cutie? Who's a cutie pie? King Riku was tossing little Rebecca in the air, causing the little one to laugh at her grandfather. Plus you have my strongest warrior with you. I wouldn't trust my daughter with any other man, right, Kairos? Yes, my king. Kairos took a knee in the presence of King Riku, though the king simply laughed at him. None of that, boy. We are family now. Call me Doldo, or better yet, call me father. Yes, king. I mean Doldo. Attaboy. So listen, I know you have retired from the life of warfare, but something might be coming to our land. King Riku pulled a card from his back pocket, tossing it to Kairos. The card was blank on one side, but the other was the symbol of the Joker. Some bastard has been intercepting our food supplies, leaving this card in every shipment he manages to interrupt. King Riku then gave his granddaughter a kiss on her forehead before returning her to Kairos, who was too afraid to hold her, so he handed her to Elizabeth instead. Anything you need, come to the palace. Father, I've told you that I don't want you to lose your place. You are doing amazing things for the people. Imagine what others would do with such power. If people were to learn of my marriage with Kairos, unfortunate as it is, you will be forced out of power. Yada yada. I don't care about power, I only care about my family. Anyway, like I said, anything at all you hear. The couple nodded, and even little Rebecca copied her parents. Good, until next time. King Riku gave them a smile, not knowing what tomorrow would bring. For little did they know, the invasion had finally begun. Among the people of Dressrosa, the Joker has placed his people in strategic positions to overthrow the kingdom and placed it back in his control. As the coming invasion was coming to fruition, military personnel were disappearing left and right, and nobody seems to remember who they were. But why? Though the world was bigger than just our hero, Monkey D. Luffy, somewhere in the West Blue, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, has successfully gathered his entire army. From 1st Division Commander Marco the Phoenix to all the way to allies such as Captain Squard, everyone was there. What they failed to realize was that one person was not with them. One person was biding his time to actually reach the point in which he could obtain his devil fruit. So he had to do something to break up the gathering, to stop the aggression of Whitebeard. My boy, thank you for this. Whitebeard had asked for a drink, and Teach was the first to provide it to him. Whitebeard had not been feeling well lately, ever since the time he left Fishman Island. Of course, Pops, call me whenever. Teach immediately went outside, leaving Whitebeard to himself. Marco, called Whitebeard as he grasped his heart. What's our status? Everyone is here, Pops. We're just waiting for your command and we are ready to attack Totto Land. Marco noticed that Whitebeard was not looking well. Pops, are you okay? Yeah, Marco, don't worry about me. Whitebeard attempted to get up but fell on one knee. Damn it, Pops, exclaimed Marco as he tried to catch his captain. Days passed and Whitebeard's health was increasingly getting worse. Pops, we have to call it off, Marco finally said, as his 3 commanders were within the room. Marco, Jazu, and Thatch. No matter what test I perform on you, your ages is the problem. No, we are so close. We have everyone here already. Pops, we've sent them back. We said something came up. They don't know about your condition, Thatch stated worriedly. Whitebeard was going to lash out in anger, but his chest began to feel tight and he fell back on his bed. Maybe it was really his age. Marco and Jazu remained with the captain, but Thatch left the room. Though in the shadow of hallway of the hospital ward of the Moby Dick, a smile formed in the face of the culprit on the sudden weakness of the health of Whitebeard. Teach began to walk away, hiding a small black bottle with a red skull on it, laughing to himself as his plan went into play. Not yet. And oh no. Not quiet yet. This was supposed to be Whitebeard's conquest for the One Piece. But one member of his own crew was unknowingly the reason for his sudden decline in health. Teach. Thatch had caught Teach walking outside of the hospital ward. Teach immediately turned around with a smile on his face. You worried too, huh? Well, nothing we can do about it. All we can do is make some magic with our hands. Thatch gave Teach a smile. Yeah, Teach responded and followed Teach to the kitchen of the Moby Dick. Not yet. No, not quiet yet. Zehahaha. Due to the breakup of the gathering of the Alliance, the Sun Pirates were forced to return to their homeland. Captain Luffy, come in. To no answer. Jinbei had been trying to get in contact with Luffy to let him know of the events. Any luck? Fisher Tiger and Aladdin were sitting around Jinbei, who were both as confused on why the attack had been called off. No, Captain. Jinbei dropped the golden snail and looked around the room. Well, it's all right, really. At least now we can help Queen Ottoheim get more signatures for her dream, stated Aladdin with a smile on his face. That is true, though Whitebeard is still making me worried, began Jinbei, though Fisher Tiger grabbed him by his shoulder as if to ease his worries. That man is going to be fine. He is an emperor, a title only given to 3 people of our time. Aladdin was listening in on Fisher Tiger's speech, but he grabbed the newspaper of the day and began reading it. There's also Big Mom and Kaido, and you don't get that title by being just good. That is true, but Jinbei was going to say something, though Aladdin let out a loud audible. Captain ... Spit it out, Aladdin. What are you talking about? Fisher Tiger pulled up the paper and read the headline as he let out a shocked expression. Red-haired Shanks has become the 4th emperor. In Mary Geo eyes. I'm glad we've come to an understanding. Red-haired ... You know too much, but you do not pose a threat to us. So we'll let you live ... But this can change any time. There are 5 powerful figures in that room, and it's not just strength, political prowess, world knowledge, overwhelming influence ... This was all of them. Sure, responded the one and only red-haired. When he said he needed to take care of something important, meeting with the Gorosei was not what anyone would expect. Leave now or we'll really kill you this time. And to that Shanks left the room. As per their agreement, he was alone in the land of the enemy, and he had a long walk back to his crew. As Shanks left the room, the 5 elders immediately addressed the most immediate concern of the group. He is too influential, powerful. We have to declare him a Yonko. This way Newgate, Kaido or Linlin can take care of him. Agreed, chorused the rest of the group. It took 20 minutes before someone noticed him. A very powerful man, in fact, an admiral recently promoted to his post by the result of the promotion of former Admiral Sengoku. Red-haired. The room suddenly got cold and Shanks stopped in his footsteps. Vice Admiral Kuzan greeted Shanks with the same tone. Admiral Aokiji to you, pirate. People in the surveillance room had been watching the entire exchange through some visual den mushy, though suddenly their feed got interrupted as all they could see was an empty screen. 5 seconds. Kuzan walked beside Shanks and whispered, "He's not supposed to be here yet. Take care of it." Okay. Kuzan immediately deactivated his abilities, returning everything to normal. Then as quickly as the feed was gone, it was back on, with Shanks and Kuzan walking by each other. Their earlier exchange seemed to be nothing but words. Both men seemed to have come to an understanding, but what about aboard the Straw Hat Grand Armada ship? To traverse the globe from Alabasta to Dressrosa, the crew took a very long time in going through the Grand Line to get to where they needed to go. What should have been a comfortable 2-month journey turned into almost a year ... And precious time was used to build some relationship, strength, and crew bonding. As time ticked, Luffy was becoming more and more concerned, not for himself, but for the kingdom of Dressrosa, based on his understanding from his timeline. The beginning of this year was when Mingo did the things he did to Dressrosa, but this time there was a difference. This time he wasn't going to just let him take what he wanted. This time he was going to stop Mingo before he took Dressrosa into his control. Not this time, Joker. Mingo knows who he is, after breaking down the auction house in Sabaody and messing up his slaving business. Otherwise, not a day has gone wasted for the crew though. On the first 2 months of their travel, Robin and Hancock had been gossiping about Luffy as Robin was curious about him. He wasn't forcing anything between them, he just treated her like a person, and that was such a refreshing feeling. Everyone else in the crew treated her with such respect that she couldn't have been happier to be part of this group. So what makes you like him so much? Robin asked as they were helping each other with nail polish. No girl, the question is what is not to like. Hancock stopped painting Robin's nail to give her some information about Luffy. He is gentle but strong, loving but hot-blooded, strong but caring. He is everything you would want in a man, and he gives you the feeling that he will protect you until the day he dies. He has a way of making you feel a certain way. Especially the most amazing experience that words cannot really describe. Oh my, what is it? I don't want to tell you. Maybe he'll make you feel it one day. Emphasis on the feel, just the thought of it made her shiver. Just tell me, Hancock. She began to playfully hit her in the arm to get an answer, to which Hancock caught her hand and looked her directly in the eyes, squinting her eyes. Are you sure? She replied, half serious but mostly messing around as well. Yes girl, just tell me. Robin replied with a smile on her face. Hancock looked left, then right, then she slowly approached Robin's ears before revealing the truth, the best part of being with Luffy. He has a massive, though their interaction was interrupted by the arrival of said man. Hey girls, sorry to interrupt. Luffy began with a blush on his face. Seeing Hancock and Robin so close made him feel some type of way. But dinner is ready. Sure babe, be there in a few, announced Hancock, to which Luffy came by to give his lady a hug and a brief but sweet smile to Robin before exiting the room. She then cleared her throat, wanting to know what she would say before getting interrupted. Well, you were saying. Hancock once again lowered her voice and looked at her with a twinkle in her eyes. Oh well, Luffy has a massive dick. Dude acted like a pretentious dickbag. Caldino was sharing a story about his time with Baroque Works and how his path crossed theirs. They were now all in the cafeteria with Hancock and Robin joining last. Bentham and Brook had been assigned patrol that night, as it was 2 people's job during the meal to watch the perimeter, and the group rotated, including the captain. Wow, he really did that, huh? Asked Bruley, who was eating a piece of chicken wing. Arlong grabbed a napkin and wiped some sauce that was on the corner of her mouth, to which she rewarded him with a smile. Yeah, Mr. Zero was the biggest douche of them all. He thought we were all disposable unless we were strong. I mean, my partner was on her first day on the job when Arlong came in with Laboon and knocked her out. So was Jem's partner, Caldino stated, to which had Jem perked up to add some more info to this. I only knew her by her agent name, but Miss Valentine was an idiot, more like someone who knew how to use a gun and had a little bit of aim, probably a Marine dropout, but she was not very bright. Jem scratched his head as he spoke. Then Caldino also had a comment about his former partner. My partner was definitely an idiot for freezing up from the whale. I feel like Mr. Zero just looked at people and gave them ranks. I mean, I feel like I could beat Mr. Zero, Caldino said confidently, as they were conversing. Luffy suddenly formed a smile in his face, one in which indicated he knew something that no one else knew. Hancock looked at Luffy and held his hands. What is it, babe? To her touch, Luffy looked at her and just pointed at the door. Look over there, he's finally here. She looked at him funny but immediately understood what he meant. For ever since their time in Alabasta and their travel to Dressrosa, a certain stowaway got on board their ship and has been hiding and recuperating. She then smiled but switched her grasp to Robin, who now had a confused look in her face. What's going on? Robin asked, but immediately dropped her fork, shocked at the man she saw on the doorway. Shut your mouth, Caldino. A battered but otherwise well-rested former organization leader walked into the dining area of the ship. Everyone immediately became tense. Everyone but Luffy, Hancock, Mihawk, and Katakuri. All 4 were proficient in observation haki. Coincidence that they were the only one who knew? I think not. Mr. Point Zero, what the hell are you doing here? You were on your way to impel down. Caldino trembled as he was talking so much crap when he didn't know the man was here. Hey Mihawk, do something. That crocodile guy is here. Arlong whispered to his friend who sat on his left. Nah, was all he responded before continuing on eating his food. Then Arlong leaned forward to Katakuri and made the same request. Hey Katakuri, do something. Sand guy is here. He tried to keep his voice as low as possible, but Crocodile looked directly at him. Listen here, Sword Nose. All you assholes would have been dead if it wasn't for these 4. Crocodile pointed at Luffy, who was happily eating his food, Hancock, who was also eating, Mihawk, who sat beside Arlong, and Katakuri, who sat in front of him. Wait, you guys knew? Jem explained, joining Caldino in an embrace as they both trembled in fear of their former employer. Yeah, no big deal, it's just Croco. Luffy shrugged it off, but to others, it was a big deal. Nothing to worry about, Robin. He won't do anything to you, not on my watch. What about us? Caldino and Jem said at the same time as tears began to comically well up from their eyes like a fountain. I have your back, Lucci commented, though a bit disappointed in himself for not being able to mark out that Crocodile was on board. I made a deal with your captain. Crocodile began as he made his way to a bench, plopping down as it took a lot out of him to get up to the dining area. He was definitely not 100% recovered from his beatdown from Luffy. As much as I hated Mugiwara, I hate that smug former Celestial bastard even more. After Luffy found him on that first day, Luffy provided him with some items to help him heal sooner. Mugiwara didn't say anything, just continued to come back and give him some food, water, blankets, even clean clothes. This went on for months until finally, Luffy wasn't able to find him. Then he knew that it was a matter of time before he popped up. Katakuri and Mihawk sensed him on board, but knew well enough to not bother him if the captain already knew he was there. Hancock was going to protest, but she thought about it and she knew Luffy wouldn't put them in danger. He then revealed his golden hook, which caused Caldino and Jem to pass out. What? He stabbed an apple with his hook and began eating it. The rest of the meal returned back to normal with laughter and jokes. Eventually Jem and Caldino got up, embarrassed from passing out. Alright guys, I'll be catching some air. Luffy gave Hancock a kiss before exiting the dining room. It was outside where a certain sand user followed him. He still had a suspicious look in his face, despite helping him basically get better. Croco, what's up? Luffy looked at the distance, enjoying the moonlight and the gentle breeze of the sea. Why'd you do it? Why'd you help me? Why didn't you kill me when you had the chance? Whoa, so many questions. Well, first of all, I helped you because you were injured. What more reason do I need? I didn't kill you because I feel as if you can be redeemed. Was I right, Croco? Tisk ... The things that I have done to become king of Alabasta. That's not redeemable, Mugiwara. Crocodile took a seat at a barrel while Luffy leaned against the railing of the ship. What did you do exactly? In this timeline, there's no way he could have done the things he did when he was 10 years in on the operation. Well, I did everything that Cobra said, just that I had the goal to eventually overthrow his kingdom and take over. Eventually get my hands on Pluton with the help of Robin, possibly aim to destroy the Holy Kingdom and say good riddance to those Celestial Dragon bastards. So what? Big whoop, you wanted to be king. If I didn't come along, I would have found a way to stop you eventually. Just how the universe works. Luffy was confident in this. He defeated Crocodile, the Sand Loja Warlong extraordinaire, when he was 17 years old back in his timeline, without Haki. Beat that. So what then after Dressrosa? Crocodile asked as he picked his teeth with his hook. Join my armada, become one of my commanders. There was a pause as wind passed through the duo. The offer was definitely calculated. From the time they met to the time he stowed away, Luffy already had a plan for this, and Crocodile fell into his hands. And so he laughed, grasping his forehead. Sure, but the first chance you drop your guard, I'll kill you ... and I ain't calling you captain. You just did. Fuck. Ain't happening again. Meanwhile, Bentham and Brook looked at each other as the whole interaction between Luffy and Crocodile took place, confused on what to do. As soon as they both came into agreement and retreated to their sleeping quarters, the two people on patrol shrugged their shoulders and returned to their assignment, still unsure what the hell Crocodile was doing on board. They will know later, that's for sure. After their conversation, Luffy made his way to his sleeping quarter. It was there where he found Robin leaning against his bedroom door. Hi, Robin. Damn, she was pretty. Now, then, forever, Robin looked amazing. Hey, Captain. I just want to let you know that I trust you ... You know, with the whole Crocodile situation. Of course she had been listening. He should have expected that. Her ability was really something else. I wouldn't make any decision that put our crew in jeopardy ... Well, I mean, we're going to Dressrosa, but that's out of necessity. Of course, Captain ... Well, have a good night. He felt like she wanted something else. Like she was waiting for him to do something. He ignored the thought and let Robin pass as he prepared to enter his room. Though he felt soft hands grab hold of the back of his arms, he slowly turned and found himself encompassed in a gentle, yet sweet kiss with Nico Robin. It lasted for a few moments, and both people cherished each and every second of it. But alas, the kiss broke, to which Robin was blushing heavily. She never did that before, and it felt so right doing it with Luffy. As they parted their lips, they looked into each other's eyes. Luffy had a confused yet gleeful look on his face. Robin with an excited, yearning look about her. They were silent for some time, just looking at one another, not one saying something in anticipation of the other. But Robin ... Oh, she was good. Well, good night, Captain, she said in the cutest, most sensual way possible after stealing another quick peck on the lips of Luffy. And he froze in his spot, his heart fluttering at the exchange. He then entered the room to reveal Hancock, who was reading a book in their bed. Hey, babe. Hey, so Robin just kissed me. Hancock jumped up at this revelation and kissed him as well. She genuinely looked happy. Yes. Now when can we have her join us? Luffy liked the enthusiasm. but she has ... She has become hungry ... And he was ready to feed her in every way she wanted it. When time together aboard their ship turned into months, then a year, they had to stop constantly on what port they could find and buy as much supplies as they could. And as was back to traveling once more, Lucci in particular was picking everyone's brains. Being the youngest commander so far, he was really serious in obtaining as much as he could with his crew members. Lucci and Katakuri had been having a friendly spar, where Lucci would lose every single time, then he would move on to spar with Bentham, who was an expert in hand-to-hand combat. Brook had been practicing with Mihawk, as they were both proficient with their blades. Hancock had been teaching Robin some of her kicking technique, in case she would need to engage in close combat. But her ability is particularly useful in espionage and eliminating multiple targets. Everyone else was training, sleeping, and work. The two ladies have been spending some time together as noticed by Luffy. In fact, he was starting to feel a little left out, as the two would often go on their own mini trip together and would just talk about random things. Oh well, he was glad they were getting along well. While they were busy bonding, Luffy had been giving his men little advice here and there to improve themselves. On one of their traveling days, the captain and his first commander were having a friendly spar. Katakuri has already reached the highest point of his Machai ability. In fact, he was so close he can certainly. You should awaken your ability, stated Luffy as he stretched after a good sparring match with Katakuri. What is this awakening you speak of, Captain? Katakuri was so close to it and yet he didn't know it yet. Oh well, he was 10 years younger than where he was before. It is where you influence your environment with your devil fruit ability. Like so. Suddenly, everyone who was doing something stopped. Mihawk looked down from his crow's nest in order to see what this awakening was. Arlong jumped out of the back of Laboon and landed on the deck, also curious at what awakening was. The rest of the crew followed suit and Luffy was glad to show them what his awakening was. Robin took notice of her new best friend, Hancock, who took a grip of her hand. She was so invested in him that Robin couldn't help but emulate her, especially after that kiss with him. Here it comes, commented Bruley as she joined the other ladies. Luffy began to steam from his body, his skin turning into a pink color. He then placed his hands on the deck of the ship, seemingly cutting the air with his focus. Jem tensed up as he stood beside Brook, watching every movement of the future king. Bentham and Lucci had been sparring but held off on it in order to watch. Crocodile stopped brooding to look over on what Luffy was doing now. Awakening, huh? The deck of the ship was bigger than anyone needed, so there were plenty of quadrants to train and do whatever the hell they needed. So there he was, now placing his fist on the deck of the ship. And if you asked anyone present, for a split second, just a moment, everyone felt like they were going to bounce off the floor and into the air. But then it was back to normal again. Sorry, that's all I got. Luffy had the most serious look in his face as he looked at his crew members. They all deadpanned into the ground. What the heck? Captain got our hopes up and everything, exclaimed Arlong, although he meant it as a good-natured rip. Mihawk smiled to himself and returned to overlooking the area through the crow's nest. This has been his primary post, as he enjoyed the open air and time away from everyone else. He was a lone soul after all, but though he would not admit it, enjoyed everyone's company. Everyone had a good laugh about it, especially Luffy, who was glad to make his crew laugh at his shenanigans. It was just a matter of time before they would reach Dressrosa, and a matter of time before they put an end to Joker. Time has flown by since Luffy arrived in place of his younger self. In this time, Luffy was able to create a powerful crew, consisted of Dogtooth Katakuri, Dracula Hawkeye Mihawk, Brook, Arlong the Saw, Bruley, Rob Lucci, Keldino, Bentham, Jim, their massive beast of a whale named Laboon, their newest recruit, Crocodile, though more importantly his queens Hancock and Robin. The crew now had a solid year of bonding, and they were stronger than when they first got together. Dressrosa, Viola, please finish your vegetables. King Riku had been eating his food. After all, a healthy meal makes a strong king. Father, I am 19 years old and I can eat what I want, protested the princess, to which Monet, the servant, interjected. Isn't that right, Monet? The one who was serving them food was a green-haired beauty, wearing a black dress in order to look professional in her job. Why, of course, my princess. She then gave Viola a wink as she removed the vegetables from her plate when King Riku wasn't looking. Fine, I ate it, you happy father, Viola exclaimed, to which King Riku gave her an approving thumbs up. Good, may I be excused? To which he father nodded, and Princess Viola left the dining hall and marched to her room. My king, may I be excused? Monet asked, taking a knee in front of the king. Of course, Monet. Please snap her to her senses. I don't know anything about teenagers these days, and I'm glad you've joined my staff. I am just glad you helped me get off the streets, my king. Be on your way then. King Riku dismissed her and she made her way to comfort Viola. Monet took a courteous bow, but as soon as she left the room, and nobody was watching, her entire mannerism took a whole new form. It was as if a new person took over her body and she became more confident in herself. She then took a detour to one of the empty rooms and pulled out a Den Den mushie. one of which had the face of Joker. Joker, Monet, how are things in the castle? It's all right. When will it begin? Fuff, what will you say if I said now? Good. To this Monet formed a smile, though she felt someone had been watching her and she heard noises from outside the room. Monet opened the door and revealed Princess Viola, who had been listening in on her entire conversation. Hi Monet. I was just looking for you. I didn't know you were in there. Is that right, Princess? Monet grabbed her own green hair and tied it into a bun. Suddenly the entire room became colder as powder snow began to blow out of Monet's body and into the room. Help. She had one good scream and before Monet bounded her. No, my sweet. I need you to watch everything. Monet brought Viola into the front of the gate. Not a single guard was able to stop her, for not a single one of them knew she was a Loja. Please, reconsider this mutiny, Viola begged, but to no avail. Monet simply smiled at the princess and opened the door to the palace. It was bright and blinding, but Viola was finally able to make out the people standing outside the castle. Have at it, boys, claimed Monet as Doflamingo went to embrace her. Viola thought this was her opportunity as she began running, though she hit a person in her attempt to escape. He wore dark shades and a well-trimmed goatee. Not today, princess, commented Doflamingo as he put his arms around Monet before starting his invasion of the kingdom of Dressrosa. King Riku and his royal guards were ready for war. They all had their weapon drawn when the intruders entered the throne room, though before any of his men could move, they were all suddenly killing each other as if they were being controlled by something ... or someone. What the hell is the meaning of this? King Riku was able to see thread-like substance controlling his men, so in one swipe, he cut the strings that were attached to them. Dangerous to be able to see my strings. Doflamingo tilted his head to the fighting king. He respected the tenacity, and he was a respectable warrior. Though the king was massively outnumbered, as Doflamingo had his entire family there with him. Trebol, Diamante, Pika, Virgo, Jala, Lounge, Center Pink, Matchvice, Gladius, Buffalo, Sugar and Monet, the main powerhouses of his family. The king was by himself with his men defeated, but he was going out with a fight. King. Doflamingo wagged his finger and Monet brought Viola forward. If you resist, she dies. The king immediately dropped his sword. Not my daughter, take me Don Quixote. Yes, now we're coming to an understanding. Listen here, Riku. These lands belong to my family. The Don Quixote family have owned these lands since the beginning of time ... so I want it back. Fine, take it. Just don't get my daughter involved. Tusk Riku, that's too easy. I don't want the land, I want money. Let's say we're even at 10 billion berry. Is this some kind of game, Don Quixote? Just then, Doflamingo decided to plop himself down on the throne. Go on then, I'll be off your back as soon as you give me my 10 billion berry. Damn you, Doflamingo. It was to this that King Riku embraced his daughter before going out to his people, begging them for as much as they could spare. Any chance we'll really leave if he somehow comes up with 10 billion berry? Asked Pika in his unusually high-pitched voice. No, and to this the room laughed and Viola could only cry in silence, here surrounded by her enemies. A day passed and King Riku was able to return with the money that Doflamingo asked for. He looked tired from going around all day, but Doflamingo did not care one bit. For your reward, Riku, I will have you make a fool of yourself. In fact, you can go now. Doflamingo flicked his finger and King Riku suddenly lost control of himself. Get away from me, please. He began to swing his sword randomly, nearly killing his own daughter with a swing of his sword. The action, even if it wasn't his own, made him tear up as he really wasn't in control of himself any longer. Though as all hope seemed to be lost, his most precious son-in-law arrived into the scene, anger flaring from his eyes. Kairos, thank the gods. But even his arrival was null, as Doflamingo was able to subdue Kairos and chain him against the wall, with no option of escape. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break the chains. King Riku now went on a rampage, with the control of Doflamingo. Dressrosa outskirt. I think it's time to become heroes, boys, Doflamingo proclaimed as he stood on the outskirts of the city of Dressrosa. It was him, Diamante, Trebol, and Pika. Finally, exclaimed Pika in his unusually high-pitched voice. Doffy, this is what we worked for so long. Trebol was bouncing on his snot as he slid along with the group. You, Trebol, you're getting your snot on me. Diamante was trying to toss the snot away from him, though something unexpected happened. From out of nowhere, King Riku stopped his controlled terror. He fell on both knees and cried his eyes out. Doflamingo had a confused look on his face, especially now that there was someone standing in his path. One lone man who had a smirk across his face. As the dust cleared, Doflamingo was finally able to recognize him. A man wearing a straw hat. And with as much disdain in his voice as he could possibly muster, Doflamingo said, Nijiwara, Mingo, I can't let you get through. Luffy stood before the 4 members of the Don Quixote family. Take care of it, Doflamingo said to his men as Trebol launched himself forward, molting his body into snot, though Luffy simply clapped his hands together to blow the excess snot away from Trebol's real body. He was now a skinny man with a giant head. and Luffy sent him far behind from where Doflamingo stood. Screamed Treball as he immediately retracted his slim to protect himself. Though he didn't feel right, he felt a bit like something mixed in with his snot. What is this? Hello, gross snot monster. The name is Crocodile, and I'm gonna kill you. Crocodile, the newest addition to the Straw Hat Grand Armada, took on his first major opponent assignment. Meanwhile, Pika attempted to follow Treball by jumping up with his massive sword and attempting to cut down the Straw Hat captain. Though Luffy deflected the strike with his arm, caught Pika by his face and tossed him to his right. Mind you, Luffy has yet to move a step. Pika finally stopped flying, slowing getting up. He found that Mugiwara has thrown him really far. Move and I'll cut you to pieces. Mihawk was the one to be assigned to deal with the stone bastard, and last to attempt to attack Luffy was Diamante. And Luffy hated this man particularly as much as he hated Doflamingo. He attempted to turn himself into a flag, but Luffy caught him mid-transformation with a kick in the guts, before grabbing him by the collar of his shirt and tossing him far, really far. Diamante softened his landing by turning himself into a flag, though the floor suddenly became raised and he smacked against a hard candy-like substance. Machai. Captain particularly wanted you to suffer. I can't disappoint him. The one to deal with Diamante was Katakuri. Sure you will, Dogtooth. Diamante whipped out his blade from his pocket. Then it was back to Luffy and Doflamingo. You can't beat me, Mugiwara. I've heard it before. I have a fucking army. Where Mingo? Luffy mocked him by placing his hands over his eyes and looked around. That's what I thought. Your whole operation has failed today actually. My bad for being late because it should have ended much sooner. What do you mean you should have gotten here sooner? You got a mole on me. I got people everywhere. Not anymore. The fuck does that mean? Call them Mingo. Luffy took a seat on the stone floor, waiting for Doflamingo to make the call, which he did, and after the call, he was angry. What they say, Mingo? Come in, Mingo. Luffy was playing with him now, for his armada has spread out their forces. Brook has intercepted Lao Ji. Hancock is in a face-to-face standoff with Monet. Broly was assigned to keeping Sugar in her mirror world. Eliminate her as a factor in this war. Lucci stopped Virgo from getting on his ship to return to his undercover work with the Marine. Gem faced against Gladius. May the better explosion win. Robin has stopped Jala from getting into her position. Arlong has met a powerful but respectable new adversary, Center Pink. Bentham decided to beat the most disgusting-looking one, but he was strong. Buffalo was strong, he could tell. This left Galdino against Matchvice, which he was scared shitless since this was his first ever New World opponent. Laboon was assigned with destroying any Don Quixote ships from leaving the port. Mingo, what's wrong? Cat got your tongue. Dawn Island. Well, I'm off now. A young and energetic teenager looked onto the horizon, visualizing his future adventures. Okay then, bye, Squirt. A massive elderly gentleman wearing a Hawaiian shirt, dark sunglasses, began to walk away. Old man, exclaimed the young, dark-haired teenager who was ready to set out on his journey. Fine. Okay then, Ace, you need to make sure you always follow your heart and your guts. The old man patted his own stomach. Speaking off, I'm hungry, so go ahead and go squirt. If you're not a Marine, then I don't care where you are going. Though the old man was having a waterworks show behind his dark sunglasses. For the past 2 years, the massive, muscular man had been training Ace when he could. He was also training another boy, but he seemed to have not made it. Then go, old man. I don't need you. He looked towards the horizon once again, this time taking a deep breath and jumping into his small dingy. I'm going now, old man. I promised Brother Luffy that I'll meet him again in the New World. And I also promised Brother Sabo that I'll carry on his memory, especially after his death. A few seconds passed before Ace replaced his sad expression with a smile. All right then, old man. Thank you for your help in training me. He raised his fist in the air, to which the old man returned with a fist to the air of his own. Damn kid. Be safe out there, damn it. And if you ever think of doing something stupid, remember my fist of love. The old man yelled, to which Ace gave him a thumbs up. It was time for his adventure. What fancy adventures can he experience? People he will meet, people he will defeat. The muscular older man removed his glasses and wiped the tears that escaped his eyes. There goes the son of the Pirate King, following in his father's footsteps. But he could not hold it against him for being born as Roger's son. No, that would be wrong. Instead, he will let him live his life to the fullest. And if their path intercepts again, well, he hopes it does not need to come to that. Beside him, Dadan was teary-eyed, glad and sad that Ace was finally leaving her nest. She had been a mother to him for the past few years, and the loss of Sabo hit them specially hard. Regardless, the boy was now gone, seeking his own adventure. You getting soft there, Dadan? No, just have dust in my eyes. Dadan responded. A transponder snail was ringing for Garp, to which Dadan decided it was time for her to return to her mountains. See you around, Garp. She then left him to himself, answering the call from headquarters. Vice Admiral Garp, do you copy? A call was coming in for him. It shouldn't be. He was on vacation. What? I'm off the clock, damn it, exclaimed the Vice Admiral. I am on vacation, you fool. Sorry, Vice Admiral, but this is urgent. The Marine officer went over the details, and in fact, it was urgent. Oh fuck. I'm on my way, if I can make it on time. Somewhere in the New World. I'm glad that Whitebeard decided to back off his advances. That would not have been good for the world, but if he clashed with Big Mom, that would be a sight to see. A man with dark shades was using his finger as a gun, shooting light bullets from it. Commented his partner, who happened to be the newly promoted Admiral. Admiral Al-Kai-Jai, why do you do me so? The man looked away from his mission in front of him. Commodore Kizaru, let me remind you why we are here today. The Admiral continued to let his men do the work, for he was not yet necessary for this mission until he showed up. Though, damn Admiral, you don't have to remind me of my demotions. If it wasn't for Mugiwara, I wouldn't be put in this situation. I mean, I was supposed to be Admiral by now, but instead I was demoted straight down to Petty Officer, and I had to work my way back up. Another finger gun was fired and another massive explosion occurred in the distance. He was right. Having Admiral Aokiji, Vice Admiral Momonga, Commodore Kizaru, and more than 1,000 Marine officers. Who were they facing exactly? The Admiral took a deep breath and stood up. The main show was finally beginning. Here she comes. Admiral Aokiji had ordered Commodore Kizaru to destroy some island rocks in order to block a path for the incoming danger. Mugiwara, an enraged Yonko of the Four Seas, was quickly making her way to them. She rode a massive thunder cloud, wielded an enormous flame in one hand and a sharp blade on the other. I'm going to find you and murder you. 2 years have passed since Luffy invaded Totto Land, kidnapped Broly, and ended up escaping with Katakuri and Broly. She had been looking for a lead for him to no avail, until now. Mugiwara was in Dressrosa and she was out for his blood. She was going to kill him. Though the Marines didn't need that kind of catastrophic event to occur. In the event that Big Mom breaches their formation, then that would not be good for the world. Luckily, they had Admiral Aokiji to literally cool her down. He jumped up in the air and held his hands forward. Ice wall. He began to emit cold air from his palm, and suddenly, a massive wall emerged. It took the Admiral some time to manifest the wall, and yet that would not be enough to contain the Yonko. Slow her down, maybe, but just for a second. She's by herself. Vice Admiral Momoga was looking in a binocular to follow the Emperor as she approached. Men, fire all you got if a breach occurs in the wall. It's not gonna hold, but I can help slow her down. Commodore Kizaru disintegrated and shot himself in the sky. Suddenly the flash of light switched directions and came crashing down, aimed towards the Emperor. Light shower. Vice Admiral Momoga continued to view Big Mom through the lens but found that she had disappeared. Then a loud crash through the ice wall. Giant chunks of the ice wall came crashing down on their men, so Admiral Aokiji caused his ice to melt into water once more. The officers who feared for their life suddenly found themselves drenched in water. Their guns would not fire due to fear of Big Mom and circumstances of getting their gunpowder drenched. Marines ... Get out of my way. My quarrel is not with you today. Her voice was low and threatening. She stopped mid-rampage, which meant she cared about someone's opinion. She was ablaze as she had a frantic look about her. Big Mom, if you oppose us today, then you will be entering Kaido's territory. I suggest you reconsider. Admiral Aokiji spoke up. Meanwhile, the thousands of Marine officers trembled at the sight of the Emperor. Her mere presence made them weak, almost at the point of collapse. Is that so? But Big Mom was not changing her mind. Fuck Kaido, let him come. But my anger is with Mugiwara. And you'll also have to deal with us on top. Then Admiral Aokiji brought out a massive plate. It was covered with a lid that hid its content. If I can't convince you through regular means, how about some top-quality cuisine? I do like food. Big Mom removed the lid and crushed it in her hands. The content was a massive flan, made from the finest West Blue brown sugar and the best milk from the cows of the North Blue. She took a bit out of the flan and then another, until finally she ate the whole thing. Her frown was replaced by a satisfied smile. This changes nothing, Marines. Big Mom redyed her blade, as her homies collectively laughed joyously at the massacre that would occur that day. So be it. The Marines were absolute justice, and they would not let a pirate push them around. Admiral Aokiji drew his ice blade. So did Vice Admiral Momonga with his regular steel blade. Commodore Kizaru also drew a light blade, and the thousands of Marine officers aimed with their guns, finally able to reload with some dry gunpowder. If it's a war you want, then it's a war you get. Come then, Marines. Stop me if you can. All to go. Dodge this, you little shit. Hack had been polishing the skills of your Sabo. It had been a year since he was rescued from the open sea, nearly dying from the explosion caused by a world noble. Haha, that ain't nothing to me, Hack. Sabo ducked swiftly and grabbed Hack's legs, before throwing him overhead and slamming him on the ground. Damn brat, you got me again. Hack got up slowly, caring for the bump on his head. It had only been a year, yet Sabo was quickly learning their unique styles. He was good, really good. Alright, who's next? Sabo looked around to find a tall man step forward. He had a Bible on his hands and a calm look about him. Kuma-san, I'm honored. Sabo got into formation, covered his hands in haki as this fight was more serious than any of his previous sparring matches, and launched himself forward. Though Bartholomew Kuma was no pushover, swiping his paw at just the right time to teleport Sabo into the sky above him. Sabo blinked several times before falling straight down. A fit of laughter filled the remote island as the other recruits laughed at Sabo's expense. He fell flat on his face, though he immediately got up to thank Kuma and showing him something what he was lacking. Despite the brief encounter, Sabo learned so much from the ever-silent warlord. Sabo looked up in the sky for a moment. Flashes of his past life hunted him, but nothing seems to unlock his mind. Who was he before? Sabo, let's continue, Hack announced as he once again took his stance. Aye, sir, Sabo responded with a confident smile. One day he'll learn who he was, one day. Fishman Island. Good luck, mother. Prince Fukaboshi was in charge of security for his mother. He prepared his mother for the biggest speech of her campaign. Thank you, my son, don't overwork yourself. She caressed the cheek of her son and smiled at him. He had grown to be such a fine young man, taking after his father. Well, here I go. You got this, mother. I'll be here after your speech. She responded with a smile towards him before commencing with her speech. This marks a new day for all fishmen and merfolks alike. I have obtained the majority signature of the citizens of Fishman Island to finally join the humans in the surface world. Please, if you have any questions, come forward. Queen Ottoheim has been busy gathering signatures ever since Monkey D. Luffy set foot in her land, and with the help of her family, she was able to obtain almost all the citizens of her kingdom. Those who opposed signing the document were similar to Fisher Tiger in holding on to deep-rooted hatred towards the surface world. An elderly fishman stepped forward, trembling at each step that he took. My queen, I have been a citizen of this land for hundreds of years and I am nearing my time. We elderly folks are not ready for a change, so in the event that this goes through, will we be forced to relocate? One of Queen Ottoheim's boys, Prince Menboshi, immediately brought the elderly fishman a chair to sit on. The elderly gentleman gave the prince an approving smile before awaiting the queen's response. I thank you for your questions, kind sir. And to answer your question, we are not forcing anyone to relocate. Everyone has the freedom of choice, and Fishman Island is still our home, so we will only bring those who wish to join us in our move to the surface. But keep in mind that I still need to bring our request to the Holy Land, and it still needs to be approved by the world government. Though with everyone's overwhelming support, this move will pass. Thank you for your question, kind sir. The elderly gentleman was satisfied with his question and allowed another person to ask a question. A younger, beautiful mermaid approached the podium to ask her question. Queen Ottoheim, what if we go to the surface and we are mocked and ridiculed for our appearance ... for being ourselves? Tears began to well up on the young mermaid's face, and another one of her sons, Prince Ruboshi, provided the young mermaid with a cloth for her tears. I understand your concerns and this has been considered. She paused for a moment and looked over the crowd, then to her husband, who gave her an approving nod. King Neptune has been so supportive throughout all of this that she couldn't help but let the confidence fill her soul. I will be honest with you, it will be hard at first. These worldviews cannot be erased overnight. Hate is something that is filtered out throughout time. If they remain the aggressor and we remain firm in being non-violent ... it is only then that the humans will eventually learn to back down. They will eventually realize their mistake in mistreating us ... and if not for us ... for our children ... for our children's children and for the future. A world where humans and fish folks can cooperate is our ultimate goal ... It might not be instant, but we have to start somewhere. We have to start now. After a moment of pure silence, people began to process what she said and a round of applause erupted. But Queen Ottoheim was truly happy at the support, and this showed the pinnacle of her popularity and overwhelming personality. She smiled and waved into the crowd, though something in particular was not like the other. Multiple emotions were visible in the crowd, except for one particular expression. A gray-skinned great white shark fishman had a serious look about him, seemingly troubled and determined to do something regrettable. Her smile disappeared for a moment as she looked into his eyes, trying to understand him. What did he want? What did he want to do? Then a glimmer of something shiny emerged from his hands. She looked at it in confusion. It was shiny, metallic, and hollow. Mother, exclaimed someone. Who was it? Then a loud sound emitted from the hollow chamber and it quickly made its way to her. She fell flat on her back as blue blood began to flow. Oh my God, exclaimed Prince Ruboshi as the young mermaid who spoke earlier clinged onto him. No, exclaimed Prince Menboshi as he fell on both knees. Queen Ottoheim felt her abdomen where the blue blood continued to flow. Instead of feeling an open wound, she found that somebody's hair laid over her, as the blood did not belong to her. It belonged to her son. It was a human. I saw it with my own eyes, exclaimed the man who released the bullet from the gun. He thought he got her clean, and yet she was alive. Queen Ottoheim slowly stood up, gently placing her fallen son on the ground. It was the human. His voice trailed at the sight of the queen on her feet. Her son had reacted quickly enough to take her place on the path of the bullet. Prince Fukaboshi is dead. Dead due to your hatred. She slowly made her way to him, swimming past a crowd of people. She maintained her resolve as the assailant held out the gun in front of him. It should have been me, so shoot me. Your theatrics will not work any longer. Everyone is now aware of your lies. She continued to come closer, and the fishman had that look in his eyes again. He was going to shoot again. The fishman lifted his gun, aimed it at the queen, but he would not have a chance to shoot, as his hands, which once wielded the pistol, were chopped clean off. It wasn't any of the princes. One is dead, another occupied, while the last had collapsed on the ground in grief. No. It was the father of the fallen prince, King Neptune, whose speed and agility was still prime. He quickly reacted to the event and dashed towards the assailant, using his trident to cut the hands off of the assailant. He then twisted around and used his fin to flick the assailant backwards, only to catch him by the neck and slam him on the ground. His grip was tight and he wanted to kill him so badly. Just a squeeze and his life would be over. But not that day. King Neptune would not take a life in spite of the death of his son. Queen Ottoheim had gotten to his side at just the right time to place a comforting hand over his shoulder as if to tell the king ... Not today. My eldest has died because of you. King Neptune let go of his neck, finally letting him take a breath. Banished ... You are forever banished in our lands. Suddenly the shooter was surrounded by the members of the Sun Pirates, led by none other than Fisher Tiger himself. He had his arms crossed firmly. Behind him stood Jin bin Aladdin. Hody ... You fucked up for the last time. Fisher Tiger brought Hody Jones to his feet, tossing him toward Jin bin Aladdin. Take care of him. But boss, you hated humans. I was doing what you would do. That's the thing, Hody. I hated humans ... Not anymore. To this, Aladdin and Jin took Hody away, as per King Neptune's orders, banished from Fishman Island. That night, the family mourned the loss of Prince Fukaboshi ... The family's eldest boy. Not only the family but the entire nation mourned the death of their prince. The more reason to push through with coming into the surface. He would want that. Outside of Fishman Island, where the border of their kingdom resides, the only thing that separates Hody from the open sea were Jin bin Aladdin. Come on guys, let's strike a deal. Hide me out until I can get on my feet. Fuck you, Hody. Prince Fukaboshi was my friend. Tears streamed from the eyes of Aladdin. Go on, Hody. If you don't leave, we'll kill you ourselves. Jin threatened, to which Hody immediately swam away from them, using his strength to create some distance. He stopped just several yards from them, where he was confident he would outswim them if they decided to follow him. I'll be back, you assholes. I'll kill all of you human-loving pieces of shit. I swear it. He raised his stump, which had been cut off by King Neptune. I swear. Then several hundred sea kings turned their attention to Hody. They all looked angry, as in their collective mind, Poseidon has spoken, and they will follow her orders. Hody swam away as fast as he could, disappearing in the distance. Jin patted Aladdin in the back, helping him through this trying times. As they made their slow return back to the kingdom, Poseidon was someone in the royal family, whose emotions are in certain turmoil at the death of someone dear to her. She wanted justice for her loss and unconsciously sent out an order for the death of Hody Jones. For Poseidon was the youngest of the royal family. Poseidon was Princess Shirahoshi. Dressrosa Palace. Everyone was gone. Kairos was left on his own as he tried to break the sea stone cuffs that bound him. No luck, but hope filled him once more as he found a sword close. He just had to reach for it with all his strength. He reached for the sword. In his mind he would cut his own leg off and go after Doflamingo on his own. But his plans would not be able to come to fruition. Kairos don't. King Riku had returned to the palace. Shut up, Doflamingo. Your trickery will not work any longer. No tricks, Kairos, my boy. I am your father-in-law. He began to frantically look for the keys to release the gladiator, though he was still not trusting. Father, Princess Viola had gotten away from Monet thanks to the arrival of a certain Straw Hat Queen. Viola, thank the gods. How are you here? He stopped for a moment to embrace his daughter, though he employed her to look for the keys as well. A woman arrived with Mujiwara ... and she freed me from Monet. She said to return to the palace, so I am here. What happened, father? Viola stopped as she saw that King Riku was covered in blood. Doflamingo did something to me where I assaulted my own people with my blade. I finally stopped mid-swing from cutting a child. A child. Tears began to well up from the king as he also stopped looking for the key. Still no luck. You are King Riku, truly, and Princess Viola. Kairos was still skeptical. This could be a trap. To which Viola nodded. Wait, I have an ability. Viola held her fingers on her eyes to form a goggles. There she looked around the room for the keys. Though no luck. It is not here, father. Is this what you are looking for? From seemingly out of nowhere, a tiny little man approached them. He held a key over his head and handed it to King Riku. Yes, it is. King Riku took the keys, at first mesmerized by the little man. Who are you, kind sir? King Riku ... Your family has always been good to us, and yet time has forced us to become nothing but a fairy tale ... But alas, time has called for us to resurface once more. I am Chief Gancho here to aid you. The evil man that is Doflamingo should not be allowed a chance for victory. You have many injuries due to his puppetry of you. We can help. Please, do not worry, King. My tribe is going around Dressrosa assisting with the injured as we speak. Thank you, Chief Gancho. Just like the chief claimed, his people were going around helping the injured, though all of them were also made aware that Doflamingo manipulated the king into going berserk. The Tontata tribe members were told to spread the word that King Riku was innocent and Doflamingo was the enemy. Viola was given the key to the shackles and finally freed Kairos from his bindings. Scarlet, she said, to which Kairos immediately nodded and dashed towards his wife and child. King Riku sat down on the ground, finally able to breathe. Mugiwara is out there, father. I saw him with my eyes. He is a good man. Viola sat beside her father and hugged him. King Riku then looked through the window of his palace, seeing destruction and battles occurring all throughout his land. I will have to entrust the faith of my country to this Mugiwara and his group of pirates. Don Quixote Pirates Gladius vs. Straw Hat Grand Armada 4th Division Gem. Gladius is my name. What is yours, fellow explosive man? Gladius remained unfazed, as his opponent was a mere rookie, weak, someone with no experience in the new world. The power difference was too immense that words can't truly express the difference. Gem was on all four, coughing up blood as he could not get an ounce of offense. Captain was right. These people were strong. But what the hell, he was exploding, and his body was exploding, but he was losing to a guy who can make items explode at contact. It seems that he was just put in a match which he could not win. The explosion was not the problem. It was the physical attacks that come with his explosiveness, though his opponent does not know that. This could be his advantage. Gem, my name is Gem of the Straw Hat Grand Armada 4th Division. Nice to meet you. I'll make sure to plaster your blood across your gravestone. Gladius took hold of a boulder which had broken off of a wall in their explosion exchange. He then began to charge it with his abilities, making it a bomb projectile. Die, Gem of the Straw Hats. Eat shit. Gem used the most devastating move in his entire arsenal ... and boy, it was a big one. As the rock projectile made its way towards him, Gem put his hands inside his nose, twisting and turning, digging deep for his nuclear weapon. Flashes of his training with Boss Arlong, with the other members of the Grand Armada, and Captain Luffy's guidance went through his mind. If ever you are in doubt, blow shit up. Such wise words from the Grand Armada King. He could never forget this advice, as all he could really do was blow shit up. As soon as he was able to get a decent-sized projectile from his nasal factory, he pulled it out and rolled it, then he proceeded to aim at the other massive projectile heading his way. He then threw his own projectile, his ultimate back pocket trick, his last resort, and it collided with the rock, which caused a massive explosion that blew Gladius backwards. What the hell was that? Gladius covered his face after the shock of the explosion. He then removed his goggles only to find Gem had covered the distance between them. How? Months of physical training from hell did pay off after all. Boss Arlong would kill me if I lose today. Then he would revive me only to kill me again. Gem had a new wind in his body. It was as if he was renewed. It had been months since he built up his reserve, and now that he released the massive bomb from his nasal passages, he felt like a new man. It was his forbidden technique, his hidden gold, his booger bomb. So you got close to me. What now then, Gem? Gladius mocked, as Gem did not have any weapons. No knife or sword, just himself. I am the weapon, bitch. Gem wrapped his arms and legs around Gladius' body. He held him tight, ready to perform the ultimate technique, though Gladius thought that he would supercharge his clothes and meet the explosion with more explosion. Ultimate self-explosion. Gem released his ability throughout his whole body. Clothes explosion. Gladius charged his own clothes and matched Gem's exploding ability. Then a massive eruption occurred and then silence. Gem laid flat on his back along with Gladius. Both men were unable to move, or so it seems. Hey, Gladius spoke as best as he could. Although he could charge objects into exploding, he could only take so much impact before his body would fall apart on its own. Yeah, after taking a heavy breath, Gem jumped to his feet and stretched his body, twisting and turning to get deep into his muscle aches. Once the physical damages were taken out of the equation and the battle became about explosion, he was good with that. Nothing. Gladius then nearly passed out after the embarrassing loss to a green rookie from fucking paradise. How embarrassing. Gem kicked Gladius a couple times just to make sure he was down. With no response from his exploding opponent, Gem raised both hands in the air. YAHOOO, proclaiming his victory. Gem had defeated a member of the Don Quixote family, though he took a beating, and despite all of his training, his body still needed to get used to close combat battles. As soon as he exclaimed in glee, he fell flat on his face, falling asleep in the middle of the battle. Exhaustion finally kicked in as he had been fighting for some time. The wind suddenly picked up as two new figures arrived at the scene. A taller man and a boy with thick eye bags approached the sleeping body of Gem. Neither man uttered a word, but the taller man picked up Gem like a sack of potato and threw him over his shoulder. They then left the area, leaving Gladius for whoever would collect him later, moving on to wherever they were going. Don Quixote Pirate Buffalo vs Straw Hat Grand Armada 5th Division bent. Head kick. Then a head kick followed, though Buffalo was quick on the response. Elbow drop. Still no connection. Consecutive jabs, still nothing. Bentham had been using his Akama Kempo to fight Buffalo, the rotating member of the Don Quixote Pirates. His smile was annoying as he had tattooed. Though he was massive in stature, he uses his fruit ability well and is able to dodge Bentham's strikes with ease. Weak, flamed Buffalo as he was flying in the air. He used his devil fruit ability for that as well. Silence you, I have yet to show you my true abilities. Bentham pulled his left leg back with his right leg forward. He then positioned his hands into the crane posture. I didn't think I would stay with this crew for so long, but I like them. They are now my friends. The rock below him began to tremble as he was emitting his own willpower outwards, powering up for his true strike. Your friends are all weak. You will all die today by our hands. Buffalo began to rotate more rapidly, preparing to challenge whatever Bentham was generating. Try me. Bentham then smirked and disappeared in a blur. It was a technique he learned from Sir Lucci. Then he used his speed to get his fist to collide with the face of Buffalo. The impact was so great that those who heard the crack grimace as they could feel the pain. The fist, which had been hardened with repetition in punching wooden posts, came from Sir Arlong's teaching. As Buffalo fell backwards, Bentham had thought of the perfect finisher. He changed his position mid-air and spun forward, finally meeting the body of Buffalo with the heel of his right foot. He then used the impact to launch Buffalo straight to the ground, a crater made in his wake. That kicking technique was thanks to Queen Hancock. He used the year in training with the crew to polish his Akama Kempo as well as implementing his own flair and other people's teaching. He landed gracefully on both feet as Buffalo was not moving anytime soon. That's what you get for mocking the power of friendship. Tears began to flow from his eyes, happy tears, from earning a victory against a New World pirate. Don Quixote Pirate Matchvice vs Straw Hat Grand Armada 3rd Division Galdino. Help. Galdino was running really fast. Months of training under the commanders have really done wonders with his physical fitness. But his worst enemy finally manifested itself once more. A rock which stuck out from the ground got in his way and he tripped on it. He was running so fast that as soon as he hit the rock, his momentum brought him tumbling forward. He was only able to stop when he hit his face right at a wall. You are an idiot. Matchvice had been jogging to follow Galdino. The wax user was indeed an idiot, but he was a strong idiot. I may be an idiot, but I'm not the one to fall for my trap. Galdino adjusted his glasses as indeed Matchvice was surrounded by a wax tsunami. There was no escape. The wax tsunami had been created by Galdino as he ran. His seemingly pointless running around the place turned out to be a technique. The wax tsunami came crashing down on top of the muscular power man. Let me tell you something about the New World boy. Matchvice's head began to turn pink, for despite his body being swallowed by wax, he was the ton man. What did that mean? 1 ton headbutt. He slammed his head onto the wax, shattering the substance and ultimately freeing his body. Oh come on, exclaimed Galdino as he used one of his key tactics to trap the massive man in his wax. But now, he had no choice, it would need to be a fight. Wax armor. His hands were covered in massive white wax boxing gloves. His feet were covered by stilt-like wax shoes that matched his height with Matchvice. This was a technique suggested to him by Captain Luffy. He said this form would give him a fighting chance against a strong opponent. What he would need to do is keep pumping his wax ability to his armor, and he has a solid encasing. 1 ton punch. Matchvice launched a punch forward, to which Galdino met him with his own wax boxing gloves. The impact caused by the powerful 1 ton punch caused his boxing gloves to collapse on its own. A punch like that would destroy him. Galdino was no longer the weak Paradise agent of the Baroque Works. He was now a Straw Hat Grand Armada pirate. The punch of Matchvice caused his gloves to collapse. But instead of panicking, Galdino swallowed the fist of Matchvice and encased it with quick-drying wax. With Matchvice caught by the hand, Galdino did not give him time to react as he kicked him with his stilt right leg. Then he pulled him back in and punched him with his free wax boxing glove hands. The onslaught continued with another kick, then a punch, then kick, punch, kick, punch. He kept going until Matchvice was no longer conscious. He finally let his hands go and let him plop to the floor. Today was Galdino's victory. Thank you, Captain Luffy and the Grand Armada's Hell training. He jumped up and down celebrating his victory. 3 down, 7 more to go. And if we're being real here, those Galdino, Gem and Bentham were the weakest of the crew, and that was saying something. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.